Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn some French greetings. And of course, the first one we're going to start with is bonjour. And bonjour means hello. It also means good morning. And we can also use it in the afternoon to say good afternoon, which means that the word bonjour is used the whole day. Whenever you meet a French speaker, you can say bonjour, meaning that it is used from sunrise to sunset. So the whole day, bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Now let's learn how to say it like a French speaker. We are going to break the word into two words. So the first part is bon, and bon means good. Now, the on in French, remember, the French pronunciation is very consistent. So whenever you see an on that is not followed by an n, it will be pronounced on. Similar to the on in the word long. So you bring your lips together and you're saying on. Practice. On. Now let's say the word bon. Bien. Okay. The word bon means good. So that's the first part of bonjour. Now let's take a look at the second part. The second part is J-O-U-R. So the O-U here is pronounced as a long oo. Now you're bringing your lips together, but a little bit more than we did with the on. And it's like whistling. So let's practice that. So let's just whistle together. Okay, so when you whistle, what do you notice? Your lips are really close to each other and kind of like close. So that's the way you pronounce the oo. Okay, and let's practice this word here. Jour. Bien, and jour means day. So far we have bon and we have jour, and we put them together. So the word bonjour is actually broken to two words. We have bon, meaning good, and then jour, meaning day. And then bonjour, meaning hello, good morning, or good afternoon. So remember, bonjour is used the whole day, from sunrise to sunset. So let's practice it one more time. Bonjour. And notice where I put the stress. Bonjour. So it's more on the ou. Bonjour. Bien, très bien. Now, let's go to the next greeting. Then what do you notice? Yes, it is very similar to the one we just did. So we have bon and we have jour, but we add in some other letters to them. So the first one here, bon, we added an N-E to it. And then the next one, we added an N-E with an accent, and an extra E. And this means have a good day. So bonjour is when you are meeting someone, and bonne journée is when they are leaving or you are leaving and you're wishing them to have a good day. So now let's practice how to pronounce bonne journée like a native speaker, and also learn how to read French. So when you have O-N-N-E, it's gonna be pronounced like the word in English, on. So if the green part is on, how would you pronounce the whole word? Bien, great. So bonne. And the E at the end here is not pronounced. Basically, the E in French at the end of a word is neglected. The poor E, we don't pronounce it. The only time we pronounce it is when it's attached to only one letter or one sound. Otherwise, if there are more than one letter in the word or more than one sound, when I say sound is when we have, for example, QU, we pronounce it as a K, even though it's two letters, but it's pronounced, the U is silent and we pronounce just like K. So that's a sound. So anytime you have one sound or one letter and the E is attached to it, we pronounce it. Otherwise, if we have more than one letter or one sound, then the E is neglected, not pronounced. And that's why we're pronouncing this as bonne, not bonne or anything. So this is silent. And that's why I underlined it. So when you see something underlined, that means it's silence. So let's go back. Bonne, bonne. Bien. Now let's go to the next word. So you already know how to pronounce the first part of it, which is the J-O-U-R. So try it. Right. Jour. Jour. Now, if I tell you that the E with an accent on top of it is pronounced as a short A. Not A, just A. And of course, the last E is silent. So how would you pronounce the second word? Journée. Journée. Now let's pronounce the whole thing. Bonne journée. One more time. Bonne journée. Bien. So bonjour is when you meet someone and you're greeting them. Bonne journée is when you are leaving. So bonne journée, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to compare bonjour and bonne journée. So we said that bonjour means hello, good morning, and good afternoon, and it's used as a greeting when we meet someone between sunrise and sunset. And then bonne journée means have a good day. Now we notice that in both words there are some similarities. So let's take a look at these similarities. So for the word bonjour, we have bon, and that means good. Now in bonne journée, there is also bonne, meaning good. So what's the difference between the two? Is that bon is masculine singular, meaning that if you are talking about a noun that is masculine singular, then you would use bon. But if you are talking about a word that is feminine singular, then it is bonne. You use bonne. The words here, jour and journée, so you see here jour means day, and that is masculine singular. The word journée also means day, but it refers to the length of the day. The length of the day. So meaning when you say have a good day, you're wishing the person to have the whole day or every moment of the day good. And that's why we have bon, jour, and we put the two words together, do not separate them. Bonjour altogether means good morning, hello, and good afternoon. And bonne journée is wishing someone when you're departing, when you're leaving each other, bonne journée, wishing them a great day. This is a fact that languages, there are the words for most spoken gendered languages are Hindi, Spanish, French, and Arabic. So these languages, they have the nouns are either masculine or feminine. So bonne journée, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn how to say, for example, a phone, an olive, some tables in French. But first we are going to talk about the a and some, what they mean in English. So when we use in a, and, or some in French or in English, it just means that the word that we attach in these little words to is not specific. So it's what we call indefinites. So these articles are called indefinite articles, and that's because the noun that they are attached to is not specific. For example, if I say I bought a phone, that means I bought just any phone. But if I say I bought the phone that you told me to buy, then it's a specific phone. So, and we call them indefinite, meaning not specific. In French, we also have these indefinite articles. So for example, for a and n, when they are attached to a masculine singular noun, in French we use un. It's a un and it's pronounced un. It's almost like there's an h at the end. Un. Okay? And every time I say something in French, please repeat it so you can practice. Now, when the word is feminine singular, then we use a similar one, which is actually just adding an e to it. So instead of un, we are saying une. Une. Okay, repeat after me. Une. Okay, and notice that the e at the end is silent, so we just pronounce in u and then n, une. Here, because there is nothing after, we kind of like the n is not really pronounced as an n, so it's un and une. Okay, and we're talking about something plural that is also not specific, like about some tables, then we would use they. And they is pronounced they because there is the letter E and S attached to only one letter. So when they are attached to only one letter, we pronounce them as an A, and it's a short A. It's not A, just A. So we would read this. Try it again. They. Correct. They. Now let's practice with actual words. So here we are going to read the words and add the articles to them. So first, the E with an accent is pronounced as an A. A. So which means, how would we pronounce T with followed by an E with an accent? Correct. Te. And keep going. L followed by an E with an accent. Le. Le. PH is an F, just like in English. The last E is silent, and we are left with ON, and ON is like English on, like on the table. So, téléphone. Try it. Téléphone. And since it's masculine, which article should we use? Right, un. So, how would we say the whole thing? Un téléphone. Un téléphone. Bien. Now let's go to the next word. The next word, we also have an E at the end that is silent. You're going to hear that until you're going to remember it without even studying it. And then A is pronounced as an A. A. So if we have an A following the T, how would we pronounce these? Right. Ta. Ta. So it's table. Table. And since it's feminine, which article should we use? Une. Une. So how would we say the whole thing? Yeah. Une table. Une table. Now we go to the next word here. It starts with an H, and since it's underlined, that means it's silent. So we go straight to the O. And O has a little hat. It's an accent. It's called accent circonflexe. You don't have to memorize that if you don't want to. Circonflexe. and that accent circumflex doesn't really affect the pronunciation. It's just sitting there for some reason that we won't talk about now. So it's an O, and then the rest is basically like English, tel, hotel. Okay? Now, since it's a masculine word, we are going to use, right, un, which is pronounced un. So un, and then hotel. Okay? Now, the next word also is masculine, and let's see how we can read it. So we have an E with an accent, it's a, right, A. And so A, and then L followed by an E with an accent, le. So A, le. PH, F. AN, whenever you have an AN followed by a consonant, it's pronounced on. So it's A, le, fon. T at the end most of the time is silent. So I underlined it here, meaning that we are not pronouncing it. So it's un and éléphant. Let's practice it one more time. Un, éléphant. Okay. Next word is feminine, so which means that we are going to use not just un, but add in an extra E. So it will be une. And then the word here is O. So remember the O in English is a short O in French, O. So O. The I is an E sound in French. So it's olive, olive. Okay? So since it's feminine, it's une and then olive. Now, if we want to say some, like many, we would use, right, des. So des, D-E-S, is pronounced des, and so we will have des, téléphone. Table is also plural, des, table. Notice that I underlined the E and the S, meaning that they are not pronounced. So des, téléphone, des, table, des, hôtel, des, olives. Now let's see the response, which is in French, réponse, meaning there is no S before the P, réponse. But we added an accent on the E, so it's réponse. And let's read them together. I'll give you a moment to read it, and then I'll read it with you. Good. Un téléphone. And téléphone. And repeat after me every time I see something in French, so you can practice. And then the next one, I'll give you a moment to read it. Une table. Une table. And notice that the stress is on the ta. So, une table. And don't say table, it's ta. Table. Table. Okay. Now let's go to the interesting ones. So here we have an H that is silent. Whenever we have a word, or in many cases when we have a word that starts with an H and a vowel, then we put, and the first word ends with a consonant, we put the two words together. So we would say, un hôtel. So now we pronounce in the N. So, un hôtel. An hôtel. Very good. Now I'm going to let you pronounce this one, since you know now that we pronounce the N whenever the next word starts with a vowel or with an H. So here it's like starting with the vowel, since the H is silent anyway. So how would you say this one? Un éléphant. Un éléphant. As if they were just one word. The next one, same thing. You see here the E is silent, so we're going to put the two together. And it's going to be, since this is pronounced une, not un, so it's une olive. Une olive. Bien. Here we have des, téléphone, and remember téléphone is pronounced the same way whether we're talking about one phone or many. Same thing for table, es at the end, silent. So des téléphones, des tables. Now let's take a look at these. So the H here is silent, we already know that. And we are going to put the two words together since des ends with a consonant and hôtel starts with an H or with a vowel since the H is silent. So how would we say it? We pronounce them together and the S becomes like a Z. So we say des hôtels, des hôtels. And the S, of course, is silent at the end. So des hôtels. So when you have des followed by a noun that starts with an H, and of course after the H there is a vowel, or the word starts with a vowel, then that S is pronounced as a Z. We still pronounce des, but the S is pronounced as a Z. So des hôtels. So now I'm going to let you pronounce this one on your own. Bien. Des olives. Des olives. Okay. So we know a few rules of pronunciation, and we know that we have articles that are feminine and masculine and all of that. So I want to give you some tips, and the first one is always learn the nouns with their articles. So don't learn a noun and then later on try to figure out if it's feminine or masculine. Now the second tip is that it doesn't matter. If you make a mistake, it's okay. Don't let the feminine and masculine articles hold you back from practicing and speaking French. Just say it. If you say un téléphone, une téléphone, le téléphone, la téléphone, we will understand that you mean phone. So don't let it hold you back. Just practice, practice, practice. So bonne journée, have a good day, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn how to say the in French. But first, let's explain what we mean by the. The is a word that we attach at the beginning of a noun to mean that that noun is specific. So for example, if I say, I bought the car that I like, that means that I'm talking about a specific car, not just about any car. But if I say, I bought a car, then it's not a specific car. And the, for people who like the words or the terminology of grammar, is called definite article in English. Now, let's take a look at how we call that in French. So notice that we have similar words. Article, same as article, just pronounced differently. And then definite is défini. So let's pronounce them in French. Article, défini. Article, défini. Notice that in French we are not pronouncing the E and the S at the end. And we are not pronouncing this S either. So when we have an S for plural, it is not pronounced. So now here I did not put an S in English, but for French I put an S. Why? Let's see in the next slide. So in English, we have only one word as an article, which is the. But in French, how many do we have? You count them. Right, 4. So the first one here is pronounced le, le. And that's because an E in French attached to one consonant, one letter, is pronounced E, E. And that's why we are pronouncing this as le. And you repeat after me, le. Bien. Now, when do we use le? We use le when the noun that we attach in the article to is masculine singular. Now the next one is LA, and the A in French is pronounced A. A. So how would we read this? Right, la, la. And la is the article that we use when the noun is feminine singular. So le, la. Okay? Now the next one is just an L and apostrophe. Apostrophe. So apostrophe in English, in French, apostrophe. And when do we use this L apostrophe? Is when we have a noun that is masculine or feminine, singular, but it starts with an H or with a vowel. And just to remind you, a vowel is either an A, O, U, I, E, and sometimes a Y. So whenever you have a vowel, a word that starts with a vowel, or a noun that starts with a vowel, we would use this L apostrophe. And then the last one here, we have L-E-S. So E-S, when it's at the end of a word that has only one letter before the E-S, we pronounce it A. If we have more than one, we don't pronounce the E-S. So here, since it's an A, how would you pronounce this? Le. And it's a short A. It's not le, just le. Le. And le is used when we have a word or a noun that is plural, whether it's masculine or feminine. So it's different from Spanish, where they have masculine plural, an article, los, and then feminine, las. So two articles. In French, there is only one. Now, let's quiz you, see if you understood all of what I said so far. So here, we're gonna at the same time do the quiz and also learn how to pronounce words in French. So E here with an accent, accent, is also pronounced A. You will notice that in French we have so many A's. So A. So if this is an A and it's attached to the T, how do you pronounce this? T. T. And then the next one, you guess? Right, le, le. PH, same as in English, is an F. And then ON is on, and the last E is silent. And whenever you see something that is underlined, that means it is silent. Now, if I say that this word is masculine singular, which article would you use? Do you remember? Let's check. The first one, le. Okay? And then we go back to the next word here. And again, we have an E at the end that is silent. And we have an A, and remember A is pronounced as an A. A. So how do you pronounce this? Table. Table. So the word here, table, is feminine singular. So which article should we use? You remember? Let's check. Right. So we're going to use la. La. Then we go back here and we have a word that starts with an H. The H is silent. And the O in French is pronounced O. So it's short. O. O. And then we have tel, just like English. Hotel. Hotel. And it's a masculine singular word. So which article should we use? Right. L apostrophe. And it will be l'hôtel. Okay? Now the next word here starts with an O. Remember, in the French O is short. O. O. And the I is an E sound. So O, li, v. and the E at the end, silence. Olive. It's feminine singular, but it starts with a vowel, so which means that we would use also L apostrophe. Now the same words, but we added an S to them, which makes them plural. And for plural, what do we use? Right, we use les. Now we're gonna see the answer. So answer is réponse. So that's like response, réponse, but there is no S here, and there is an accent on the E, réponse. So let's read the words together, and whatever I highlight, that's where the stress is. So le, remember the E with an accent is an E, so le téléphone. Le téléphone, répétez, repeat. Le téléphone. Bien. The next word here, remember A is an A, so la table, and the E is silent. La table. And remember, emphasis on the ta. So la table. Bien. So every time I say a word, I'll leave some time for you to repeat. And then let's go to the next one. The H is silent, underlined silent, meaning that we're just gonna read the L-O-T-E-L. So l'hôtel. And remember the O in English is just O. So it's l'hôtel. Okay? And here again, the emphasis is at the end of the word, and that's why you hear the tel louder and a little bit longer than the lo. Okay? So l'hôtel. Bien. The next word, again, we have an O and an I. Remember, this is I in French. L'olive. Parfait. Perfect. Now let's go to the next ones. Les téléphones. And remember, we're not pronouncing the S at the end. The S of plural is silent. Les téléphones. Bien. So here the ES is pronounced as an A because it's attached to only one letter, the L. But for téléphone and table and olive and hôtel, actually hôtel doesn't have an E, all of these, the ES is, both of them are silent. And that's why I underline them. So les téléphones. Répétez. Les téléphones. Bien. Les tables. Bien. Now we are going to learn something else, is that when a word starts with an H, the H is silent, and it's as if it starts with an O. So what we do is we pronounce this S, or we put the two words together, and we pronounce that S as Z. So we have les hôtels. Les hôtels. Okay, répétez. Les hôtels. Les hôtels. Parfait. Perfect. Maintenant, now, les olives. Les olives. Parfait. So now you know how to use the in French. So it's either le, la, l'apostrophe, or les. I hope you enjoyed the lesson, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to continue to learn some more greetings, but first we are going to do la révision. La révision, which means review. So here we have the word And I'm going to let you read it first. Remember that the O-N is pronounced on. So how would you read the whole thing? Right. Bon. Bon. Versus the second one, we have O-N-N-E, and that's pronounced on. So how would you pronounce it? Bon. Bon. So we have bon and bon. And remember, we said that bon means good when we're describing something masculine singular, and bon when we are describing something feminine singular. And we are going to go to the next slide where we're going to learn how to say afternoon. So if you know that A is pronounced as an A in French when it's followed by a consonant, and an E with an accent is pronounced like an A, and the S at the end of words is most of the time silent. How would you pronounce the first word here? Right. Après. Après. And the R, you can pronounce it as an R, which is like the gargling sound, R, or as an R. And that's actually how they pronounce it in many countries in Africa and also in some parts in the south of France. So if you say après, that's fine. The best one would be après. Après. And then we have the next word here. So if you know that the I is pronounced like an I in midday, midday, how would you pronounce the next word? Right. Midi. Midi. Now we are going to pronounce the whole thing. Après-midi. One more time. Après-midi. Very good. Now let's see what those words actually mean. And I color-coded the words, so you see that après means after, and midi means noon or midday. So basically you have learned 3 words here from après-midi is après-midi, afternoon, après is after, and midi is noon or midday. How would you say then an afternoon if you know that afternoon, the word afternoon is masculine singular? I'll give you one moment, think about it, and then we will see the answer. Great, so it is actually un, and then we already learned the après midi. So we have here un, ending with an N, just like in English here, N. We put the words together and we say un après-midi, an après-midi, just like an afternoon. So un après-midi. Okay, repeat it one more time. Un après-midi. Bien, très bien. Let's go now to how would you say have a good afternoon. So remember, afternoon is a masculine word. So how would you say have a good afternoon? One moment for you to think. And we're going to see the answer. So the answer is bon. And again, because bon ends with an N and après starts with a vowel, we put the 2 words together and we would pronounce it bon après. Bon après-midi. Bon après-midi. Okay? So repeat after me. Bon après-midi. Very good. So now you know how to say have a good afternoon. And remember, in French we just say good afternoon and it means have a good afternoon. It doesn't mean good afternoon. So basically you say it when you're leaving or when the person is leaving. So bon après-midi if it's in the afternoon now, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video we are going to continue to learn more French greetings and learn how to pronounce them just like native speakers. But before we add any more, we are going to review what we have done. So we are going to do révision, review. So the first one was hello, good morning, good afternoon, which means the greeting the whole day from sunrise to sunset. How do we say that? Right. And I actually just said it. So it's bonjour. Bonjour. So remember to close your lips when you're pronouncing the OU. So that's the first one. The second one that we learned was good evening. Good evening. So how do we say good evening? Right. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. And remember to make it longer at the end. Bonsoir. Okay, now the next one is have a good day. How do we say have a good day? Right. Bonne journée. Bonne journée. And we also learned the words le jour. So remember, an E attached to only one consonant is pronounced E. So we are going to pronounce this as le. And then of course OU is an U, so le jour, and that means the day. And it's le because it is, right, masculine. Now the next word is the evening, and the evening we have an OI here that is pronounced as an wa, right? So how would you pronounce the word here? Right, le soir, le soir. We also learned another word for the day, but that this word here refers to the length of the day. And that word was, so I'm going to let you read it. Remember that the E with an accent is pronounced A, short A, and the last E here is silent, so I underlined it. And we just have it here for fun. No, actually, the extra E most of the time means the word is feminine. So, read it. La journée. La journée. And that means the length of the day. Remember, when you say, have a good day, you mean that you wish the person that every moment of the day is good. So, it's the length of the day. Now, I'm going to ask you to figure out how to say the length of the evening, knowing that by adding an E with an accent and then an extra E, you make the word mean the length. You may say, well, there is an N here. Yes, there are some words where we add an extra N, but there are some where we add just E with an accent and then an extra E that is silent. So for the length of the evening, we're just going to add the two E's, and we will not do the N. So now try to find the answer, write it down, and then join us in the next slide. So here we have la soirée, and that means the length of the evening. And guess what I'm going to ask you next? Right. So I'm going to ask you how to say have a good evening. So knowing that bonjour is hello, good morning, good afternoon, bonsoir, good evening, and then bonne journée, have a good day, then how would we say have a good evening? So pause the video, write down the answer, then come back and join us. And here is the answer. Bonne soirée. So we're not using bon, we're using bonne because soirée is feminine. And we don't have a, we just say good length of the evening, and that means have a good evening. So if you are reviewing this lesson in the evening, I would say bonne soirée, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour or bonsoir. In this video, we are going to continue to learn more greetings in French, and this time we are going to learn how to say the word night in French. And I wouldn't say it first, you will. So knowing that the T at the end is silent, which is the case in general in French, the T at the end of words is silent, and that the UI before a consonant are pronounced oui. How would you pronounce this word on your own? Right, nuit, nuit. So I'm doing this so you can learn French on your own, because if you know the rules of pronunciation, you can pick up the dictionary, or if you see a word, you will be able to read it on your own. So now anytime you have some other consonants and then U, I, and another consonant, etc., it will be pronounced as oui. The UI is pronounced as oui. Now remember that we said that it's better to learn the words with their articles, so you don't have, for example, to learn the word night and then later on figure out what article to use with it. So I have a little quiz for you here. Knowing that the word nuit is feminine, how would you say the night or a night? So write the answer down, try to read it to practice your pronunciation, and then we go to the next slide to see la réponse. La réponse. La réponse. So to say the night, we say la nuit. La nuit. La nuit. And then to say a night, you say une. Remember, this E is silent. Une nuit. Une nuit. So let's practice it. La nuit. La nuit. Une nuit. Une nuit. Very good. So now that you know how to say night, and you know that it is feminine, how would you say have a good night? I just want to remind you, or I want to tell you, that the word night does not have two words as in jour and soir, jour, journée, soir, soirée. Night, we only have one word for it, and that is nuit. So how would you say have a good night? So find the answer, write it down, pronounce it to practice reading, and then come back to see the answer, la réponse, which is bonne nuit, bonne nuit, bonne nuit. Okay, so let's practice it one more time. Bonne nuit, bonne nuit. Now let's say the whole thing together. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit. So notice that we're saying n at the end, in the middle. So bonne, bonne, bonne nuit, bonne nuit, bonne nuit. Okay, we put them together and the double N becomes just kind of like an N. Bonne nuit, bonne nuit. Very good. So if you are studying at night, I would say bonne nuit, and I will see you in the next video for more French. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to continue to learn some greetings in French. And now we're going to take a look at a new word. So what does this word remind you of in English? Take a moment and think. Right, salutation, salutation. So now let's see what that word means. So this word means hello and goodbye. So you can say it when you meet someone, and you can also say it when you are leaving. The only thing is that this word here is informal. So basically you don't use it with people you don't know very well. You only use it with friends and family. And now let's learn how to pronounce it correctly like French speakers. So we have a U here, And then the T is silent. The A, we said that it's an A, so we already know that. So SA or SA in French, how would you pronounce just that? Sa, sa. Now the U is pronounced, and you can see here that to pronounce the U, the French U sound, pucker your lips while leaving a small hole and keep them rounded while saying E. So basically it's U, U, U. Try it. U. Very good. So now let's say the whole word, knowing that the T is silent. And remember, in previous videos, I said that when I underline a letter, that means that it's not pronounced, right? So let's pronounce the word salut. Salut. One more time. Salut. Very good. Now this word has another word that is very similar, but instead of having just a U here and a T, the T was silent anyway and the D is silent, so this is not a big deal. Now the AU in French is pronounced as an open O. O. So if the AU is an open O, how would you pronounce this word? Sa-lo. Sa-lo. And you have to make sure that you're pronouncing this word correctly. Salut instead of salaud, because this is actually an insult. So if you say salut, that means hello and goodbye. It will give you a smile. But if you say salaud, that's a bastard, which means that it's gonna get you into a fight. So let's pronounce the word that means hello and goodbye first. Salut. Salut. The next one, which I don't recommend that you will say, is salut. Salut. Okay, so I will say salut, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn how to say see you or bye or goodbye in French. So first, we are going to learn how to pronounce it. So AU in French is pronounced as an open O. O. Repeat after me. O. Very good. And then the E is pronounced as an E. E. One more time. E. The OI is pronounced as wa. Wa. So now let's pronounce the whole thing, and I'm gonna wait for you until you try it. Bien. So now I am going to pronounce it with you. So the AU is O. The RE is re. 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 And then the VOIR is voir. Voir. Now we're going to do the whole thing. Au revoir. Bien. Now one more time, but a little bit faster. Au revoir. Very good. Now I want to add one more thing, is that when we speak in everyday life to friends and family, we tend to drop the E in the middle of words. So this E here is dropped, and you will hear just au revoir. Au revoir. So let's do it together. Au revoir. Au revoir. Very good. Now you know how to pronounce it. We are going to go to the next step, which is to break down this expression and see what's in it, how many words are in there. So O-A-U means enso. The R-E is the same as in English, it's ri, which is a prefix that we attach to verbs, for example, to mean again. And then voir means to see. Voir means to see. So it means the verb in the infinitive. It's not conjugated. So let's do it one more time. Au revoir. Au revoir. So keep practicing. Au revoir, and I'll see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video we are going to continue to learn greetings, and this time we are going to learn welcome. So welcome, let's see how to pronounce that. So I am going to let you pronounce it first, but I will give you some rules of pronunciation, and this will train you to read French on your own. So when you see an I-E-N in French that is followed by a consonant that is not an N, you pronounce it ya, ya. So let's say when you have a B-I-E-N, how would you pronounce it? Try it. Bien, bien. Now let's go to the next part. The E is pronounced as an E, E. So how would you pronounce a V-E? V, V. So far we have, try it. Bien vu, bien vu. And then the last part here, we have a U and an E. The E at the end is silent, and the E in general at the end of words that have more than one sound is, right, silent. And then the U is pronounced by putting the lips together while leaving a small hole, and then while keeping them rounded, try to pronounce an E. It's very difficult at the beginning, but you try it again and again and you will get it. So, U, U. And notice that the upper lip is a little bit forward compared to the bottom lip. So it's U, U. Okay? Now the NU is pronounced nu, nu. Okay, now let's do it from the beginning here. So, bienvenue, bienvenue. Try it. Bienvenue. Very good. Now let's take a look at this word and see if it contains other words. So you see here I color-coded the word. So bien means good, and venu means came. So bienvenue, good came. Doesn't make sense in English, but this is to teach you more words than just bienvenue. So I would say bienvenue to this course, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video we are going to learn how to say see you soon in French. So as usual, we are going to learn how to pronounce it. And I'm gonna let you pronounce it on your own, knowing that A with an accent is pronounced A. And by the way, whether it has an accent or not, it's always A. So that means that the first part here is right, A. And then let's go to the next part. So the I-E-N pronounced yan, yan. So let's pronounce these two pieces here. Try them. Right. Ah, bien. Ah, bien. And then the last part here, we have a T that is silent, and we have an O with an accent that looks like a hat. If you want to know, the name of it is accent circonflexe, and it is pronounced as a short open O. So the O, whether it has that accent or not, it's always pronounced O. Okay, so which means that this last part is pronounced to, to. So the T at the end is silent, and then this is an O. Now we are going to read the whole thing, but I will let you do it first. Perfect. Parfait. À bientôt. À bientôt. One more time. À bientôt. Great. So now we are going to take a look at what this expression consists of. So à here means to or until. And to as in like I'm going to. So you use à. And then bientôt means soon. Bientôt means soon. And then we're going to take it a little bit further, and we are going to break the second part into two words. So à, of course, is to or until, and bien means good, and tôt means early. So far, you know à bientôt meaning, right, see you soon. And then à means to or until, and then bien, good, and tôt, early, and also bientôt meaning soon. So let's practice it one more time. À bientôt. À bientôt. Perfect. Parfait. So I will say à bientôt, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour. In a previous video, we have learned how to say see you soon. So I'm going to give you a little quiz. How do you say see you soon in French? Say it or write it down, then say it, and then join us in the next slide to see how we say it and see if you remember it. Did you get it right? Now let's see the pronunciation. À bientôt. À bientôt. Did you get the pronunciation right? Very good. Now we are going to add a little bit more to this expression. So we have the word very, which is pronounced. If the E here with an accent is pronounced as an A, how do you pronounce this? Très, très. And remember, when I underline a letter, that means that it is not pronounced. And in general, the S is not pronounced at the end of words. So probably 95% or more of words that have an S, the S is not pronounced. So it's just très, très. Now, if you know how to say très, very, how would you say see you very soon? So pause the video, write it down and say it, or just say it, and then let's go to the next slide to find out. And I will let you read it. Bien. À très bientôt. À très bientôt. Did you get it right? Perfect. À très bientôt. So remember à très bientôt, this expression, we learned the à meaning to or until, and then très means, as you see on the screen soon. How about bien? Right, good. And then tôt, early, and then bientôt, soon. So just from this expression, you have learned many words that you can use in other sentences and phrases. So I would say à très bientôt, and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour or bonsoir. In this video, we are going to learn how to say see you shortly today. So in in order to say see you shortly today, this is what we're gonna say. But I am not gonna tell you how to pronounce it. I'm just gonna give you some tips and you will try to pronounce it on your own. So an A with an accent is pronounced A, as we said in other videos, A. Now the OU, we said that in bonjour, is pronounced as a long OO. So you bring your lips together and you pronounce it OO. The T here usually is not pronounced, but I did not underline it and we will see why in the next slide. But for now, let's just read these two words. So I'll let you pronounce it first and then I will say it. Right. So a, tu, a, tu. Did you get it right? Very good. And then the next one is a. And then the last part is we have an L apostrophe, which is just L. And then the H is silent. So assume that there is no H, no apostrophe here. And we put in the L next to the E. The EU is pronounced as E, as in earth, E, okay? And then the last E is silent. And as we said before, the last E in a word in French is silent, except when it's attached to only one letter, one other letter or one other sound. So here it's silent. So how would you pronounce the whole thing? Try it, and then I will let you know if you did right. Parfait, perfect. So, à, tu, à, l'heure. À, tu, à, l'heure. Now let's go to the next slide to see why I did not underline that T. So this T here at the end of this word is going to be pronounced. And the reason for that is because there is a vowel here. So if the next word starts with a vowel, or if the word is just a vowel, then this T is going to be pronounced. So now try and pronounce these three words together. Right. A, tu, ta, tu, ta. So imagine that there is no space here. A, tu, ta. And we already know this one is pronounced l'heure. So let's pronounce the whole thing. À tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure. Very good. Now let's take a look at all of these words and what they mean. So à means to, and this à we can say it means at. So à has few meanings. So far we know that it means to, like I am going to the market, to. And then it also means at, if I want to say I am at the market. And then to means all or every. The L apostrophe is the, and we covered that when we did the articles. And then the heure means hour. So à tout à l'heure, and each word means something that wouldn't make sense in English, but that's because languages have different structures and different idioms. So that is the vocabulary, and now we are going to practice, and then I will let you go after one more thing. So, à tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure. Very good. Now we are going to add one more thing. When it's informal, let's say if you want to say to your friend or a member of your family, see you shortly, you don't have to say à tout à l'heure. You can, but that's kind of like you use it in formal situations, but you can also use it in informal situations. However, à tout is only informal, so you cannot use it with your boss or someone you don't know. So à tout, and we pronounce the T here, the E at the end is silent, as we said before. À toutes. Okay? So, à tout à l'heure in the next video, and keep practicing. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn how to say see you later in French. So, here is how we say it, and we will start with the pronunciation. So, I am going to give you the rules of pronunciation, and you will do it on your own. And that way you will practice how to read French. So when you see an A with an accent, that is pronounced A, A. And then here we have a U. The U is pronounced U, U. So you bring your lips together while leaving a small hole, and then keep them rounded while you say in the letter E. So, U, U, U. Okay, the S at the end here is silent. And then we have again another A that is pronounced also an A, and then the D is silent. So let's start one at a time. So A with an accent is pronounced A, right, A. Now, how about the second word? Plus. Plus. And then the third one, D is silent. Tard, tard. Now let's do the whole thing. À plus tard. À plus tard. Perfect. Now we are going to look at the vocabulary and see what these words mean separately. So, à means to or at. And then plus tard means later. So the two words together, plus tard, mean later. Now we're going to take it another step further, and we are breaking all that expression into words. So à means to or until, plus means more, and usually it's pronounced plus, plus meaning more. And then tard means late. So, à plus tard means see you later, but at the same time, à means to or until, plus means more, and tard means late. So remember here, when we say à plus tard, we don't pronounce the S, but when we mean more, we pronounce the S. So let's practice one more time the pronunciation. À plus tard. And notice where I'm putting the stress. À plus tard. So, tard. À plus tard. Very good. So, à plus tard. See you in the next video. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to learn how to say farewell in French. So first, I'm going to give you some tips to pronounce the word yourself so you can practice. So A, as we said in other videos, is pronounced A. A. Okay? Now, E, U, both of them are pronounced E. E. Okay? Now, the I, when it's followed by a vowel, it becomes like a Y sound. So, how do you pronounce the whole word? So, this one is an E, this is Y sound, and this is an A. So, how do you pronounce the whole thing? Right. Adieu. Adieu. Okay? And in this word, there is a word Dieu, which means God. Dieu, God. So, one more time. Adieu. Very good. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video. So in this video, we are going to learn how to conjugate the verb faire in the present tense, which is to do in the present. So basically what we are going to do is, first of all, this verb is an irregular verb, which means that it doesn't follow a certain way of conjugating verbs. However, it is conjugated like the verbs that have an A-I-R-E, but it doesn't belong to a regular group. It's an irregular group. But that's all about conjugation and all of that. Most important thing is that we know how to write it, if we are going to write, and mostly how to say it and what it means. So for I, it's je. And what we do when you have a verb that has an A-I-R-E like that, what you keep is, so we have the F, and we keep the I-E, and then we drop the R-E. So let's do even a different color coding where we have two parts. So that one in a different color. So the verb has an A-I-R-E, A-I-R-E. And when you have verbs like that in the present tense, you drop the R-E, which is in red, and you keep the A-I. And then you add an S to it. So basically keeping the F-A-I, and if it's another verb that's like taire, then you will keep the T-A-R, and then you drop the R-E, you replace it with an S. So that is je. Now, and the pronunciation of this one is that the S at the end is silent. So most words in French, when they have an S at the end, it is silent. The AI in French is pronounced as an A. So which means that the pronunciation will be je fais. Je fais. And it's not je fais, it's je fais. Anytime you have a word that ends with an A, then the stress is not at the end. You don't elongate the end of je fais. For example, you don't say je fais, you say je fais. Je fais. Okay? Now the meaning of the present tense is a little bit tricky because it could mean I do, it could mean I am doing, or I have been doing. So anytime you have one of those, you have one which is je fais. Okay? Now for you do, so now we have the you, one person, and we are going, we're not going to do the whole thing. You understand that it's going to be you do, you are doing, and he has, you have been doing. Mm-hmm. Okay. So all of that is one. So in here for you, it's going to be tu as you, and then fait is going to be exactly the same as when you say I do. So it's the same word, it's written the same way, and the S is silent, the AI is an A. So je fais, tu fais. Now for he, so he is going to be he does, he is doing, he has been doing. In that case, we have il, and the same thing F-A-I or F-A-I, but instead of an S, there is a T in there. So the first one has an S, second one S also, third one is a T. Or let's keep the same color, so it's T. Now the he, il fait, pardon?
Pronunciation same.
Pardon?
The pronunciation is the same.
Right, you are right. So the pronunciation for all of them is exactly the same. Even though this one has an S and S, but this one has a T, but the pronunciation exactly the same because the letters S and T at the end of a word in French, most of the time, not 100%, but more than 95%, those letters are not pronounced. So, je fais, tu fais, il fait. So, il fait is he does, or he is doing, or he has been doing. And then after he, we have she. And again, it's she does, she is doing, or she has been doing. And the same thing, we are going to do the she, which is elle, and then fait. So usually the il and elle are the same. There are a few exceptions with the past tense and all of that, but in the present tense, il and elle are always written the same way. Another one that is written the same way is on. And on doesn't really exist in English. So if you want to translate it, it has, you could say one in general does, or they in general do, and it's also used as we when we speak. So if you want to say in France they eat a lot of baguettes, you use the on. Whether you are French, if you are French and you want to say like in France we eat a lot of baguettes, you can say on mange beaucoup de baguettes. If you want to say like people in France and you're not French, then you also can say on fait. The we is usually in spoken. The one and they is in spoken and also in written. And then, so pronunciation-wise, all of these are exactly the same. Fait, 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 fait. Now, when we go to we, and that's going to be we do, we are doing, we have been doing, then in that case, we have nous. And we keep in the FAI. And then we add in SONS. And this one we need to talk about a little bit more because there are certain things that are unusual in this one. So let's make it bigger. And okay, so nous. So in this case, and let's make this also. Okay, so for nous, we, like I said, we took just like what we did with je fais, we took the FAI, and then we add SONS. And I'm gonna put that in red. So that's what we add after dropping the RE. Now, nous faisons is we do, we have been doing, and we are doing. It's always the same type of conjugation. Now, what I want to talk about is, here we said je fais. And here, we don't say nous faisons, we say nous faisons. It's an exception where the AI is pronounced as an E, the French E. Okay, so instead of nous faisons, it's nous faisons. And I'm gonna put that in a different color. So that's an unusual thing in French. So this one, it's pronounced differently. It's nous faisons, not nous faisons. And then we go to the you as in one person formal, or you all. That is going to be vous. And this one is another story. It is vous faites. Vous faites. And of course, the ES at the end of words in French, always silent. So basically, we added the T, ES, but we only pronounce the T. So we added TES, and the ES silent. So we just say vous faites. Vous faites. And then for plural, il. So il, just here we have he, il. And they is il, like this one, but we add in an S for plural. So that is they. And in this one here is font. So if you look at it, it's actually, we even got rid of the AI, and we added an ONT. This verb is very irregular. So let me maybe put this here. And then for elle is the same thing. Elles font. Same story. So this is a verb that is used a lot. So you need to learn it. And it's an irregular verb. It doesn't follow it doesn't follow like regular rules. It has its own rules. So je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, on fait. Same pronunciation. Nous faisons. So the AI is an E. Nous faisons. And then vous faites. Again, we're going back to the AI as an A. So this one is an exception. The nous. Vous faites. Not pronouncing the ES. And then ils font. Again, the T is not pronounced. Just like what we did with il fait and elle fait. So ils font and then elles font. So il is they when it's either just male or male and female. But elle is just, so they, and that is just female.
Ils font.
Juste les femmes. So elles font, elles font. So je fais, tu fais, il fait.
Ils font, elles font.
Yeah, so that's this one. So I'm starting from the beginning here. So I will do the whole thing and then you can read after. So je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, on fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font, elles font. Now the S in nous faisons is pronounced as a Z, and that's because anytime you have one S between two vowels, it is pronounced as a Z. So nous faisons. And the last S, of course, is silent. And that is the verb faire au présent, to do in the present tense. So on this video, we are going to learn how to form the past tense in French. So there are certain things that are different between the past tense in English and in French. So in order to say something in the past, in French is you take the subject, le sujet, and then the verb, so le verbe avoir, or, ou, être, plus participe passé. And I will explain. So participe passé. Okay. So here we have the subject. The subject is the same, je, tu, il, elle, just like what we did with je fais, tu fais, il fait. So that's the present tense. Subjects are the same. However, the way we do the verbs in the past is different from English. So let's say, for example, in English, if you want to say I ate, if you have done something and you want to say it, I ate. So I ate kiwi. In French, it's gonna be I plus have and then eaten. But it does not mean I have eaten, it means I ate. So that's a tricky one for most students because in English you say I ate, but in French you use I have eaten in order to say I ate. And then there is another one if you want to say I have eaten. So word for word is I have eaten, but the meaning is I ate. And that's what is kind of confusing because the past tense in French is composed of the verb to have or to be, and we'll talk about which one to use, to have or to be, and then a past participle. So, in order to conjugate a verb, and we won't talk about the être for now, we are going to do just the avoir, because the verb that we want to do, which is the verb to do, takes the verb avoir, to have. So in order to do that, we are going to first learn the verb avoir in the present tense. And I need to add this here, au présent. So, au présent. So we will have to do first le verbe avoir au présent, and then we'll talk about the past participle, how to form it. In order to do that, we are going to go to the next page, and we will do the verb avoir au présent, which is the first part of the past tense in French. So, la page suivante, the next page, in order to say I have, then we will do j'ai. So the have, when it's I, it's an AI. And of course there is an E here, but because A starts with the vowel, we drop that E and it becomes just j'ai. And as we said when we did the verb faire in the present tense, AI is pronounced A in French. Now, j'ai, and then for you have is tu as, tu as. And the S here is, of course, silent. Tu as. So, j'ai, tu as. Now, this tu as, I'm going to add something, is when we speak, we tend to say ta. So we drop even the U in there. And that's in spoken, not in writing, formal writing. So tu as, that's the correct, formal, good one. And ta is when we speak. Just like in English, I am going versus let's say I am going to eat. In everyday life, you don't say it that way, you say I'm gonna eat. And that's the same thing in French. So we drop in that U in there and it becomes ta. The S is silent. So a. So j'ai, tu as, tu as. And because the U is followed by a vowel, you will hear like a Y in there. Tu as, tu as, tu as. And then the ta is just ta. And then for il, a. So it's the same pronunciation again, tu as, a, but there is no S. So il a. And of course the il, elle, and on, they're always the same in the present tense. So it will be il a, elle a, on a. When it comes to nous, we are going to take, as you see, the verb here has an OIR as ending. So in French, usually, in English, in order to say that the verb is in the infinitive, it's not conjugated, you have that word to. But in French, it's inside the word. So avoir, the voir is what makes it not conjugated. So those endings make it not conjugated. So avoir, and we are going to take the a and v and add the regular endings of the present tense of other verbs, ons. You notice that with the verb nous faisons, there was an ons, so it's the same. And then vous avez, and that's also something that is regular, even though this verb is irregular, but these two endings are regular for the present tense. Nous mangeons, vous mangez, nous dansons, vous dansez, etc. Nous finissons, vous finissez. And then for il and elles ont. So this is kind of like the same as what we did with the verb faire. Ils font, elles font, and then ils ont, elles ont. And we will do that comparison another time with these irregular verbs. So here, you also have to remember to make that liaison between the nous and avez, and it is a mandatory liaison. So you don't say nous avons, that's not correct. And you don't say vous avez, not correct either. You have to make that liaison between the two. So you say nous avons, and of course the last S is silent, and then vous avez. And the easy at the end of any word in French is pronounced A. And whenever you have an A sound at the end of a word in the French from France, which is also the Francophone countries in Africa, pronounce them similar to France, you would have easy as an A. You don't elongate it. You don't say vous avez, it's vous avez, vous avez. It's short, and the emphasis is not placed there. So nous avons, vous avez, ils ont. And again, here we will have to have the liaison. It's obligatoire. So mandatory. You cannot say ils ont, elles ont. You'll have to say ils ont, elles ont. So that is the verb avoir in the present tense, which will help us conjugate verbs in the past tense. And because that's what we were trying to learn is how to conjugate the verb faire in the past tense. So we said that in order to form the past tense in French, you need the verb avoir in the present tense, and in some other verbs you need the verb être, which is to be, but we're not doing that now. And you need what's called past participle, which is participe passé in French. So now we can go to the next page. On passe à la page suivante. And then we are going to do the verb faire au passé composé. So remember we said that passé composé has to have the verb avoir in the present tense. And all we are going to do is take this one here. And let's see if I can copy it and place it here. Or let's just do one at a time. So let's say for I have is j'ai, and you have is tu as, as we saw before. And then il a. And then for elle a, on a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. So that's just the one piece of the passé composé or past tense in French. Now you have to have also what's called the past participle. So for the verb faire, and we're going to go back to the page where we had comment former le passé composé, and we have done the verb avoir, and then we need the past participle. So the past participle of faire, participe passé du verbe faire, is just fait with a T at the end. So it looks like il fait in the present tense, and that's how you form the past tense for verbs that have an A-I-R-E, fait. So all we have to do is copy that fait and add it here. Fait and fait. So you see that it's the same thing. I'm not changing anything. I took the verb avoir in the present tense, and then I'm adding what's called past participle, and it is just fait, F-A-I-T. Okay, and we are not pronouncing the T at the end. So now this is j'ai fait. So if you take it word for word, it's going to be I have done. But if the correct translation is not that. The correct translation is I did. So j'ai fait means I did. Tu as fait, you did. Or When we speak, as we said before, you can use t'as fait. T'as fait means you did in spoken. Il a fait, elle a fait, on a fait, nous avons fait, vous avez fait, ils ont fait, elles ont fait. So pronunciation-wise, we already learned how to pronounce all of the verb avoir in the present tense. And then we just add in basically the fait to it. And let's make this, let's see, 24. And the same thing here to make it the same size, 24. Et voilà. And we can even make this bold for all of it. And again, do not get confused. J'ai fait does not mean I have done. It means I did. There's another tense that will convey I have done. This one is just I did. J'ai fait, tu as fait, t'as fait, il a fait, elle a fait, on a fait. And we're not pronouncing the T at the end. Nous avons fait, we have that liaison, and the S here is silent. Vous avez fait, ils ont fait, elles ont fait. And that is the verb faire in the past tense, which means to do. Now, in another video, we are going to talk about the use of verb faire, because it doesn't always mean just to do. There are other ways, other meanings of the verb faire. Okay. So we'll start with the verb to wake someone up, which is réveiller. So the pronunciation, we go first with the pronunciation, the R-E, E with an accent aigu, so that accent that's on the E is called aigu. So E avec accent aigu, E with accent aigu is pronounced A. So that's why we have here ré. So we pronounce ré. Or you can also pronounce it, if you can't pronounce the R, you can also pronounce it R. You can say ré. So ré or ré. Because the R is pronounced in the Francophone world two different ways. Even in France itself, like the South France, the R is pronounced like R, like a Spanish, close to the Spanish R, R. And the other pronunciation is the R, which is like the gargling sound, R. So the R is R. The E with an accent is A, so that is ré. Now we go to the next part of the word. We have the V, which is same as in English, and then we have an E-I or E-I, E-I. So nous avons, we have E-I. E-I pronounced A. So it's another A. So basically rêver. So E avec un accent aigu, A. E-I, A. So there are two, they are written differently, but the pronunciation, la prononciation, la même chose, the same thing, la même chose. And then we have the double L that comes after an I. They are silent. So I am going to make it in gray here. And then we have the ER at the end of a word in French is also pronounced A. So A, all of those. So ER at the end of a word, except there are a few exceptions, but in general, ER at the end of a word is pronounced, especially verbs, is pronounced also A. So, E avec un accent aigu prononcé E, E-I prononcé E, E-R à la fin at the end, à la fin d'un mot, of a word, prononcé et. Alors, ça veut dire, which means réveiller. So, prononciation, réveiller, réveiller. And then, quelqu'un, quelqu'un. So, quelqu'un, the U in French is usually silent, with few exceptions like aquarium. Let's make it grayer. And then, so, que, the Q, and then the E, but followed by two sounds, two consonants, is an A. So, quelqu'un, quelqu'un,
Quelqu'un.
Voilà. So, réveiller quelqu'un. Répétez, s'il vous plaît. Repeat, please.
Réveiller quelqu'un.
Parfait. Now, we are going to start with this verb because we are trying to answer the question that we had, which was, what did you do today? And we have done the verb faire, to do, in the present and in the past. So now, in order to answer that question, we are going to start with just to wake someone up. Then we will do to wake oneself up. So starting with the present tense for this verb. And we are going to use, on va utiliser, use un tableau. Utiliser un tableau. So, je, tu, il, elle, on. Okay, so we're starting with je. So if I want to say I wake someone up, someone up, and then we are going to do you, and then he, and then she, and then the one that doesn't exist in English, and then we, and then you all, or you one person formal, and then they masculine, and they feminine. So masculine, and then they feminine. Okay, so we're starting with the first one, which is the je. So we have je, tu, il, elle, and then we have the on, and then nous, vous, and remember for nous and vous, you don't pronounce the S, and the same thing for il and elle. So these are just the subjects. Now we are going to conjugate the verb. Now this verb here ends with er. So le verbe se termine, terminate, termine, se termine par with er, er. So er en rouge, in red, en rouge, in red. So when you have a verb, any verb in French that has an er except for one verb, which is the verb aller, to go, they are all going to have the same endings. So if we want to do to take to wake someone up in the present, this is what we are going to do. So in the present, which means réveiller quelqu'un au présent. So in French, we would say au présent in French, in present. So au présent, in the present tense. Présent. Okay, so to wake someone up in the present tense, réveiller quelqu'un au présent. Okay, now all the verbs that have, pardon?
Présent.
Oui. Alors, vous répétez, s'il vous plaît, réveiller quelqu'un au présent.
Réveiller quelqu'un au présent.
Très bien. So, on prend, we take le verbe réveiller, we take the verb réveiller, just like what you do in English, like to wake someone up, the to is basically that er in red. So which means that when you conjugate in a verb, you're not saying I to wake someone up. You drop that to. We do the same thing in French. You drop the er and we just take réveil and then we plug it in here. And let's make it smaller so it fits in here with all of them. Let's see. Okay. And then we take that and we are going to use it in all of these. And then we will see what we're going to add to it. So all of them will have that root in there. So nous, and then vous, and then il, and then elle. Maintenant, now, we are going to change that er that we dropped to something else. So for je, we add an e. And let's make that red because it's replacing the red part of the verb in the infinitive. And then for, so we'll take that e and we copy it and we paste it here and here and here and here. Now all the when we're talking about one person singular form, they all look the same except for the tu, we add in an extra s, but the other ones are all the same. And the pronunciation is the same for all of them because whatever we have added are silent. So this e is silent, es silent, 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 silent. So pronunciation will be je réveille, and tu réveilles. And we will go back to the pronunciation after we finish with the endings. So for new, it's gonna be O-N-S. And we can put that also in red, O-N-S. So all the verbs that have er except except for aller, which means to go, they all have the same endings. So nous réveillons, and then for vous, we have an easy, and en rouge, in red, rouge, red, and then il, it's basically the same as these, so we will have same thing again, the réveil in here. Okay, and then réveil in here. However, for the plural, we are going to add an nt, and the same thing here, nt. But the pronunciation for all of these, which we will do together, let's make that as great. And these we need gray. So all the ones that you see in gray will be pronounced exactly the same way. So let's go over the pronunciation. And of course, all of these mean wake someone up. So we can just copy and paste. And same here. Same here. Voila. And we can also make this one line. Okay, and then this one here. So you see that all of these, the ones that are in gray, are going to be pronounced the same way. So let's start, commencer with pronouncing them. So, je réveille. And so remember that the RE with an accent is ré, and then the V with EI after is an A also. So réveille. So the double L here pronounced kind of like Y sound. Réveille, réveille, réveille. The pronunciation of the first A and this A here are slightly different, but they're still A's in the A category of A's. So, je réveille, je réveille. And the stress is on the A. Je réveille, tu réveilles, il réveille, elle réveille, on réveille. And then for the plural, il réveille. So notice that the il singular form and the plural sound exactly the same. Il réveille, il réveille. Elle réveille, elle réveille. But you will understand it from the context. They sound the same. And now we have that on here, the on meaning one in general or they in general, and it's also used as we when we speak. So that is to wake someone up. Okay. Now, for we wake someone up, the regular one is nous réveillons. And again, the O-N-S here, but the S is not pronounced. So nous, no, you don't pronounce the S. Le S n'est pas prononcé. And for réveillon, the S n'est pas prononcé, is not pronounced. So nous réveillons.
N'est pas prononcé.
N'est pas prononcé. Vous réveillez. Vous réveillez. Il réveille. Elle réveille. So, nous réveillons, vous réveillez, il réveille, elle réveille. So notice that the emphasis switched. When you say je réveille, it's on the A. And let's put the yellow here to remind you that for all of the ones that are pronounced the same way, the stress is going to be on the œil. Versus nous réveillons, the stress is going to be at the beginning of the word. And then vous réveillez, also at the beginning of the word. Yeah? So now I'm going to repeat each one and you repeat after me. Je réveille.
Je réveille.
Tu réveilles.
Tu réveilles.
Il réveille.
Il réveille.
Elle réveille.
Elle réveille.
On réveille.
On réveille.
Nous réveillons.
Nous réveillons.
Vous réveillez.
Vous réveillez.
Il réveille.
Il réveille.
Elle réveille.
Elle réveille.
Right. So remember the gray, the ones that are in gray are pronounced exactly the same way. Even though the endings are different, but they are pronounced the same way. Bien. So this is the verb réveiller quelqu'un au présent, to wake someone up in the present tense.
Quel-
So the last time we have done to wake someone up in the present tense, réveiller quelqu'un au présent. And that was je réveille, tu réveilles, il réveille, elle réveille, on réveille, nous réveillons, vous réveillez, il réveille, elle réveille. Just to review. Now, this one here is to wake someone up. In French, to wake oneself up and to wake someone up are slightly different. So to wake up, in the present, and then in if we take quelqu'un, then to wake up, kind of oneself is another way, or in French it's said slightly different. And then the oneself here, we are going to add that in a different color. And in order to say that, you add se. So se réveiller. So this se here means oneself. So it's called reflexive verb. C'est un verbe réflexif ou pronominal, meaning that it goes into the person.
I myself.
Right, it's kind of I myself. So this one here, se réveiller, the se is oneself. Now we are going to go over all of these, and I will make them the same size here. See, and we can do this. Okay, so now if we go to here, let's see, we can make this one a little bit smaller to fit in there, and bring this up. Voila. Okay, so now we need to add that se for each one. So se means oneself, it doesn't mean me. So for if I want to say I wake up, then I will have to add something that is about me, and it happens to be just like me, like that. So we will add me into that. So the me is kind of like wake myself up. And let's see if we can make it longer. So to wake myself up is je me réveille. So je réveille is to wake someone else up, but je me réveille is to wake myself up. So we'll put that in the same color as oneself. So je me réveille. Now for tu,
Je me réveille.
right. And then for tu, what do we have to add? Tu. So for tu, it's a tu. So tu, so je me réveille, tu te réveilles. And then il is the same as the se. So because it's oneself, he wakes himself. So the se could mean oneself, it could mean himself, it could mean herself. So se, again here, same thing, se, and green, and I will copy it and put it also in here. And the il, elle, and on are usually conjugated the exact same way. See, voila. And then we go to nous. For nous, we just add another nous. And we will have nous nous réveillons. So here we go, nous. And then for vous, the same, we just add in another vous. So vous, vous réveillez. And then for il, pluriel, and elle, pluriel, they are the same as the himself, herself, oneself, and then themselves. So the third person is always the same. We'll have another se.
I'm in a conference. I will call you later, okay? Okay.
Ça va?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you have to answer, just like you can mute yourself, and that way.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And we go back.
Okay.
So nous, we added nous. For vous, we added vous. For il pluriel, ce. And then for elle pluriel, we add also ce. So you notice that for oneself, himself, herself, themselves, there is always the ce. So that ce has all of those meanings. It also means oneself as one or they themselves, but it also means in the case of we wake up, and we will have to remove this someone. In that case, for the we, it's kind of like another we. So the ce could mean oneself, himself, herself, ourselves, themselves, and of course oneself. And then I'm gonna remove this someone here because it's not waking someone up, it's waking oneself up. And remove all of these in here. Oop. So this one. And the last one. So when it comes to pronunciation, then it's the same as the one we did before. All we are adding is me, te, ce, nous, vous, and of course ce. Now, pronunciation of any letter, like when you have one consonant followed by an e, so je and me, you do pronounce the e when you have one consonant. When you have a word that has a lot more than one consonant, then the e is silent. And that is the rule for the words in French. The only exception is when you have QUE. So if you have quelque, lorsque, parce que. So when you have a QUE at the end of a word, then in some cases you pronounce that e. Otherwise, anytime you don't have one consonant in the word, just one consonant like je and me, like one letter and then followed by e, you pronounce the e. If you have a lot more, then the e is always silent, with the exception of what we said, quelque, lorsque, etc. when you have the QUE. So, which means that here we will have je, and then me, and then réveil. Notice that the je, we pronounce the e, because the e in English is pronounced as an e in the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E. So you pronounce it just like in the alphabet. Je, me, réveil. Not pronouncing it. Now, there is another thing I want to explain here, is when we speak, we tend to drop that e. So in school, you will have to say, je me réveille. So that's the proper French, français académique. When we speak, we tend to drop the e, just like in English, I am going to, I'm gonna do something. So you drop letters, and the same thing in French, and I guess probably in many languages, at least for English, French, and Arabic that I know, you drop letters when you speak. So je me réveille becomes je me réveille. So instead of je, it's je me. Je me réveille. Tu te réveilles. So instead of tu te réveilles becomes tu te réveilles. Il se réveille, this one we kept, and then nous nous réveillons, vous vous réveillez, il se réveille, those are intact, we keep them. But for the je and tu, the e are dropped, they are silent. So let's practice the pronunciation. Je me réveille, and you keep the emphasis on the e. So je me réveille, tu te réveilles, il se réveille, elle se réveille, on se réveille, And notice that I'm keeping the emphasis on the œil. For nous, I'm gonna switch. Nous nous réveillons. Vous vous réveillez. Again, nous nous réveillons. Vous vous réveillez. And now switching back to what I had before, is the emphasis going to be at the end. Il se réveille, elle se réveille. So notice the switch of the emphasis. Je me réveille, tu te réveilles, il se réveille, elle se réveille, on se réveille, nous nous réveillons, vous vous réveillez, il se réveille, elle se réveille. Now the when we speak, so you can understand francophone people when they speak French, especially from the cities, they drop the E, so it becomes je me réveille, tu te réveilles. Instead of tu te, it's tu te réveilles. And that's it for the verb se réveiller. So the important thing to remember is where you put the emphasis and the pronunciation of each letter, and when we drop those letters. So we are continuing to build up so we can answer the question that we have, which is, what did you do today? Qu'avez-vous fait aujourd'hui? Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait aujourd'hui? Vous avez fait quoi aujourd'hui? So we have done so far the verb to wake someone up in the present tense, and then to wake up in the present tense, to wake oneself up in the present tense. But because the question is in the past, we need to form it in the past tense. And that's why we are going to talk about how to form the past tense. And we have done that before, but we will review it here. So, comment former le passé composé? And that is how you say the past tense in French. Le passé composé. So, how to form the past tense. So, in order to form the past tense in English, usually, so let's make that past tense. So, in English, for example, to wake up, I woke up. So you change the root of the verb. But in French, it's different. So in French, you will have to have the verb to have. So the verb to have in the present tense, which means in French, avoir au présent. And then, so you have the verb to have in the present tense, and then plus what is called past participle. And that is for certain verbs. Now, for other verbs, the past participle part is going to be the same. But the verb, instead of the verb to have, in other verbs, you would use the verb to be. And we will see one to use to have and one to use to be. And basically, the verb that we have done, réveiller and se réveiller, will give us a good explanation. So the verb to be in the present, which is in French, le verbe être au présent. So le verbe être au présent. And the E here has to have an accent circonflexe. Accent circonflexe on the E. So the past participle part, past participle, which is in French, en français, participe passé. And we can just copy, copier, et coller, and paste, coller, paste. Like collage, coller, participe passé. Pardon. Okay, so this is how you would make the past tense. It's a little bit confusing because usually in English there is, for example, I wrote and I have written. So in French, using the verb to have would mean just I wrote, not I have written. So you have to pay attention to that. So when you have the verb to have in the present tense, it's just the regular past tense. I wrote, not I have written. And let's make this in middle and then in the middle. So this is how you would form the passé composé. We have done it before, but this is just a review for how to make it. Now, since you have to have the verb to have in the present tense for certain verbs, and the verb, pardon, and then the verb to be in the present tense for other verbs, we'll have to also talk about when to use one versus the other one. So let's say number 1, and then here number 2. There are so many different methods to explain when to use one versus the other, but my favorite one is the one that gives you kind of like not just certain verbs, but the general rule. So you would be able to just look at the verb, know the meaning of it, and it will help you know if you should use the avoir au présent or être au présent. And we are going to do that on the next slide. So on the next slide, we said that that one is with the verb avoir and one is with the verb être. So you use the verb avoir when the action is done, action done to someone or something else, not the subject. So it's someone doing something to something else or someone else. Être is usually action done to the subject. And as a subject. Okay, so action, done to someone, quelqu'un, or something, quelque chose, other than the subject. And then être is done to the subject, himself or herself. So now we have done the verb réveiller and se réveiller. So we're going to take that as an example. Se réveiller. So with the verb réveiller is réveiller quelqu'un. And then se réveiller, the action is done to oneself. So which one would take avoir and which one would take être? So if we look at the rule here, if the action is done to someone else, then if I want to conjugate the verb in the past tense, then I would use avoir. I use the formula of avoir plus participe passé. So here it will be, if I want to conjugate that verb, it's going to be avoir au présent plus participe passé. And then if it's se réveiller, the action is done to the subject is doing the action to himself, then we will have être, so être au présent, plus participe passé. So être au présent plus participe passé. So this is how you conjugate a verb in the past. Keep in mind that this means the past tense in French. It's not I have done, it's I did. So réveiller quelqu'un, avoir au présent in the present tense, and then être au présent, and it has an accent aigu. Accent aigu. So plus participe passé. So that's how you would do the conjugation. Now, we haven't talked about past participle. So for all the verbs, in order to make the past participle, what you do for all the verbs that have ER at the end is basically you drop the ER and you change it to an E with an accent aigu. Accent aigu. So if we take réveiller, the past participle of it, and let's make that. Seems like I am missing an L here. So if we take this and then we drop the ER, and all we do is we change the ER to an E with an accent, and so the réveiller will be the participe passé, past participle. And the same thing for se réveiller. Again, you take that and then you drop the ER and you will have this here. So the past participle, whether it's for réveiller or se réveiller, are the same. But for the first part of it, the avoir or être in the present tense, depends on if the action is done to the subject or not. And we will see the conjugation next time. I'll ask you to do it on your own first, because you have all the rules here. Plus, we have done the present tense, and then we will correct it together. So this is still comment former, how to form, comment former le passé composé. Et voilà. Bonjour. Are you ready to start learning how to make your own sentences? So let's say, for example, you want to say, I speak French. What do you need? So the first thing you need is what's called subject pronoun, which is the I, and then the verb, and then a certain noun. So let's start first by learning the subject pronouns. And don't worry about this terminology of subject pronouns, because I'm gonna simplify that and show you what that means. But first, we're gonna say it in French also. Les pronoms sujets. Les pronoms sujets. Bien. And again, don't worry about learning all of this grammar terminology. It's just for people who are interested. The most important thing is that we are going to talk about how to say I, you, he, she, it, and then in the plural form, we, you, they. Ready? Let's go to the next slide. So the first one that we're going to learn is I, and that is J and E. And an E in French attached to only one letter or one sound is pronounced E. E. So how would you pronounce the whole thing? Right, je. Je. And be careful, don't pronounce it je. It's just soft. It's je. Je. Now let's learn how to say we. So here we have N-O-U and then an S. The S is underlined. That means it is, right, silent. So anytime there is a letter that is silent, I underline it. And the OU is pronounced oo. So you bring your lips together as if you want to whistle, and you pronounce oo, oo. Okay? So let's practice. Je, nous. Very good. And let's go to the next one. So the next one is you. In French, there is only one. In English, there is only one. But in French, we are going to see two of them. So the first one is tu. And a U in French is pronounced u. U. And as we have seen in another video, to pronounce the U, you bring your lips together and you bring them really close together and you leave a small hole and you try to pronounce E. So it's U, U. Okay? So now that we know how to pronounce the U, how would you pronounce the whole thing? Right. Tu. Tu. Okay? And that is you when we are talking to one person, informal, meaning if we're talking to someone from the family or friends. Now, let's take a look at if we are talking to somebody formally, for example, a boss. Then we wouldn't use tu unless we are friends with our boss. And we will use this word here. And again, here is an S that is not pronounced. We have an OU. How would we pronounce that? Right, oo. So how would we pronounce the whole thing? Correct, vous, vous. So that is you if we're talking to one person in a formal situation. We also have vous used when we are talking to a group. So vous is used when we're talking to one person formally, and it's used also when we're talking to a group. Now let's go to the next one, and that is he. So he is, let's talk about pronunciation first. I is pronounced I, I. So the whole thing here would be, right, il, il. Okay, and then the next one is she. So she is E-L-L-E, and the E at the end is silent. So we only pronounce the E-L. Even this L, we can consider it as silent. So how do we pronounce it? L, L, L. So the E here is pronounced as an A, and that's because it's followed by double L. If it was just by itself, it's going to be E, E. But since it's followed by double L, it's pronounced as an A. L, L. So let's practice one more time. Il, elle. And now we're going to go to the next one, and that is when we're talking about a group of people, and that is they. So what do you notice here? We have il, which is for he, and then we added an S for plural. So they is basically just he with an S. And the S is silent. And as usual, I underline the S so you know that it's not pronounced. So pronunciation, it's the same. Whether you say he or they are pronounced il, il. Now, take a guess. If we have they and it's all women, how would we say it? Did you get it right? Okay, so it's elle as in she, and then we added an S. And that S is also silent. So il, elle, just like he and she. Now let's take a look at another pronoun that does not exist in English. And that one is, if you remember from the video where we learned bonjour, on is pronounced on. So this pronoun here, like I said, does not exist in English, but the meaning of it is one or they in general. For example, in France, one eats baguettes. Or we can also say in France, they eat baguettes, like people eat baguettes. And we use on for that. We also use on when we speak to say we. Even though we have we, as we learned it before, it's new, but we rarely use it in spoken French. We use it in writing and in formal situations. But when we speak, we say on. For example, at my house, we speak English. And I would use on to say that we in here. Now, there is another one that is confusing, which is the it in English. It does not exist in French, or we don't have a specific pronoun for it. So since everything is either male or female or masculine or feminine, instead of saying a certain or specific pronoun, we just use il and elle. So let's say if we're talking about the phone, we would say il, and because the phone is masculine. And if we're talking about a table, then we would say elle, because table is feminine. And let's just take a look at everything together. So, and we practice the pronunciation, and then I will let you go. So, first one here is, do you remember? Je. Je. Second one, tu. Tu. Bien. Third one, il. Il. And then here, elle. Elle. And then, on. On. And then, nous. And don't forget, the S is silent. Nous. And then, vous. Il, elle. Okay, so keep practicing, and in the next video we are going to talk about verbs, and that way you have the building blocks for making your sentences on your own. See you next time. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn some tips on how to accelerate your learning process of French. So the first tip is that most verbs in French end with ER. It's about 90% of French verbs have ER at the end. And what does that mean, and how does it help? It helps because if you know how to conjugate only one, you will be able to use 90% of French verbs, except for one, and that is the verb aller, meaning to go, and we will do that one separately. Now let's take a look at one verb that ends with ER, and that is the verb to speak, and we have it here. Now we are going to go to the next slide to see how we pronounce that verb. So, knowing that the A in French is pronounced as an A, how would you pronounce P-A? Right, pa, pa. And then ER at the end of verbs is pronounced as a short A. So, A, and A. So, how would you pronounce the whole word? parler, parler, parler. Very good. And now we are going to go to comparing these two verbs, to speak in English and parler in French. In English, to say that the verb is not conjugated, we have the word to before it. So there are two words in English verbs, to and then, for example, speak. However, in French, we only have one word. So how do we know that this verb is not conjugated? It's because we have an ER at the end. So ER is kind of the equivalent of to. So let's practice the pronunciation one more time. Parler, parler. So now you know one verb that ends with ER. In the next video, we are going to learn the tips on how to conjugate that verb in the present tense. And the present tense is the very basic tense, and it will be very helpful. So I will see you in the next video for conjugation. Bonjour or bonsoir. In this video, we are going to learn how to use the verb to speak in French. But first, let's learn la prononciation. The pronunciation. La prononciation of the verb to speak in French. So if you know that A is pronounced as an A, how would you read P-A? Right, pa, pa. Now the other thing is that ER at the end of verbs is always pronounced as short A. Okay? So now how would you pronounce the whole verb? Right, parler, parler. And notice that I'm putting the stress on the pa, parler. And don't make the mistake of dragging the A at the end. Don't say parler, just parler, short, le. Okay, very good. So parler. And then the next one, we are going to compare the verb to speak in English and parler in French. So this verb here is not conjugated. So how do we know that it's not conjugated? Right, because it has to in here. Now, in English, we have two words, to and then speak. But in French, we only have one, parler. So how do we know that this verb is not conjugated? Right, by having that ER at the end. So the ER is kind of the equivalent of to. So pay attention why I'm telling you all of this. So now, when we want to conjugate verbs in the present tense, what do? First, I want to tell you that once you learn how to conjugate the verb parler, then you will be able to use 90% of verbs in French. Isn't that cool? So let's go. We are going to start by first thinking about the verb here, to speak, parler, and we are starting with the verb in English. So to speak, in order for us to conjugate it, we remove to. So we say, I speak, right? So since the to is the equivalent of ER, or the ER is the equivalent of to, we are going to do, right, the same thing for the verb parler. So we take the verb parler, we remove ER, and then we have left, let's read it, P-A pronounced, right, pa. And then the whole thing, parle, parle. So we removed ER, and now we only have parle. Now, let's take a look at one more thing, which is to speak if we want to say he. So for he, what we do is we drop the to, as we said, but we also add an ending. So the ending here is an S. We do exactly the same thing in French, except that in French we add endings for all the pronouns. So for je, we add e, tu, es, il, e, elle, e, on, e. Notice here that we add in similar, except that here we have an S, extra S. And notice also that I underlined all of these meaning that they are not correct. They are not pronounced. So we added them, but we don't pronounce them. Now let's go to the next one, nu. For nu, we add O-N-S. And the S is also silent, and that's why I underlined it. Now, so that's O-N, and how do we pronounce O-N? On, just like what we did in bonjour. For vous, we add an easy. So easy is pronounced like a short A. And remember that the ER at the end of the verb not conjugated is also pronounced A. So the verb for vous sounds exactly the same as in the verb that is not conjugated. Then for il, we add E-N-T. L-E-N-T. Exactly the same thing, and we don't pronounce any of them. So now, knowing all of this, I am going to give you a quiz. So fill in the blank, and then after you're done, go to the next slide. So I will give you a moment, or you can stop. Actually, you can stop the video, and then once you're done, you resume. So here you are. Did you get it right? Okay. So now we said that the E, ES, they're all silent. And the original verb was parler, and we dropped the A, and we end up having just parle. So how would we read this one here? Right. Je parle. Je parle. Next one. Tu parles. Tu parles. So ES and the E here silent. So it's what we have to read is just the blue letters. And then notice here it's the same thing. Il parle. Elle parle. On parle. So they all sound the same. Parle, 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 parle. Right? Now we go to nu, and for nu we added O-N-S, but the S is silent, and the O-N pronounced as in bonjour, so it's an on. So nu, remember, S here is silent also. Nous parlons. Nous parlons. And again, notice where I put the stress, it's not on the on. Don't say parlons, parlons. Okay? And then the next one here, vous, we added an easy. And the easy is pronounced as a short A, just like the ER at the end of the original verb. So, how would you read this one? Right. Vous parlez. Vous parlez. And again, don't say parler, parlez. Okay? Short. Short in duration. Okay? And the emphasis is on the par. Now, il, again, the S silent, E-N-T silent. How would you read it? Bien, good. Il parle. What does it remind you of sound-wise, like how it's pronounced? Right? It sounds exactly like il parle. Il parle, il parle. And then the next one, ES here, silent. Elle, again, silent. Parle. Elle parle. And this one sounds like what? Correct, like elle parle. So, elle parle, elle parle. Okay? Notice here that these three are exactly the same. Just like in English, you have he speaks and she speaks are the same, are always conjugated the same way. And we do the same thing, or we have the same thing in il, elle, and we add also the on. Just to remind you that on means one, if we're talking about in general. One, in France, one eats a lot of baguettes, or in France, they eat a lot of baguettes. We also use it to mean nous in everyday life when we speak French. Okay, now let's go to the next one here. Remember we said that il, elle, and on are the same, so we're gonna group them here and put them all together. The same thing for il and elle. They are all the same, so we group them here. Let's practice one more time, and I will let you go. Je parle. Tu parles. Il parle. Elle parle. On parle. Nous parlons. Vous parlez. Il parle. Elle parle. So practice and get ready for the next video where we are going to start making sentences. Au revoir. See you then. Bonjour or bonsoir, depending on if you are studying French during the day or in the evening. In this video, we are going to learn how to ask the question, you speak French? Or, of course, do you speak French? But first, let's review the verb to speak, parler, in the present tense. So I'm going to let you read it, and then I will read it after you, and that way you will know if you are pronouncing it correctly or not. Je parle. Tu parles. Il parle. Elle parle. On parle. Nous parlons. Vous parlez. Il parle. Elle parle. So now that you know how to conjugate the verb parler in the present tense, we are going to learn how to say French. So here is the word here, but I am not going to tell you. Of course, I'm going to show you the rules of pronunciation, the rules of la prononciation, and then you will pronounce it on your own. So an is pronounced as an on. And of course, F is an F, and R is an R, so it's a gargling sound. And as I said in some other videos, that they could also be pronounced as R sound, and especially in Francophone countries in Africa. So whether you say fr or fr, it's okay. It depends on you. If you are going or relocating to, let's say, a Francophone country in Africa, you can say r. Okay? Now, let's go back to this word here. So, an is an on. How would you pronounce all of this? Franc. Franc. Okay? And then the C with that little 5 that is called CD is always pronounced S. So it's like an S as in snake. So if we want to read all of this, it's going to be France. France. Now add in AI, that is pronounced as a short A, not A. How would you pronounce all of this? Français. Français. And of course, I underlined the S because the S is silent. So now you know how to conjugate the verb parler, to speak in the present tense, and you know how to say the word French. So how would you say, you speak French? Okay, so take a moment and write it down. And here we go. You speak French. That will be vous. And I'll let you read it actually. Bien. Vous parlez français. So notice that parler with an easy at the end is pronounced as an A, and the AI is also an A. So vous parlez français. Okay? And here in English, you speak French. If you don't make the intonation, it won't sound like a question. Of course, if you see it, you can see the question mark. But if you hear it, if I just say you speak French, that's not a question. I will have to say, you speak French? The same thing in French. If I say, vous parlez français, that's not a question. But if I add the intonation, then it will be, vous parlez français? And that is a question. So let's practice it one more time. Vous parlez français? Bien. Now, in English, there are two different ways of doing a question. You can either say, you speak French, or do you speak French? So the first one here is a question because we have do before the subject. And the second one here, it's a question because it sounds like a question. It's the intonation. In French, we actually have an extra one, and we will take a look at all of them. So the first one here is the one that we already know. Vous parlez français? With the intonation, and that equals you speak French. Now let's take a look at the second one. So the first one we just saw, vous parlez français, that is in everyday life. That's the French we speak in everyday life. However, when we are in formal situations, meaning we don't know the person, we're giving a speech, anything like formal, then we would use another form. So we still have vous parlez français here, but we add in all of this. So when you see it, you might be like overwhelmed. What is that? However, when I explain it to you, it's going to be very easy. So all of these 5 letters combined are pronounced S. S. And then the next one here, the U is silent, is que. Que. Because the E in French is pronounced E when it's attached to only one sound. So, est-ce que? Est-ce que? And then let's do the whole thing. Est-ce que vous parlez français? Est-ce que vous parlez français? Now, let's take a look at what est-ce que means if we translate it word for word. So, est-ce que, if we translate it, the est is, and the ce means it, and the que means that. So, it's basically, is it that? Is it that you speak French? Of course, in English, you don't say it that way, but that's if you translate it word for word. So, est-ce que here, it just means question coming up. And then we have the third one. So that one was formal at like a hotel or anything like that. And then we have another one that is very formal, très formel. Très formel. So take a look at it and tell me how this one is different from the ones that we just did. Yes, so we have the verb first, and then the subject second. So we will pronounce it. Parlez-vous français? Parlez-vous français? And that is very formal. So now we are going to take a look at the 3 at the same time. So the first one is, vous parlez français? It's a question because we add the intonation to it. And that's what we use in everyday French, everyday life French. And then the second one is, est-ce que vous parlez français? And that's the one we write, and also when we speak formally, we use it. And then the third one is, parlez-vous français? And that is written, and also it's very formal. So, one more time to practice and then I will let you go. Vous parlez français? Est-ce que vous parlez français? Parlez-vous français? Very good. So keep practicing and I will see you in the next video. Bonjour or maybe bonsoir. It depends on if you are studying French during the day or maybe in the evening. And in this video, we are going to learn how to say, yes, I speak French. So first, how do you say the word yes? Do you know? If not, let's go to the next slide to find out. So yes is oui, oui. In French, OUI is pronounced oui. And also the UI is also pronounced oui. So whenever you see OUI, oui. Okay, so that's yes. Now, how do you say I speak? We have done the verb to speak in the present tense, so do you remember how to say it? If not, let's review the verb to speak in the present tense, parler au présent. So first you are going to read and then I will read it after you, and that way you will know if you are pronouncing it correctly or not. So let's go. Je parle. And remember the E here is silence. That's correct. And that's why I underlined it. Je parle. Next one. Tu parles. Again, ES, silence. Il parle. Elle parle. On parle. Nous parlons. And again, the S, silent. And this S also is silent. Vous parlez. Il parle. Elle parle. So now you know how to say yes and how to say I speak. So how would you say yes, I speak? Take a moment, write it down and say it, and then join us in the next slide. Oui, je parle. Oui, je parle. Now we still have one word to go, and that is the word French. So how do you say French? We have done it before. Do you remember? Français. Français. Okay? Now take a moment and write the whole sentence if you didn't yet. And then join us to see if you got it right. Oui, je parle français. One more time. Oui, je parle français. So here notice that we have the exact same structure. Yes, oui. I, je, speak, parle, French, français. Same order. In the next video, we are going to learn how to say, no, I don't speak French. And let's see if the structure is going to stay the same. So keep practicing, and then I will see you in the next video for more French. Au revoir. Bonjour. In the last video, we have learned how to say, yes, I speak French. So do you remember how to say it? Take a moment, write it down and say it, then join us in the next slide to see if you got it right. Oui, je parle français. Oui, je parle français. Now notice that the structure of the sentence in English is exactly the same as in French. Yes, oui, I, je, speak, parle, French, français. Now, if we want to say, no, I don't speak French, let's take a look and see if it's exactly the same or not. What do you think? No, it's not. So in French or in English, we have I, je. Then we have don't, ne. So far, same. Speak, parle. But in French, we have two pieces in the negation. We have ne, that comes before the verb, and then pas comes after the verb. So it's not exactly the same as in English. So let's practice it one more time. Non, je ne parle pas français. Non, je ne parle pas français. Now, that is the French that we learn in school. That's the correct French. And now, let's take a look at how we say it in everyday French. So, when it's informal, spoken, notice what happened. So, here we have non, je ne parle pas français. That's formal, formel. And then here we have non, je parle pas français. So, what happened? Right, we removed the ne and we kept the pas after the verb. So now let's compare this one here, the second one, which is non, je parle pas français, to the English one and see if the order is the same. So here we have non, I don't speak French. But here we have non, je parle pas français. So notice that the don't is before the verb and the pas comes after the verb. So whether it's formal French or informal French, the everyday French, the negation is not exactly the same. So if it's informal, it comes after, versus in English, it comes before. If it's in the formal, then there is a piece before the verb and a piece after the verb. So, let's practice. Non, je ne parle pas français. Or, non, je parle pas français. Non, je parle pas français. So notice that the je here is actually, the E here is not pronounced. So I say, je parle pas français, or instead of je parle pas français. Okay? One more time. Non, je ne parle pas français. Non, je parle pas français. Very good. So keep practicing and I will see you in the next video. And keep in mind, this is the structure of the French sentence. It's always subject, ne, then the verb, then pas, in the formal one. In the informal, the everyday spoken French, we drop that ne, so we have subject, verb, and then pas. Keep that in mind, keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video. Au revoir. Bonjour or bonsoir. Today we are going to learn how to say speak slowly. For example, if someone is speaking too fast for you and you want to ask them to speak slowly. So let's see how we say that in French. Now, I am not going to tell you how to read it. I will give you the rules so you can train yourself to read French without me. So let's take a look here. So we have the word here, P-A. So the A is pronounced as an A. How would you pronounce the two letters here? Pa, pa. And then the R is pronounced either as a gargling sound, like a R sound, or in some parts of France, South France, and in Africa, it's pronounced R. So you can say par or par. Now the easy at the end of a word in French all the time is pronounced A. Okay? So how would we pronounce the whole word? You try it. Right. Parler. Parler. And make sure that you don't drag the A at the end. It's not parler, it's parler. So the emphasis is more on the pa. Parler. The next word here, we have an EN, and that EN is pronounced as an in honk, like honk a horn. en. So how would we pronounce L-E-N? Long, right? Long. Okay. Now the next one here we have an E, and the E is pronounced E in French. So how would we pronounce all of this? L-E-N-T-E. Right. Lente. Lente. And again we have an E-N again that we will be pronouncing as en. So how would we pronounce all of this without the T? Right. Lentement. Lentement. And here I underline the T, meaning that it is silent. So let's practice the whole thing. Parlez lentement. Parlez lentement. Very good. Now we are going to talk about everyday French. Let's say if I'm talking to just my brothers or my sisters, then I would not pronounce that E here. So in informal everyday French, the E is usually in the middle of a word, is usually dropped. Let's read it. Parlez lentement. Parlez lentement. One more time. Parlez lentement. So when we pronounce the E, it will be parlez lentement, lentement. And when we drop the E, it's lentement. So parlez lentement. Parlez lentement. Very good. So keep practicing and I will see you in the next video for more French. Au revoir. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to learn a question that is very important, especially when you just start learning French. And that question is how to say. So first, let's learn how to say how. I am not going to read it for you, but I will give you tips on how to read it, and then I will correct you after. So, C followed by an O is always pronounced as a K sound. So, how would you pronounce this? Knowing also that the O is an open O. O. So, how would you pronounce just these two letters? Right. Ko. Ko. Now the EN here is pronounced like in the word honk, to honk the horn. So it's an on. So how would you pronounce the word up to here, knowing that the T is silent? So whenever I underlined a letter, that means that letter is silent. Okay, try it. Comment. Comment. Very good. Now, let's see the next one is we want to know how to say how to say. So we already know how to say how, and then now we are going to learn how to say to say. So to say, the verb to say, we have it here. And again, I will give you tips on how to pronounce it. The E at the end is silent, and the I in French is pronounced as an E, as in like fit, but it's a little bit longer. So it's more like a double E in feet. Feet. Okay? So how would you read this word on your own? Right. Dire. Dire. Okay? The I in French is always an E. It's never an I. Like in English, you may read this as dire, but not in French. The I is E. So now we know how to say how, and we know how to say to say. So take a moment, write it down or say it, and then join us in the next slide to see if you are right. So basically, to say how to say is just comment dire. Comment dire. So let's say, for example, comment dire book. Comment dire. One more time. Comment dire book. Very good. So in the next video, we are going to learn how to say, how one says, or how do you say. So keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video for more French. Au revoir. Bonjour. Let's build more French into the sentence we have done before, which is speak slowly. Now we're gonna add please. So let's see how we say that in French. Now, this is how we say it. However, I'm not gonna tell you, as usual, how to say it. I will give you tips on how to pronounce it. So let's go to the next slide. So here we have the I is pronounced as an E in French. So if we have S, and this is just apostrophe, and then the I, how would we read this? Si, si. And then we have an L, so it's s'il, s'il. Now the next word here has OU, that is pronounced as a long OO. And that's what we saw in the word bonjour, OO. So you put your lips together, OO. So how would we pronounce it? Vous, vous. And the S is silent. So notice that all the S's that we saw so far are silent. However, there are some exceptions that we will see later. So let's read all of this. S'il, vous, s'il, vous. So the OU, remember, it's an OO. Now, the next word here has an AI, and that I here has kind of like a hat on top of it. And whether it's that little hat or what's called accent circonflexe or just a dot, it is the same. AI is always pronounced as a short A. A. So how would we read this? Play, play. And again, the T is silent. It's underlined, meaning that is silent. Now let's read the whole thing. S'il vous plaît. Okay, now the whole thing together. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Very good. Now we know how to pronounce it. We are going to break down that phrase and we will see what each word in it means. So the S here is actually an SI, but because this word here starts with an I, we dropped the I that comes after the S. So SI means if. And then the il is it. Remember that in French there is no it. We always have a gender for things and people. So il is it, and then vous is you, and then plaît is pleases. So notice that the order of words is not the same if we compare English to French. So keep that in mind. That's why learning just words for vocab is not very helpful. It's helpful after you learn the structure of the sentence and then learn a vocab that you can plug in. So let's practice this one more time. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Very good. Now let's put that in a sentence. So we already learned how to say speak slowly, and that was parler lentement or parler lentement. So remember that the E here is dropped when we speak in everyday life French. So parler lentement, s'il vous plaît. Let's practice it one more time. Parlez lentement, s'il vous plaît. or parlez lentement s'il vous plaît. Very good. So always I say keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video for more French. Et au revoir. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to continue to learn how to ask questions when we are just starting to learn French. And one of the important questions is, how does one say? So we learned before how to say, and now we are learning how does one say. And we already learned the word how, so do you remember how to say it? Right. Comment? Comment? And in order to say one says or does one say, we need to learn how to conjugate the verb to say in the present tense. So the verb to say first here is dire. Remember, the E is silent and the I is pronounced as an E sound. So how would you say this one here? Dire, dire. Notice that I color-coded the RE in red and to in red. So remember from parler, the verb parler, that ended with ER, not RE. We said that the ER is the equivalent of to, and when we want to conjugate a verb, we drop it. We do the same thing with the RE. When we want to conjugate a verb that ends with RE, in this case dire, we are going to drop the RE, and then we will add endings. In English, you only add endings for he and she, but in French, we add endings in all the other subjects. So let's take a look at the first one. I want you to see if you can read all of this on your own. Okay, so now the JE, remember E in French is pronounced E. E. So this is je, je. Did you get it right? And then the next word is DIS, and the I is pronounced as an E, and the S is silent, so it's di, di. Je dis, je dis. Okay, now let's go to the next one, TU. The U is pronounced as an U, U. So how would you read TU? Tu, right, tu. And then notice here we have the same thing. So the pronunciation will be the same. So tu dis, tu dis. Now let's go to the next one, the he says. And this time, instead of having an S, we have a T. But it doesn't really matter because, right, it's not pronounced anyway. So the pronunciation of DIT is the same as DIS. So how would we pronounce the whole thing? Il dit, il dit. Very good. Now the next one here, you notice that these three are the same. So you have elle dit, elle dit. And then the next one here, remember on is like in bonjour, it's an on. So on dit, on dit. So all of these are di, 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 di. What changes is just the subject. And now we're going to go to we say, and in we say it's different. So we still have the di, which is a d, but we add an s that is pronounced, on, and then an s that is not pronounced. So remember, on is pronounced as on, just like in bonjour, on, and the ou is pronounced also as an ou, as in bonjour. So on and ou. So how would you read the whole thing? Parfait, perfect. So nous disons. And I'm pronouncing this S here as a Z, not as an S, because in French when you have one S between two vowels, you would pronounce it as a Z and always. So one S between two vowels is pronounced as a Z. So nous disons. Nous disons. Very good. Let's go to the next one. Again, we have an OU, just like in bonjour. So it's an OU, S is silent. And then also we have here the IT, but this time the T is pronounced, but the ES not pronounced. So how would you read the whole thing? Vous dites. Vous dites. Vous dites. Okay? Now let's go to the next one. Keep in mind that one S between two vowels, it's a Z. And whatever I underlined, not pronounced. So ENT, usually it's pronounced as an on, like in comment, but in verbs, it's silent. The three letters are silent. So if you see ENT at the end of a verb, don't pronounce them. But if you see it at the end of another word like comment, then you would pronounce it as an on and the T is silent. So let's try it. Give you one moment to read it. Parfait. Ils, as silent, disent. Ils disent. Very good. Now let's go to the next one. Notice here and here, or actually, what do you notice? Right, the same thing. What changes is just this. So instead of il, we have elle, elle. And then disent, the same thing. Elles disent, elles disent. Very good. Now let's just read it one more time. So, je dis, tu dis, il dit, elle dit, on dit, nous disons, vous dites, ils disent, elles disent. So now we know how to conjugate the verb to say in the present tense, and I don't want you to sit down and just memorize all of this. It's better if you apply it. So we are going to apply it by finishing the sentence that we started before, and we are going to say one says. So take a moment and then write it down and say it, and then join us to see if you got it right. Okay, and how would you read it? On dit. On dit. So now you know how to say how, you know how to say one says. So how would you ask the question? How does one say? Again, take a moment, write it down and say it, and then join us in the next slide to see if you got it right. Did you? Okay, now let's read it together. Again, CO, it's a co, the EN, T silent. EN is an on, so it's comment, comment. And one is on. So one is on, and it looks like on in English. That's what I wanted to say. But it's on, pronounced on, on. And then here, dit. Comment on dit? Comment on dit book? Okay, so that's the everyday French. And remember, we said that in French we have three types. We have the everyday, the formal, and the very formal. So we are going to take a look on how to say it in the formal way and the very formal way. So to say it in the formal way, we have the exact same thing, comment on dit, but we add in here est-ce que, est-ce que. And remember, as I said in a previous video, don't get intimidated by too many letters. All of this, these 5 letters are actually pronounced as S, just the letter S. And then here the U is silent and the K. So, est-ce que, est-ce que, and then we put all of this together. Est-ce qu'on, est-ce qu'on. Try it. Very good. So, comment est-ce qu'on dit? Comment est-ce qu'on dit? Now, you may ask the question, where is the E that was here? Well, that E that was here is removed because the next word starts with the vowel, and in this case it's an O. So we remove that E, we put an apostrophe, and we pronounce these two together. So it's con, con. So, comment est-ce qu'on dit book? Okay, one more time. Comment est-ce qu'on dit book? Very good. Now, the third one is when we want to say it in a very formal way, and that is basically just putting the verb first and then the subject second. So we would say, comment dit-on? However, because here the D ends with a T, with a consonant, and the on starts with the vowel, so we put them together and it becomes, comment dit-on book? Comment dit-on book? Very good. Now we are just going to see all of them together. So, français familier, that's everyday French, will be, comment on dit book? Français standard, comment est-ce qu'on dit book? And then français soutenu, which is the very formal French. Comment dit-on book? Very good. Now, you may hear this very often, just in this type of question. But usually when we put the verb first and the subject second, it's a very formal one. So one more time, and then I will let you go. Comment on dit book? Comment est-ce qu'on dit book? Comment dit-on book? Very good. You have a lot to practice, and I will see you in the next video for more French. Au revoir. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to learn the most important question when you're learning French, and that is, how do you say something in French? So in this case, we took the word a book, but you can change it to anything that you want to ask someone about. So first we have done, how does one say, or how do you say a book? Now I'm going to give you a quiz. Take a moment, write down the answers. So the answers to how does one say a book, not how to say a book, but how does one say a book. So after you write them down, pronounce them, and then when you're done, join us in the next slide to see if you got them right. Okay? Now, for the français familier, everyday French, we have, and I'll let you read it. Very good. Comment on dit a book? Comment on dit a book? And then français standard, which is formal French. Comment est-ce qu'on dit a book? And then the last one, français soutenu, try it. Comment dit-on a book? So don't forget to put the liaison between dit and on, because dit ends with a consonant and on starts with the vowel. So we say dit-on. So now we know how to say, how do you say a book? And we are going to add to it in French. So we will learn how to say in French. We have learned the word French before. And do you remember how to say just French? Perfect. Français. Français. Now we are going to learn how to say in French. So to say in French, the in is actually very similar. Now the pronunciation in, but this one is, do you remember that one? En. En. So remember that I said the en is pronounced like on in to honk the horn. En. En. Okay? And then the word here, let's read it. So there is an an that is also pronounced en. So en, franc, and then the C has a CD, which means that it will always be pronounced as a S sound. So that's S. And then the AI is an A, right? And the S at the end is silent. Perfect. So let's read the whole thing. En français. En français. Very good. Now we are going to say the whole thing. So you are going to also pause the video, write down how we say, how do you say, or how does one say a book in French, the whole sentence. So take your time, pause the video, and just write them down, and then say them. And after you're done, of course, you're gonna join us to see if you got them all right, or if you need to work on them a little bit more. All right, now you are done, and let's see how we're gonna say all of this. So I'm gonna give you a moment to try to read it, and then I will say it. Bien. So, comment on dit a book en français? The whole sentence. Comment on dit a book en français? One more time. Comment on dit a book en français? Very good. Now we go to the next one. And then try to read it. Very good. Remember that these 5 letters are pronounced as S. And the Q, the U is silent, and this is just a K. So the whole thing here in green is just esque. S and then K. Okay? So let's read the whole thing. Comment est-ce qu'on dit a book en français? Now let's do the whole sentence. Comment est-ce qu'on dit a book en français? Very good. One more time. Comment est-ce qu'on dit a book en français? Très bien. Very well. Now the next one. Don't forget that we're going to pronounce that T because this is a vowel and this is a consonant. Comment dit-on a book en français? Okay, now we're going to do the whole sentence. Comment dit-on a book en français? One more time. Comment dit-on a book en français? Parfait, perfect. So keep practicing. You have a lot to practice, and I will see you in the next video for more French, and au revoir. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to review what we have done before, and then we will add the answer. So here we have, I'm going to give you a moment to read it on your own, and then I will say it. So try it. Very good. Comment on dit a book en français? Comment on dit a book en français? And what does it mean? Right. How do you say a book in French? Now, that was Français familier, the everyday French. And then we go to Français standard, formal French. And then I will give you a moment to read it. Très bien. Comment est-ce qu'on dit a book en français? And then the français soutenu, very formal French. Try it. Très bien. Comment dit-on a book en français? Did you remember to put the liaison here between dit and on? Dit-on? If not, next time. Now we are going to learn how to answer that question. So, let's take a look. We say un livre. Un livre. So we already did the word un before when we did the articles, and we know that the I is pronounced as an E, and the E at the end is silent, so it's easy to read. Un livre. Un livre. Now we are going to say the whole sentence in French. So take a moment and try to write it down and see if you're gonna get it right. So how would you say? We say un livre. Okay, did you get it right? So maybe you said nous disons un livre. That is correct too, but in general, when we speak, we don't really use nous. It's very rare. We tend to use on to say oui. So this is the français of every day. On dit un livre. On dit un livre. Very good. So now you know how to ask the question, and also, if you know the answer, how to answer someone if they ask you. Keep practicing, and I will say au revoir, and I will see you in the next video for more French. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to cover a phrase that you are going to need when you start speaking French. So let's assume that you are speaking to someone and they say something that you don't understand. Then you would want to say, repeat please, politely. And we are going to cover the one that's when you're speaking to one person, formal, informal situations, meaning it's not your friend and it's not a member of your family. Or if you are talking to a group. So first, let's talk about the word please. We have already covered it. So do you remember how to say it? Take a moment, say it, and write it down, and then go to the next slide to see if you got it right. Did you? So it is s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Remember the S is silent and the T at the end is also silent. S'il vous plaît. Very good. So that's please. Now we are going to learn how to say the verb to repeat. So what do you notice here? Right, very similar. So all the letters are the same here. R-E, R-E, P-E, P-E, and then the T. The only thing is that in English there is an extra A. And there is two. When the verb is not conjugated in English, you have two words. There is to and then the verb. But in French, we don't have two words. We only have one. We just add something to the end of the verb to make it sound as not conjugated. So in this case, we have an ER. So in English, there is an extra A. We are going to add something too. And what we add is actually accents on the E. So accent on the first E, accent on the second E, but not on this one. Now let's see how we pronounce that. So E with an accent is pronounced short A. And ER at the end of a word is also pronounced A. Okay? So ER at the end of verbs, 100% is pronounced A. When it's a noun, then sometimes it's an A, sometimes the R is pronounced. But for now, we are talking about verbs, so it's an A. And now I'm going to ask you to read the whole word on your own. Very good. So now I will say it and see if you got it right. So, répétez. So notice there is A. répéter. Okay? Répéter. Very good. Now this verb here has er at the end, and we have learned another verb that has er at the end. Do you remember that verb? Parler. Parler. And we learned how to conjugate that verb. So parler has an er, that's to speak. And then if we want to ask someone to speak, like speak, it's imperative. It's similar to the present tense that we have done. So it has an easy at the end. And how do we pronounce easy at the end? Right, short A, just like er. So why do we have this? Just to give you a hard time. So er is an A and easy is an A. So basically they are pronounced exactly the same way. So parler, parler. Now the verb répéter also has an er at the end. So if you want to say to someone, repeat, as imperative, you're asking them to do the action, how would you say it? So write it down and say it, then join us and see if you got it right. Did you get it right? Right, great. So now how would we say it? Répéter, répéter. Very good. Now you know how to say please and you know how to say repeat. So how would you say repeat please? Write it down, say it, and then join us to see if you got it right. Did you get it right? Very well. So répétez s'il vous plaît. Répétez s'il vous plaît. Répétez s'il vous plaît. Very good. Now we are going to practice that, review all the videos that we have done before, and then I will see you in the next video to learn more French. Au revoir. Bonjour. In this video we are going to learn another important question when you are learning French, and that is, what does something mean? So if someone says something in French and you don't understand it, you will be able to ask about that specific word. So here I took as an example, un stylo. So for pronunciation, un, we already did that one. And then stylo, we did the O, we did most of this except for the Y. The Y is pronounced like an E sound. So stylo, stylo. Okay? And remember, in this course, I'm trying to teach you the pronunciation because French pronunciation is very consistent. Not 100%, but really consistent compared to English. So that way you can learn new words on your own. I am also trying to teach you how to build your own sentence. So we comparing the structure of the French phrases or sentences to the English sentences. So we will start with the first word here. We are going to learn how to say what. Now, to teach you the pronunciation, remember we said the U after the Q is, right, silent. So the U after Q, silent. Not like English where it has the sound of a w, qu. In French, you just que. And then the E at the end, usually when the E is placed at the end of a word that has more than one sound, then it is silent. But here we have two letters, but only one sound. And since it's one sound, we will be pronouncing that E at the end. So how would you pronounce this word here? Que. Que. So that's an E and that's a que sound, so que. Now I want to add one more thing, is that there are some words in French that have more than one sound that end with the Q-U-E, and again that E is pronounced. And we will see that in other lessons. Now we go to the next step, and that is the word mean. Remember, we're doing what does un stylo mean. So we need to learn the word mean. Not mean as a bad person, but mean as in to mean something. So in French, there are two words. So there is this one and then this one. And as usual, we're going to start with the pronunciation. And notice that the T here is also silent. And we have seen so far all the words that we have seen that have a T at the end. The T is silent. So the EU here is a new one. And the EU is actually pronounced just like an E, but a little bit longer. So instead of E, it's E. E. Now, how would you pronounce the whole thing? Veut. Veut. Very good. And then the next word, we did it before. So how do you pronounce it? Dire. Dire. Did you get it right? Now I'm going to ask you what does it mean? Dire. What does dire mean? Do you remember? We will see it in the next slide. Now let's go to the word veut. Veut means wants. And let's see what we have here. So, veut dire, in order to say mean, in French we say wants to say. So this word wants to say. Okay? So, veut dire. Now you know how to say what, and you know how to say mean. How would you say what does un stylo mean? In French, of course. So, take a moment, write it down and say it, and then after that join us and see if you got it right. So here we have what does un stylo mean, and we have what is que. And then mean is veut dire, and un stylo at the end. So notice that the structure of the sentence in French is different from English. So it's what, mean, un stylo. So that's how we would say it. What, mean, un stylo. So what does un stylo mean? Now, anytime you want to ask about anything, you can just say que veut dire, and then the word you want to ask about. Que veut dire un stylo? And then in the next video, we are going to know what it means. For now, just practice. Que veut dire un stylo? So let's practice it one more time. Que veut dire un stylo? Que veut dire un stylo? Very good. Let's practice again one more time, and then I will let you go. Que veut dire un stylo? Parfait. So keep practicing, and I will see you in the next video. Au revoir. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to learn the answer to the question that we have asked in the previous video. So the question was, what does un stylo mean? Now take a moment and pause the video and read it, then come back and read it with us and see if you got it right. Okay. Now let's just review the pronunciation tips. So you following a cue is always silent. And the E attached to only one sound is pronounced E. So how would you pronounce this one here? Que. Que. Okay. Now the next word here, we have a T at the end that is underlined, meaning that is silent. So the T at the end of words in French, most of the time it is silent. However, we have some exceptions that we will learn later. So for now, let's do the EU, the combination of EU, pronounced as an E, just like this one here, but a little bit longer. So, que, veut, veut. Okay? And then the next word here, we have an I. The I is an E in French, and it's pronounced an E when it's followed by a consonant that is different from an N. So it's an E, so meaning that this one here will be D. The E at the end is silent, meaning that we only read the D-I-R, and that is dire, dire. The next word here is UN. UN is pronounced, the combination of UN, pronounced un. Okay? And then the word here, we have a Y. The Y is pronounced exactly the same as the I in dire. And then the O at the end is an O. It's a short O. It's not like the English O when you say O. O. It's not stylo, stylo. Okay? Now let's read it. Que veut dire un stylo? Okay, now the whole thing. Que veut dire un stylo? Parfait, perfect. Did you get it right? All right, now let's take a look at the answer to that question. So the answer would be un stylo means a pen. Now take a moment also and pause the video, write it down, write the answer down in French, of course, and say it, then come back and see if you got it right. Okay, did you get it right? Okay, now let's pronounce it. Un stylo veut dire a pen. So, un stylo veut dire. Okay, so un stylo veut dire a pen. Very good. Now, there is another way of saying it, and that is it means. Instead of un stylo means, it means. Now let's see how we say it in French. So we already know means, veut dire, but we did not learn the it yet. So now it is ça, ça. So you see here that it looks like a little 5 ender. That makes the C sound be pronounced as a S sound, not as a K sound. So, ça veut dire. Ça veut dire a pen. Okay? So, anytime you see the CD, you pronounce the C as a S, not que. Let's practice it one more time. Ça veut dire a pen. Very good. Now, you know so many phrases that are helpful and questions that are helpful when you start learning French. So, go practice them and I will see you in the next video. Au revoir. Numbers in French. Les nombres. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And be careful, there is also another word, le vin, which means the wine. Vingt et un, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. So here the X is pronounced as an S. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. So notice that for 70 we say 60, 10. And then after that 71 is 60 and 11. So it's 71, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. And the word 15 is like cans of soda. 76, 77, 78, the X is pronounced as a Z. 79, again the X at the end of this is pronounced as a Z. And then 80 is 80. So for 81, we don't say 80 and 1 as we did with 21, 31, 41, etc. We just say 421. So 81, 81, 82, 83, 83, 84, and we missed to write in the 80 in 83. 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. Alors, here we don't have the A either, so just 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 97, 98, 99, 100. 100, 200, 300, 400. So here the R is also, you can say 400 or just 400. Usually when we speak, we just say 400, we don't pronounce the R. 500, we don't pronounce the Q. 600, we don't pronounce the X. 700, of course, the P is not pronounced. 800, also the T is not pronounced, so 800. 900, 1000, 2000. Examples here, 202, 306, 999. In this video, we are going to learn how to say, do you have any questions? And also, do they answer? And with oui, yes, and no. So first, we're going to talk about the pronunciation and the meaning. So, est-ce que, so that doesn't really translate to anything. If you translate it word for word, it means, is it that? But in English, you don't say, is it that you have any questions? But in French, that's one of the ways of asking a question, is using the est-ce que in there. And then vous is, of course, you, vous. Avez is have, and then they is any, and then questions. Now, pronunciation-wise, est-ce que vous avez des questions? And between the vous and avez, we need to have a liaison, and it's a liaison obligatoire, meaning that you have to have that liaison. You cannot say vous avez. Because liaison, meaning like putting two words together, there are three different ones. One that you have to have, one that is sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't, and one you should not. So this one is basically the one that you have to have that liaison. You cannot say vous avez, you have to say vous avez.
Vous avez.
Right. So, est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Bien. And then the DES, the ES is pronounced as an A. So it's des questions. Est-ce que vous avez des questions? That's
No.
with the intonation. And then let's say we're going to do yes, and then we are going to do no. And maybe we can, so question is the same, just so des is the any. So they could mean some or any. And the answer could be yes, oui.
Where are you typing?
Sur la page 446.
That's good.
Okay. So, alors, oui.
Oui.
Oui. You can say, oui, j'ai des questions. That's one way, which means, yes, I have questions. Or you can also say, oui, j'ai une question. If it's one, j'ai une question.
J'ai une question.
Bien. Or, j'ai deux questions, j'ai trois questions. And you can also use it differently, which is oui, instead of yes, I have questions, we're going to say yes, I have some. So in order to do the some, we are going to do the en. Oui, j'en ai. Yes, I have some. So yes, I have some. So oui, j'ai des questions. Yes, I have questions or some questions. Oui, j'ai une question. Yes, I have one question. You can also say oui, j'en ai, meaning yes, I have some. So the en here is translated to some. And we can put that. Oui, j'en ai. And that way you don't repeat the word questions. So oui, j'en ai. Yes, I have some. Or you can also say oui, j'en ai une. So it's the same as this, but instead of saying I have some, we are going to say yes, I have one, without saying the word question. So oui, j'en ai une. Yes, I have one. So all of these are answers to est-ce que vous avez des questions? Just like in English, the answer could be yes, I have some questions. Yes, I have one question. Yes, I have some. And yes, I have one. And the en is the sum in here. And let's make these a little bit bigger. Ça va?
Oui.
Yeah. So let's work on the pronunciation to make sure that you're pronouncing each word correctly, and also the intonation, the emphasis, and all of that. So for the first one, est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Parfait. And then, oui, j'ai des questions.
Oui, j'ai des questions.
Oui, j'ai des questions.
Oui, j'ai des questions.
Bien. Oui, j'ai une question.
Oui, J'ai une question.
Bien. And then, oui, j'en ai.
Oui, j'en ai.
Bien. And then the en is, of course, the some. Yes, I have some. Oui, j'en ai une. This one is tricky because you have the en and then you have the number une. So let's make that. So basically in English you just say, yes, I have one. But it's kind of like in French you would say, yes, I have some, one, to specify. So that's why you have this en here. That en is replacing some. But to specify, you add the une at the end. Ça va?
Oui.
Bien.
Ça va.
Très bien. OK. Alors, oui. Alors, let's finish the pronunciation. Oui, j'en ai.
Oui, j'en ai.
Oui, j'en ai une.
Oui, j'en ai une.
Right. Now, if you have two questions, how would you say that?
Oui, j'en ai trois.
J'en ai deux.
J'ai deux.
Right. So you can just add the number at the end. So the j'en ai you already have, and then because the en kind of replaces questions, some questions, and then the une or deux or trois or dix is to specify the number of questions. So this is the answer with oui. And then for the next one, we are going to do the answer with non. So let's just duplicate this slide. So on fait une copie. So est-ce que vous avez des questions? That is the same. Now we are going to do non. Sur la page suivante, on the next page. So non. Pardon, sur la page suivante. Bien. Alors, non. So how would you say, I don't have any questions?
Non, je n'ai pas de questions.
Okay, so we're going to take this. J'ai des questions, and we are going to add the negation. And the negation is going to be je on its own. We're going to add the ne and then pas. So the negation is usually kind of like surrounding the verb. The ne comes before the verb and the pas comes after the verb. So non, je n'ai pas. And that is no, I don't have. Now they, after a negation, they becomes de. Just because we have the negation. So it becomes de. So ne and pas is what makes it de. So just like in English, do you have any questions? Yes, I have some questions. Or I don't have any questions. So de is some, but de is any. Ça va? And then here we have also the ne ends with a vowel, with the e, and the a starts with a vowel, and that's why we are going to put an apostrophe here. So we will say non, je n'ai pas de questions. Je n'ai pas de questions. So non, je n'ai pas de questions. And
non, je n'ai pas de questions.
Bien. So which means that no, I don't have any questions. So they and we see here that de is with the negation, it is a any. If you say non, je n'ai pas de questions, it's okay. People understand it. So it's not the end of the world if you say des versus deux. But the correct way is to say deux questions. Je n'ai pas de questions. I don't have any questions.
Non, je n'ai pas de questions.
Voilà. Non, je n'ai pas de questions. Now,
Non, je n'ai pas de questions.
bien. So now this is what is called français académique, meaning like the correct school French. Académique. And now in everyday life, this here becomes, so like in the français parlé, the spoken French, we are going to look at it. And the first thing that goes is this N. So the first part of the negation in French, when we speak, we drop that N. And of course, because the je has an E and the A starts with a vowel, then it's going to become j'ai pas. J'ai pas. Non, j'ai pas. So we drop in that ne. That was the first part of the negation. The other thing that happens in the spoken French is that E here is also dropped. So I'm going to put it in gray. So it becomes non, j'ai pas de question. And that is français parlé. Non, j'ai pas de question. Ça va?
Oui.
Bien.
Non, j'ai pas de questions.
So this de becomes de. So j'ai pas de question. Non, j'ai pas de question.
OK. Non, j'ai pas de questions.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the other way of answering is instead of non, je n'ai pas de question. And let's make it français académique. So non, je n'ai pas de question. But we can also change or replace question. And then remember that we replaced question before or some with en. So we would say non, je n'en ai pas. So and that en replaces de question. I don't have any. So this en here in this sentence, it means any. Je n'en ai pas.
Non, je n'en ai pas.
Bien. So ça veut dire I don't have any. So no, I don't have any. Okay. So je n'ai pas de question. J'ai pas de question. Je n'en ai pas.
Non, je n'ai pas.
And pardon, for no, you don't pronounce the last N. It sounds like the no as in English.
Okay. Non, je n'ai pas.
So you read in this one, the last one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one, non, je n'en ai pas.
Okay. Non, je n'en ai pas.
Right. And non, again, it's just like English, no. So basically the last N in non is silence in French.
Mm-hmm.
Non, je n'en ai pas. Now, again, if we want to do the same answer, but with the spoken French, then it's going to be, guess what we will do? We drop the first N, the first part of the negation. So it becomes, and of course, je ends with E and en starts with the vowel. And we are going to drop that E here. And it becomes non, j'en ai pas.
Non, je n'ai pas.
J'en ai pas.
J'en ai pas.
Right. So these are just different ways of answering. Do you have any questions? Just like in English, No, I don't have any questions, or I don't have any. And of course, the Français académique, the school French versus the everyday life French. And this one here is Français parlé, spoken French. So I'm explaining the two ways of, or the different ways of saying them in the school French and the spoken French, because most of the time in school in United States they teach just Français académique, and then people, when they go and they speak, they don't understand the French speakers, because of course they speak fast. Just like when I learned English, we learned I am going to eat. But in America, they don't say I am going to eat, they say I'm gonna eat. So it's the same thing. And that's about it for this one. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn how to ask the question, what is your name, when we first meet someone. So let's see how we say it. First, we are going to start with the pronunciation, as usual. So the U here is silent, and the E here is pronounced as an A. So how would you pronounce the whole word? Right, quelle, quelle. And then here the EST is pronounced as a short A. So whenever you have EST meaning is, then that means that it will be pronounced as an A. A. Okay? Now we have another word that looks exactly the same, and it has EST, but it means east. And that one is pronounced differently. It's pronounced est. Est. Okay? And then we go to the next word. The E at the end is silent. Remember, the French O is a short O. 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 It's an open and short O. So how would you pronounce this word here? Parfait. Perfect. Votre. Votre. Okay? And then the last word here has an M at the end, but that M is actually not really pronounced as an M. So here we only read in no. So it's like the no, the opposite of yes in English. No. Do not pronounce the M. Don't say nom, it's just no. So the M is basically silent. Okay, so let's read the first one again. Quelle est votre nom? Now we're going to put everything together, and since this word here has a consonant at the end and the next one starts with the vowel, we put them together and we call that liaison. And what it means is just basically putting the two words together as if they were one. So instead of saying quelle and then a, we're going to say quelle est. Quelle est. Okay, now let's say the whole question. Quel est votre nom? Quel est votre nom? Very good. Now we are going to look at the structure of the sentence and notice that actually it's in the same order this time. So what is quelle is a, your, votre, name, nom. Now you may see that we have learned what as que, but that's a different story that we will explain later in this course or in another course. So both of them mean what, but there is a slight difference that we will see later. So now you know how to ask what is your, and you can put anything you want here. What is your address? What is your phone number? So it's the same structure. So you just say quel est votre, and then whatever you have after that. So practice, and then in the next video we are going to learn how to say my name is, and whatever the name is. Au revoir. So in here, we are going to learn how to say, how are you doing? Now, how are you doing in English is actually translated to how are you going? So instead of doing, it is going. Now, in order to make that sentence, in order to make that sentence, we worked on the verb aller, and we know that you go or you are going are the same way. So if we go back to aller, I want to add something to that verb. So sur la page 407, 407. So je vais means I go. It also, we are going to add that it also means I am going. So je vais, I go, I am going, or or also you have been going. So we can't add all of them here. It's gonna be too long. You have been going. So the present tense in French is actually je vais means I go, I am going, you have been going. And of course, tu vas will be you go, you are going, you have been going. So there is a being here. And I am going to make this smaller so it can fit in here. Okay. So I go, I'm going, you have been going, and then you go, tu vas is you go, you are going, you have been going. And that will work for all of them. We don't have to write all of them because it's not gonna fit, but that's how it works. The present tense in French, it has 3 different meanings. I go, I'm going, you have been going. You go, you are going, you have been going. And then he goes could also mean he is going or he has been going. She goes, elle va, she goes, she is going, she has been going. On va could also mean they go, they are going, they have been going. So you see that the present tense in French has 3 different meanings in English. And now, since we already know that, we want to say, how are you going? So you are going, if we go back here, that will be, and let's make that also smaller. So it's gonna be vous allez, which is you are going, and you have been going. But what we are going to use is basically just you are going. So, and then we'll finish the rest. We'll make it smaller and finish the rest. So this one, he goes is he is going. He has been going. And then the same thing for this one. So she goes, she is going, and she has been going. And the same thing here, we go or they go, they are, we are going, and then have been going. And we can add the same thing for they, and hopefully it fits. And then also for this one. Okay, so now it fits. Okay, so now we know what the verb aller in the present tense means exactly, and we are going to apply that to our question, how are you doing, which we use as how are you going. So now you are going, we already know that it is vous allez. And we need the word how. So how is comment. Comment. And then we have you are going is vous allez. Now we need to make that as a question. So in order to say how are you doing, there are a few different ways. And this is basically if you are talking to one person formally or you're talking to a group. So comment vous allez is going to be, in order to make a question in French, we use the verb first and then the subject second. So we're going to take that vous from there and add it after the aller. Now, what happens when we have a question with the verb first and then the subject second is we put trait d'union, like dash, in between the verb and the subject. So we say, comment allez-vous? So this is français académique. So français académique. Let's write it all in here. So français académique. Comment allez-vous? That's where you put the verb first and the subject second. Now, there are other ways of saying this. So it's going to be, in order to make a question, instead of putting the verb first and the subject second, you keep the subject first. So we keep the vous here and we drop it from here. But we will have to have something that makes it a question, and that is est-ce que. Now, est-ce que, if you translate it word for word, it means is it that? But you, in English, when you translate in comment est-ce que vous allez, you don't do it that way. That means just how are you doing. So here we have comment allez-vous, that's français académique, and
Yes.
then comment est-ce que vous allez, that is
Yes.
français académique and parler. So you can use it whether it's in writing or also in speaking. Comment
Yes.
est-ce que vous allez? Now there
Yes.
is another one which is you are going to use comment also,
Comment est-ce que vous allez?
or you can also say vous allez comment. You can put that at the end. And let's make this black. So there are three different ways of saying it. Usually with the vous, when it's formal, you would use comment est-ce que vous allez. That's the common one. And then vous allez comment, that's another way of saying it. And it could mean also, how are you going to somewhere else? Vous allez comment? Par train, par voiture, by train, by car. So it has two meanings. It means how are you doing, but it also means how are you going. Okay, so that is if we're talking to one person formal or to a group of people. Now we are going to do the same thing, but in this case, so this is, we are going to do one person formal, like if we speak informally, or to a group of people. So this is one
person, yeah.
Yep, or a group of people. So that is how you would say it to say how are you doing, and let's make that also bigger. Now the same thing is gonna apply to when we are talking to, let's duplicate this slide and we go on to the next slide. So now we are going to be talking to one person, but not formal. To say how are you doing, how are you going, we are going to change the subject. So if we go back to the conjugation, in order to talk to one person, then it will be tu vas. So now we are going to do that. Let's put this a little bit up. So here, tu vas is you are going if we're talking to one person. So we are going to apply that to what we have done before. And I am going just to add this here. And that is we. And they are all done. So now on the new slide, instead of comment allez-vous, we are going to change that allez-vous to the tu vas or vas-tu, because we're going to have the verb first. So that's va and then tu. Comment vas-tu? And that's français académique. Now for you, when we want to use est-ce que, then again we are going to replace vous by tu, and then aller by va. And that is français académique and parler at the same time. Now if we want to do just français parler, we are going to say comment tu vas. So comment tu vas. So that's the français parler. Usually you put the verb first and then the subject first and then the verb second. So this is one way of saying how are you. Now in general we don't really use these comment est-ce que tu vas, comment vas-tu, and all of that. It's usually when we are speaking to people we know, you would just say, and let's do that on another slide. So to one person, it's gonna be ça va. So it just
the comment vas-tu, the S is not pronounced.
Correct. So the S is not pronounced.
Est-ce que tu vas? And comment tu vas?
Comment tu vas?
Okay.
So the S is not pronounced, as we said when we did the conjugation of the verb. And also the word comment has a T at the end. That T is not pronounced. Comment, comment, comment. So comment vas-tu? Comment est-ce que tu vas? Comment tu vas? Yeah? And then what I was saying is that even when we speak to one person, and it's like if I'm talking to my sister, I don't say comment est-ce que tu vas or any of that. I just say ça va, ça va. So that's the way of speaking to people you know. So like I never said to my sister comment est-ce que tu vas or comment
you just say ça va.
You just say
ça va means how.
So ça va means it goes. So if you translate it word for word, it goes, or is it going? So that's how you would say, you would ask someone ça va, and then the answer usually is ça va. So we just the only difference is the intonation of the question. So ça va, ça va. So that's to one person that is informal, your friend, your family member.
Okay.
Ça va? Ça va. Bien. So that's how we say, how are you doing? And let's review one more time all of that. So we go to how are you doing as comment allez-vous, and make sure that you put the liaison between the T and the A. So comment allez-vous. So the T is usually not pronounced, but if the comment is followed by a vowel, then you will have to pronounce that T. So you put what's called liaison, comment allez-vous. And then the same thing for comment est-ce que vous allez, then there is also a liaison in there. Comment est-ce que vous allez? And then vous allez comment. This one is not used much, but just in case someone says it, vous allez comment. The next one is comment vas-tu? And you don't pronounce the S. I'm going to put that S in gray to remind you to not pronounce it. Comment vas-tu? Comment est-ce que tu vas? And that one also, let's make that. And comment tu vas? So the S is not pronounced at the end of va, and the T in comment, because it's not followed by a vowel, is also not pronounced. So the T comment is silent. So all the ones that I put in gray are not pronounced. So, and then the last one, which is the common one between friends and family, is ça va, ça va. And that's how we say, how are you doing? So in this video, we are going to learn how to say, I am doing well. So as we did before, in English you say doing, but in French it translates to going. So we would say, I am going well. So in order to say that, if we go back to the verb to go in the present tense, in order to say I am going, we have je vais. The S is not pronounced, so we take in the je vais, meaning I am going, and we are going to put it right here. And here it is going. So I'm doing well. In French, it's I'm going well, and it is je vais. So let's just make the same size. See, 41. Or make them all 36, 36. So je vais, and then well is bien. Je vais bien. So je vais bien. And I'm going to put that in green. That is well. Bien. So, je vais bien. Now, if we want to add thank you, I am doing well, thank you.
Je vais bien, merci.
Yep, je vais bien, merci. And we will talk about the merci. You don't have a problem with that, but usually my American students would pronounce it merci, but it's merci. So the reason for that is that the E, or which is the E in French, followed by two consonants, with few exceptions, the E is pronounced as an A. In this case, it's followed by an R and a C. Even though it doesn't have an accent, it is pronounced as an A. So it's not me, it's me. Merci. So je vais bien, merci. I am doing well, thank you. And I am going well, thank you. So let's put that in here. So that's how you would say, I am doing well. So that's one way. It's kind of like formal, academic, and all of that. But in general, as we saw before, the question is, how are you doing? And the answer is, ça va. And we can write that again here. Ça va. So, ça va and ça va. You can also say ça marche. That's another way of saying things are going well. Ça marche. It goes. So this one here, we have done it before. If we translate it, it's going to be, it is going. It is going, or it goes. Ça va. You can also use ça marche. Ça marche. And marcher means to walk or to go. So ça marche is another way of saying ça va. Things are going well. Ça marche. Bien. So that is about I'm doing well, thank you. Je vais bien, merci. Ça va, merci. Ça marche, merci. Okay, so let's do the pronunciation. You repeat after me. Je vais bien, merci.
Je vais bien, merci.
Parfait. Ça va, merci.
Ça va, merci.
Ça marche, merci.
Ça marche, merci.
Très bien. Okay, so in this video, we are going to learn how to say, how are you, to a group of people or one person formal. So if we want to say, how are you, then we would say, and we have it here, comment, comment. So, co is always read as co in French, and then the en is an en. The t at the end of a word is usually silent, so it's comment, comment. Now, since we have a word that starts with a vowel after, then we would pronounce the t, because we will attach the t to the next word. And that's why you have this color here. That means this is what's called liaison. So it's comment allez. And the easy at the end of a word is always pronounced as an A. So everything here follows the rules. Comment allez-vous? The OU is an OU, and the S at the end is silence. So, comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous? And that is what's called Français académique. So it's kind of like what we write, the correct French and all of that. And then the next one, we already know how to pronounce comment. And then we go to the next word here, est. Est is pronounced as an A when it means is. So in this case here, it's kind of like is, and then it, that. So it's is, a, and then ce, que, est-ce que. Now, when it comes to the pronunciation, CE on its own is going to be pronounced ce. But when it's in this particular question, then it will be S. So A and then S. And then we have que. So E usually when it's attached to only one sound, whether it's one consonant or in the case of que, you have one consonant and a U, then it's pronounced as an E. So S, que. Remember the CE would be pronounced ce when it's in other than in est-ce que. So est-ce que vous allez? So that we pronounced the vous And vous on its own is vous without pronouncing the S, but because it's followed by a word that starts with a vowel, then we will pronounce that S as a Z. Comment est-ce que vous allez? And as the intonation, comment est-ce que vous allez? Now, that is what's called français académique et parler, meaning that you can use it in writing, you can use it in speaking also. And the last way of asking this question is just vous allez comment? Vous allez comment? So vous allez, we already talked about the pronunciation, and then also comment. And this one is français parler only. So this is just the spoken French. First one is French, academic French, meaning like you write it. It's the high French. The second one is both spoken and academic. And the third one is spoken only. Now, if we are going to talk to one person and it's not formal, then it will be similar, but the verb is going to be conjugated a little bit different. We had aller, so the verb is the verb aller. For vous, it's vous allez. But for you, one person is tu vas. So now the questions are formulated the same way as what we did before. Comment, then the verb, and then the subject. Now pronunciation-wise, comment here is not followed by a word that starts with a vowel, which means that the T is going to be silent. So you say comment vas-tu. The S is silent. So remember, S at the end, most of the time it is silent. Comment vas-tu? And the A is pronounced as an A, just like in the alphabet. Va, and then tu. Tu, the U is an U sound. So, comment vas-tu? So that is français académique. It could also be used in spoken, but it's not the common way. And then, unless you are talking kind of like high French. And then, comment est-ce que tu vas? Again, we explained all of the pronunciation of all these words. That is français académique and parler. So you can write it and you can speak it. So, comment tu vas? That is only spoken. Comment tu vas? And the pronunciation of all the words we have covered before. And then here we have other ways of saying how are you when we are talking to someone not formal. And we would say just ça va, and the answer ça va. So if we take a look at the pronunciation, the C with that CD ender is always pronounced as an S sound. It doesn't matter what vowel comes after it. If it's an A or U, doesn't matter. U, E, it's always an S sound. And it's usually used when you have the vowel A, O, or U. Because the C followed by an A, O, U is pronounced like a K sound, but once we put the CD, it's going to be pronounced as S. Now, I said that it's whatever vowel is followed by, but it's usually followed by A, O, and U, and that's it. You will never see C with the CD followed by an I or an E or a Y, never. So this is pronounced ça va. Ça va. And it follows the rules of pronunciation. Ça va, answer, ça va. The meaning is, the ça means it, and va could mean goes or going. So it's kind of like in how is it going, in a way. But the meaning is how are you doing or how is it going. And then now the answer is I'm doing well, thank you. So I'm doing well, you could say je vais bien. So je, we talked about the pronunciation. There is the E, je, and then V. The AI in French is always pronounced as an A. So there are so many combination letters that are pronounced A, and one of them is the AI. So anytime you see AI, then it's an A sound. Unless it's followed by an L, then it's an I. Otherwise, if there is something else beside the L, then it's A. So je vais. And the S, as I said before, is silence. S at the end in French is mostly silence. So je vais bien, merci, merci. And it's not merci, it's me, merci. The reason for that is the E is followed by two consonants. And when the E is followed by two consonants, it's usually pronounced as an A, with some exceptions like CR, CH. Otherwise, it's an A. And then ça va, it's going, ça marche. Those are, we have done ça va. And there is also ça marche. Ça marche means, so marcher means to walk. So it walks, if you translate it word for word, but it means it goes, it's going, things are going. And pronunciation-wise, it's easy because M-A, it's an ma, because the A is an A in French. Ça marche. And the E at the end, it is always silent unless it's attached to only one sound or one consonant, which is the same. So one consonant. The only time that there are two letters and it's pronounced as an E is with the que. It's also pronounced as an E in the word quelque, but otherwise the E at the end is silent. And this is basically the same as what we have done before. Je vais bien, merci. And then we add in and you, et vous. The et at the end of a word or on its own always pronounces an A. So et vous. S, as we said, is silent, and the OU is always pronounced as an OU. So et vous. So OU followed by a consonant is always OU, or followed by nothing. If there is an I, then that's a different story. But OU followed by a consonant or followed by nothing is OU. So et vous. Now here we have not very well, I'm a little sick. And let's do the pronunciation. Again, the S is silent. Pas trop. The P here is also silent. So P at the end of a word that is not followed by a vowel is silent. So pas trop bien. Bien. So remember we said the EN is pronounced as an en in comment, but if it is preceded by an I, then it's pronounced bien. 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 Pas trop bien. And then je, and remember the E, when it's attached to only one consonant or one sound, it's pronounced as an E. If there are more than one consonant in one sound, then it's silent. But in this case, there is one consonant, we pronounce it je. And then the next word, S at the end, silent. The UI is a oui, suis, je suis. Je suis. And then un, just like number one, un. So UN is an sound, un. Peu, EU is an E sound, peu. So anytime you see EU is an E, peu. Malade, and the E at the end is silent because there are more than one consonant. So basically French has rules for pronunciation. If you know them, you can read French well. So pas trop bien, je suis un peu malade. Je suis un peu malade. Okay. Now, there is one thing I want to say is French, usually French people, in big cities, just like in any other language, they kind of change the pronunciation and they make it so fast. So for je suis, if you are in Paris talking to someone from Paris, they would pronounce it suis. So they put the je and the s together and becomes like suis malade, suis un peu malade. And then qu'est-ce que vous avez, and we need to put a hyphen here between the a and the s. Qu'est-ce que vous avez is what is going on. What do you have? What do you have? So the que is the what, and then the est que is just, is it that? So that's just for question. And then vous avez, you have. What do you have? What's going on? Qu'est-ce que vous avez? And we talked about the pronunciation of all of these. Vous avez, again, the S is pronounced because there is a vowel here. The easy at the end is an A sound. So that is what's going on. Je suis enrhumé. Je suis enrhumé. So enrhumé. The H is silent. And that means I have a cold. To do the verb avoir au présent, which means to have in the present tense. And let's start with anglais, English. You have, I have, and then you have, and then he has, and she has. And then we have, you all have, or you one person formal have. So this is one person formal or a group. And then we have they have and they have. And the difference between these two is that in French there is masculine, which means that it could be a group of men and women or just group of men. And then there is also they have, just feminine, which means that the whole group is just female. So now, in order to say I have, first of all, the verb avoir is an irregular verb, so it doesn't follow rules of other verbs. It has its own rules. And it's a very important verb because we use it also when we conjugate in verbs in the past. And we will see that. So let's start with I have. So the I is je. And the have, when it comes to with the I, is an A. However, because A starts with a vowel and je ends with an E, then we will drop that E and just put apostrophe. So that's why it's going to be j'ai. J'ai. Instead of je and A, it's just j'ai. We drop in the E. So the je here is the I and the have is A. Now, when it comes to you have, when you're talking to one person, so you is tu, and then have, when it's with the you, it's going to be a. And this S here is not pronounced. So I'm going to put that in gray to make sure that you remember to not pronounce it. And I will make this a little bit bigger. So, j'ai, tu as, tu as. So, tu as, the pronunciation is going to be like there is like a Y in there, tu as, tu as, tu as. However, so that's français académique and français parlé when it's good French formal. However, in slang or in everyday life, that you is dropped and we would say ta. Instead of tu as, it's just ta. And this is only français parlé. So you can't really use it in informal speeches, for example. So this is an everyday thing. And we're gonna put that in here. And of course the S is the same. It's not gonna be pronounced. So we will put that in gray. So t'as. So j'ai, tu as, or t'as. Now when we go to, so when we go to he has, then the he is il, and the has is just a. Il a. And we'll do the pronunciation at the end. So il a, he has. So in English there is have and has, but in French there is a, depends on the subject. And for elle is also the same as he. So he and she are always, they will always have the same thing, with some exceptions that we will see later. But in general, il a, elle a. So a and then a. Now we go to we have. We is nous. And let's make this one also bigger. Okay. And we is nous. Weird, I can't write in here. Okay, so nous, and then have in this case is avons. So it's another word. It's different from the one used with je or tu or il. So nous avons. At least this one has part of the verb, because the verb in the infinitive is avoir, so it has an av in it, and the oir is the equivalent of to, and just like in English, you drop that oir, you drop the to. So nous avons, so this one follows the rules of conjugation, but not the other ones. And then the next one also, vous, follows the rules of pronunciation, which means that we will have the ave, and then we will have easy at the end. Okay. So avez, vous avez, and easy. So the easy is pronounced as an A. And then for il, so he has is il. And in order to make it they, we add an S in here. So it's kind of like English. If you look at the he and they, there is a he in the word they. You just add in a T and a Y at the end. But in French, it is more logical in a way. You just add in an S for plural. So il, and then the verb is on, and the T is silent. So the T is silent, but this S here, which is, if you pronounce in just this word here on its own, it's il. But because the on starts with the vowel, then we will pronounce that S as a Z. So, ils ont. And this is what is called liaison obligatoire, meaning that it's mandatory to pronounce it together. There are three types of liaison in French. Some are mandatory, you have to have them, and this one is one of them. You cannot say ils ont, that's incorrect. You have to say ils ont. And the same thing for here, nous avons also has to be, you have to pronounce the liaison, and then vous avez also pronounce the liaison. A liaison means that you put the words together and the S becomes a Z sound. And then for elle, the same thing as she, so you have elle, and then, and this is an E, so elle, and then we add in an S to make it plural, and we have on. So il plural and elle plural they are the same. They're usually the same, except for when there is what's called past participle, and we'll get to that later. But in general, in the conjugation, they are the same. So this one also will have the liaison, which means that you will pronounce elles ont, elles ont. And we'll go to another one that does not exist in English, which is the on. On, and the on is the same as the il and elle in conjugation. So you see here a, and a. Now, what does that mean, the on? It means, or it's used as one, like in general, or they in general. You can't use it as they, for example, if you say my cousins have something, you can't use that. You can't use on. You will have to use this il. But if you say, let's say, people in Nigeria have nice teeth, then you would use the on. So it's an on, meaning one or they. So general. We use it also, the on is also used in speaking as we have. So one has, they have in general, or we have. So it's something that it doesn't exist in English, and it's used the way we said it in here. Now I'm going to go over the pronunciation again. So here the AI, anytime you have an AI, then it's an A. Unless it's followed by an L, then it's an I. But if it's on its own, or if it's preceded and followed by a consonant, then it's an A sound, always. So it sounds like the E with an accent, the same, A and A. So if I had, let's say, a word that looks like that, then it will be J. So this is J and this is J. So AI is pronounced as an A. And I will take this out. And then for tu as, so we said that tu as, when you have a U followed by a vowel, there's a pronunciation of a Y in there, tu as. Now in the spoken, just like I am going to sleep, for example, you would say in English, I'm gonna sleep, so I'm gonna. So that's like short for I'm going to. And in French, ta is short for tu as. Il a, you also pronounce it together, il a. Elle a, and this E here, even though it doesn't have an accent, but it's pronounced A. And that's because it's followed by two consonants. So, elle, elle a. This E here is silent, so I'm gonna put that in gray, elle a. So you pronounce them together, elle a, and then on a. And remember that all of these will have the liaison obligatoire. Il a, elle a, on a. You don't hear someone saying il a, elle a, on a. You always have to put them together. So I am going to put that here, and the same thing here, elle a, and on a. Okay. And then we talked about nous avons. So OU, it's an OU sound. It's a long OU. Nous avons. And of course, we have the liaison. And the S at the end is silent. Now, when it comes, so nous avons, and also the emphasis is not at the end. It's on in the middle of the two words. So nous avons. So you hear the za more than the rest. Nous avons. Not nous avons, nous avons. So basically at the end, you drop your voice. Nous avons. Nous avons. The same thing for vous avez. That goes up. Again, the voice goes up and down. Vous avez. And here we have an easy. Easy at the end of a word, any word in French is always pronounced as an A. So there are few A's in French. The AI is an A. The easy at the end of a word is an A also. And then ils ont, again we said the liaison here. The S is pronounced as a Z, the T is silent. Ils ont. And the N is not voiced 100%, it's just so it's a nasal. Ils ont. And then the same thing for elles ont, and this E here is silent. So ils ont, elles ont. So j'ai, tu as, t'as, il a, elle a, on a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. In this video, I am going to explain the past tense in French and in English. So in English, let's say, for example, if I want to say I danced, then it's one word. But in French, it's two words. And you can remember that by just the word composer. So it's kind of like composed of, when you say something is composed, it's definitely composed of more than one thing. So in French, it's j'ai dansé. J'ai dansé. And the verb danser in English with this C, but in French it's with an S. Now you see that here there is only one word in English, and then here there are two words. So you have one and then two. Okay, so that's why we say it's passé composé, even though it means exactly the same as past tense. Now, let's look at how we make the passé composé. So if you look here, as we just did, we learned the verb to have in the present tense. So that verb in the present tense was j'ai, is I have, right? So it's kind of like I have, and that's what we learned. And then danser is basically we take the verb, and I'm gonna write that here. So danser is to dance. If you look at the English, there are two words, danser and tu. So the two here is what actually makes it infinitive. In French, it's the ending that makes it infinitive. So the two equals the ER at the end. And I'm going to change the color for this one to make it different. So j'ai dansé. So the verb to dance, danser in French, one word. But when we conjugate in this verb in the passé composé, in the past tense, and then we have two words. And it's kind of like composed of to have in the present tense plus what we call past participle. So in French, in order to conjugate a verb in the past tense, you will have to have avoir, which means to have in the present tense, and then add what is called past participle. Now, how do you form the past participle for all the verbs that end with ER in French, which actually are like 90% of French verbs end with ER? So if you know how to do this one, you will know how to do the others, and we will add another piece to it. So you take this danser here. So avoir in the present tense, we already did that, so we know how to conjugate avoir in the present tense, and we can review it if you want. So avoir in the present tense will be j'ai, tu as, il a, etc. Now the past participle is taking this part and plus dropping the er and or so dropping the er and then adding an e with an accent. So that's how you would form the past participle. And let's make it in some color, green. So that is past participle. With, of course, the E is what we changed. So you see that here, past participle is taking the verb with the ER, dropping the ER, removing that ER, and we add in an E with an accent. So that's how you would conjugate a verb in the past tense, and it's called passé composé. So passé composé, made out of avoir in the present tense, and then add in the past participle. There are other verbs where we're going to use not avoir, to have, but to be in the present tense, but we will do that later. Now we are going to go to the next page, and on the next page we are going to see, so the next page we will have the verb avoir in the present tense already made. And we will have to add what's called past participle. Now, for the past participle, with when the verb ends with er, is easy. You drop the er and you add an e with an accent. However, the verbs that have OIR at the end are irregular verbs, so you will have to kind of learn the past participle separate. There's no trick to making it. So for voir, the past participle will be vu. So here we have the verb avoir. We said that in order to do passé composé, you need the verb avoir in the present tense, and we already did that before. So in order to say I saw, you have the I and the verb to have in the present tense, and then the past participle, which is vu. And let me see what color. So that is the green. So in green. Okay, and all you have to do now that you have the verb avoir in the present tense, all you have to do is take this vu here and add it to the avoir. So vu, and then okay, and then the same thing here, vu. So I'm just adding vu to the avoir in the present tense. And let's make this maybe bigger. Okay, and we go here, we add also vu, and then vu, and vu, and it's frozen. Okay, so this one, elles ont vu. For some reason, I couldn't type. It's frozen. So, ils ont vu, and then elles ont vu. Let's trick it. Okay, now we can. So, elles ont vu. So, you see that once you know the past participle of any verb, and then you know the verb avoir, depending on the verb, some are conjugated with the verb to have in the present tense, some with to be. And we'll talk about when to use to be versus to have. So now when it comes to the pronunciation, j'ai, we already did that, and then we add in vu. vu. And the U is pronounced like an I, putting your lips together. So that's the best way to pronounce the U, since it doesn't exist in English. So U, U. So it's an I, pronouncing an I, bringing your lips together. U. So j'ai vu, tu as vu, t'as vu, that's français parlé. Il a vu, elle a vu, on a vu, nous avons vu, vous avez vu, ils ont vu, elles ont vu. So we already practiced the avoir in the present tense. All we added is vu. And remember that this does not mean I have seen, it means I saw. So it's not word for word. You don't translate it word for word. It's the whole thing. J'ai vu means I saw. Tu as vu means you saw. And then il a vu, he saw. Elle a vu, she saw. On a vu, of course, is one saw, or they in general saw, or we saw in français parlé. So I'm going to add parler here. So usually in the spoken French, very rarely you would use nous, you use on. Even if you're talking about like myself and my family, we did this, then you would use on, or myself and my friends on. So not to get confused with one does or they. So one saw, for example, is one as in like in general, an individual in America does this or saw this, or people in America saw this. So that's, you can use on. The we is in the français parlé, and it replaces nous. So you use nous sometimes, but not very often. Nous is more for written and formal speeches, not for the spoken. And then vous is used for one person formal or for a group of people. Ils ont vu, that is, they saw, if it's a group of men or group of men and women. If it's a group of just women, then we would use elles ont vu. So, j'ai vu, tu as vu, t'as vu, il a vu, elle a vu, on a vu, nous avons vu, vous avez vu, ils ont vu, elles ont vu. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Je suis très fatigué. You can say très fatigué, or when we speak, we also say crevé. Crevé, but it's a spoken one. You can also say épuisé. 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 So, je suis très fatigué mentalement parce que nous avons beaucoup conduit dans un très mauvais temps ou climat. Dans un très mauvais climat. I am very tired mentally because we drove a lot in a bad weather. Let's do it one more time. Je suis très fatigué, crevé, mentalement, parce que nous avons beaucoup conduit dans un très mauvais temps ou climat. Je suis très fatigué mentalement parce que nous avons beaucoup conduit dans un très mauvais climat or temps. I'm very tired mentally because we drove a lot in a bad weather. Très fatigué, you can also say épuisé or crevé. Je suis fière de toi. Je suis fière de toi. I am proud of you. when we speak, we tend to pronounce the je and the s together as sh. So it becomes suis. So je and suis in spoken French, suis. Je suis fier de toi. Fier de toi. I'm proud of you. Je suis fier de toi. Mon mari était très courageux. Mon mari était, and we don't pronounce the T at the end, très courageux. We're not pronouncing the X either. Or we can also say the word brave. Brave. Mon mari était très courageux, meaning my husband was very courageous. Or brave, brave. Again, one more time. Mon mari était très courageux. My husband was very courageous. J'aime conduire, mais pas quand il fait mauvais. J'aime conduire, mais pas quand il fait mauvais. I love to drive, but not when the weather is bad. J'aime conduire quand il fait beau. J'aime conduire quand il. Notice that the D is pronounced as a T because we have a liaison here. J'aime conduire quand il fait beau. I love to drive when the weather is nice. So in this video, we are going to do how was your day? So how is comment? And then instead of was, the common, we have a word for was, but the common way of asking about the day is used as c'est passé. And c'est passé is kind of like past. How past. And then votre is your, when you're talking to one person formally, or if you're talking to a group. So votre meaning your, and then journée is day. Now the word day in English, there is only one, but in French there are two. So you can use journée, and that's when you are referring to length of the day. So the duration, length of the day. And you would use jour if you are just saying day. So let's say, for example, I went to Paris for 4 days. What you mean is like number of days, counting the days, but not thinking about the length of the day. And that's when you use the word jour. So two different things. Journée, if you want to say I spent the whole day doing something, then you would use journée because you're referring to the duration of the day. But if you count in days, for example, then you would use the word jour. And both of them, just day without referring to length. So, comment s'est passée votre journée? Now, when it comes to pronunciation, comment. So the EN pronounced en, and the T at the end is silent. So, comment. And then the word that comes after, S, which was se. But because the A starts with a vowel, then we would drop the E that comes after the S, and then use a apostrophe, and then A. Now, A is pronounced just as an A, so meaning that the S is silent and the T is silent, and we pronounce it just A. So, c'est, and then passé, passé, passé. Votre journée. Journée, we have the OU, that's an OU, so it's kind of like saying OU, but long, OU, journée. And the end here, the E at the end is, of course, silent, so we just use the use the first E, which has an accent, and that will make it A. So, comment s'est passée votre journée? Now, the same thing you can also use. So, if we take this slide and we duplicate it, and instead of saying s'est passé, we are going to use the verb to be, which is was in this case, and we would say était. Comment était votre journée? Comment était votre journée? Sur la page 432. It's on the next slide. So, comment était votre journée? How was your day? And that's the same thing. All we are changing is this time we use it exactly what is used in English, which is the verb to be in the past. How was your day? So, comment s'est passée votre journée? Comment était votre journée? Now, the common one is actually s'est passé. So, s'est passé is the one that is more common than était. So, we had the question, comment était votre journée? Or comment s'est passée votre journée? And now we want to answer that question. So we could have either good, bien, bien, and the pronunciation of the IEN. So I am going to color code it. Whenever you have an IEN at the end, then it will be pronounced bien. So in this case, we have bien, bien, and you don't pronounce the N. So it's kind of like the IEN is an ya, ya. The I becomes a Y, y, and then the EN becomes ya, bien. Now, if we want to say very good, we take the same thing, which is bien, and then we add très, très. So, très bien. Very good. Très bien. And if we want to say, let's say, not good, so we are going to duplicate this slide, and we want to say not good, then we would say pas bien. Pas bien. So not good, pas bien. Pas bien. If we want to say not really good, then the same thing, we're going to add just, très, like we did before, pas très bien, not very good. Not very good. So pas très bien. Not very good. If we want to say bad, then in that case we would say, and we have it on the next page. So bad will be mal. Mal. So here, bad is as an adverb, you use mal. So, comment s'est passée votre journée? Bien, très bien, pas bien, pas très bien, ou bien mal. Ma journée s'est mal passée. So it's not an adjective, it's an adverb. Now, if we want to say I had a bad day, then in that case, we are going to say, instead of mal, we are going to say mauvais, or mauvaise, which is an adjective to mean bad. So bad could be an adverb, and it's mal. If it's an adjective, if it's describing something, then it is mauvais for masculine and mauvaise for feminine. So here we have, I had a bad day. And we will go back and do the good day also. So I had a bad day. In this case, we are going to say j'avais une mauvaise journée. Mauvaise journée. Now we are going to color code them differently. So if we take j'avais une mauvaise journée, j'avais means I had. So that is I had. And then I had. And then une mauvaise is bad. And here, mauvaise with an E at the end, so that E here is only for feminine. When we're describing something that is masculine, so une journée is feminine, so I'm putting the E, and there is an E here also. So that E for feminine, it also applies to the adjective. So j'avais, I had, une et, and then mauvaise, bad as feminine, because the word journée is feminine. So bad, and then day. So j'avais une mauvaise journée. Now, like I said, mauvaise here means bad, and mal means bad. Mauvaise is an adjective when we describe in something, describing a noun, but bad is when we are describing an action. Like, for example, he drives badly, bad, then in that case we would use mal because we're describing the action. So j'avais une mauvaise journée, I had a bad day. And let's go back and talk about the pronunciation, starting, so pas très bien, not very good, and we talked about that pronunciation. Then we have mal. Mal is an easy one, it's like bad, mal, M-A-L, so it's M-A-L, mal. And then when we go to the full sentence here, j'avais, and this S here, it's actually what's called an optional liaison. You can say j'avais une mauvaise journée. Some may say j'avais une mauvaise journée. So you can make that liaison between the two words or not. J'avais une mauvaise. And then the word, first the AI is an A sound. So this is an A. J'avais. 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 And when you have an A sound at the end of a word, the stress in that word will go at the beginning. This is the French from, let's say, France and even Africa. Canadians have different ways of putting the stress. They're different from the French. So j'avais une mauvaise. So here the AU is pronounced as an O. So in French, AU and EAU are all pronounced O. So mauvais, the AI again is an A, mauvais. And then we have an S. If you have one S between two vowels, then it's pronounced as a Z. And that's there are two cases where you pronounce the S as a Z. It's when it's between two vowels in a word, or when you have, let's say, for example, if we want to make a liaison between j'avais and une, you say j'avais une. So in that case, you pronounce it as a Z, and also when there is one S between two vowels. Otherwise, the S is pronounced as an S, this, not as a Z. So une mot, the AU is an O. The the AI is an A, so mauvais, and then Z, mauvaise. The E at the end is always silent in French, so mauvaise. It's always silent except for when you have one letter attached to to the E. So for example, if you have me, then you pronounce the E as an E, just like in the alphabet. And also when you have quelque. So when you have a Q-U-E, then, and lorsque, when you have this, you pronounce the E, and when you have one letter attached to the E, you pronounce it. Otherwise, it is silent. So in the case of une, silent. Mauvaise, silent. Journée, silent. So j'avais une mauvaise journée. And that's how you would say, I had a bad day. Okay, so here we had the question, comment s'est passée votre journée? Or comment était votre journée? And then the answer could be either bien, good, très bien, very good, pas bien, not good, pas très bien, not very good, pas très bien, pas bien, not good, and then mal, bad. Or if we want to use the word journée, we would say j'avais une mauvaise journée. I had a bad day. And we said that all of the E's are not pronounced, but the E in me and quelque are pronounced. Now, if you want to reply to that, if you're talking to one person formal or a group, you would say et vous. So you say very good, et vous, and you. Or you can also say and yours, meaning like your day, and la vôtre. And because it's formal, you will have la vôtre. So vous is you, and votre is your, but yours is la vôtre. And that's why I color-coded the S, the same color as la. And the reason we're using la here is because we were talking about the day and the length of the day, which is feminine. That's why we used la. If we were talking about something that is masculine, then it will be le. So, et, la vôtre. And then if we're talking to one person informal, then we would use et toi, and the OI is pronounced as wa, et toi. And that is and you, like and you, how about you? However, you can also say and yours if you are talking about the day, and yours. So in order to say and yours, then it will be a and la, because journée is feminine, and then tienne, we're using the T because that is informal, we know the person, so we don't have to use votre. And because journée is feminine, we add an NE at the end. Well, basically we add an E, but for spelling purposes, we have to have an extra N there. Because in French, you cannot have E, and then two consonants and another E. E, and then one consonant and then E. You have to have two consonants or an accent on the first E. But in any case, what makes it feminine is actually the last E. The N here is for spelling purposes. So I'm going to make it a different color. So, et la tienne. So when we add in, if the E is followed by two consonants, it's not E anymore, as in the alphabet A, B, C, D, E. It becomes an A. So that's why you have la, t, yen. And the I followed by a vowel is a y sound. So it sounds like t, and then y, which is the I, and then n, t, yen, n. So you can even think of it this way. Ti, y, n, tien, tien. If you want to pronounce this as an N, tien. So la tienne, et la tienne. And then the person will answer either good, very good, etc. Alors, je vais lire ce qu'on avait fait la semaine dernière. Bonjour Neza, ça va? Je suis très contente de te voir. So, hi Neza, is everything okay? How are you? I am very happy to see you.
Oui.
Oui, ça roule. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a de nouveau? Yes, everything is going well. What's new? Pas grand-chose. J'ai acheté une chatte. Not much. I bought a cat. Chouette. Comment s'appelle-t-elle? Awesome. What is her name? Elle s'appelle Brigitte. Her name is Bridget. Est-ce que tu as une photo d'elle? Or est-ce que tu as une photo d'elle? But when we speak, quand on parle, on dit t'as au lieu de tu as. Do you have a picture of her? Oui, j'en ai quelques-unes sur mon téléphone. Yes, I have some on my phone.
Yes.
Et on continue, fais voir. So, fais voir, ça veut dire, si on traduit mot par mot, ça veut dire make see. Mais cela veut dire let me see. OK? Et ta réponse? Quelle est ta réponse?
Bien sûr, instant. Fais trouver.
Pardon?
Fais trouver.
Non, c'est pas la même chose.
OK.
So, alors, let me see, c'est fais voir.
OK.
Mais si on veut dire let me see, or let me see. So let me see meaning like let me look at. So fais voir. Mais si on veut dire let me see, je vais voir.
OK. Je vais trouver. Je vais trouver. J'ai une photo d'elle. I have a photo of her. Au parc. No, that's cats don't. Wait.
OK. Alors, bien sûr, je vais essayer. Je vais essayer de trouver ces photos.
OK. Je vais essayer de trouver ces photos. OK. Your turn. Ton réponse.
OK. Alors, je vais traduire premièrement.
Okay.
Of course, I am going to try to find her pictures. OK. Alors, je réponds.
J'ai beaucoup de photos. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Je vais dire prends ton temps. Prends ton temps. Ça veut dire, prends ton temps, ça veut dire take your time.
Prends ton temps. OK. Merci. Je me trouvais.
Alors, pas je me trouvais. Je me trouvais, ça veut dire I found myself.
OK. J'ai trouvé.
Oui.
J'ai trouvé les photos d'elle sleeping. I found pictures of her sleeping.
Okay. So, j'ai trouvé quelques photos d'elle.
Quelques photos d'elle. J'ai trouvé quelques photos.
Endormie. Sleeping.
So, j'ai trouvé quelques photos endormies.
Oui. So, j'ai trouvé quelques photos d'elle endormie.
D'elle endormie. OK.
So, I found.
It's a lot. Elle dormit de plus? Non.
Elle...
She sleeps a lot.
Ok. Alors, premièrement, I found some pictures of her sleeping. Okay. Alors, j'ai trouvé quelques photos d'elle endormie.
Endormie.
Yep. Et on va passer à une nouvelle page.
She sleeps a lot. I am jealous. Je suis jaloux? Non.
Oui, alors on va taper ça sur la page suivante et on va dire elle dort beaucoup.
Elle dort beaucoup. Je suis jaloux. Non. Elle dort beaucoup et, ok, period. Elle s'arrête.
Elle, pardon?
She wakes up, she gets up, elle s'arrête,
elle se réveille.
Elle se réveille quand elle a faim.
Quand elle, pardon?
Quand elle a faim. When she's hungry. Faim.
Ah, quand elle a faim. Yeah.
Faim.
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 Yeah. So, elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim.
Right. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim.
Je suis jalouse.
Je suis jalouse.
So, ça veut dire she sleeps a lot. She wakes up when she is hungry.
I am jealous.
I am jealous.
Sinon, à propos de or about house cats, something very interesting about house cats. They don't do much, but they are very important.
Right. Yeah.
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 Can we say that? Can we say that? No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have learned, j'ai apprendre.
So, j'ai appris.
J'ai appris quelque chose de très intéressant about her or about house cats.
Okay. Alors, I have learned. J'ai appris quelque chose de très important. So, de très important. So, j'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
Quelque chose
Oui.
de très important.
Quelque chose.
De très important sur les chats maison.
Chat de maison.
Chat de maison.
Cela veut dire I have learned something very important. Something very important about the house cats. Alors, j'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
Oui.
Et après, on va faire les verbes dormir, aussi les verbes se réveiller et le verbe se réveiller et aussi le verbe apprendre. J'ai... Ok, alors, et voilà. I have learned something very important about the house cat. So, on fait la prononciation. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim. Je suis jalouse. Et tu répètes, s'il te plaît.
Elle dort. Ok. Oui. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille.
Se réveille.
Se réveille quand elle a fin.
Quand elle a. So, alors, il y a une liaison entre quand et elle.
Right. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim. Quand elle a faim.
Oui.
Enfin. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille.
Se réveille. Elle se réveille. Se
réveille quand elle a faim.
Quand elle a faim.
Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim. Quand elle a faim.
Yeah, le D est prononcé comme un T. Yeah.
Quand elle a faim. Je suis jalouse.
Très bien.
Je suis jalouse.
Très bien. Après, nous avons « J'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison ».
J'ai appris quelque chose de très important. J'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
So, j'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
J'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
Bien.
Et de maison. Okay. They don't do much. Il ne fait full. Non. Wait.
So, il, pluriel.
Il ne fait pas, il ne font pas. Ils ne font pas, right? Good. Ils ne font pas grand-chose.
Grand-chose.
Ils ne font pas grand-chose, mais ils sont très importants.
Ils sont. Yeah.
Right. Ils sont. Right. Ils sont très importants.
Bien. But they are very important.
Good for.
Yeah. So they are very important. So, ils ne font pas grand-chose, mais ils sont très importants.
Oui.
Avec S.
Uh-huh.
Bien. Alors,
oui.
On peut revoir ça. Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille quand elle a faim. Je suis jalouse.
Moi?
Oui, s'il te plaît.
Elle dort beaucoup. Elle se réveille.
Se réveille.
Se réveille quand elle a faim. Je suis jalouse.
Bien. J'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
J'ai appris quelque chose de très important sur les chats de maison.
Ils ne font pas grand-chose, mais ils sont très importants.
Ils ne font pas grand-chose, mais ils sont très importants.
Parfait.
Très bien.
In this video, we are going to do the verb laver au présent. So now, laver means to wash. And we are doing it in the present tense. So to wash something. Now, laver is a verb that we say it belongs to the first group. And all the verbs that have ER at the end belong to the first group, except for one verb, which is aller. That one is not conjugated the same way as the verbs that we call them first group verbs. So now, for the present tense, all the verbs that have ER except aller will be conjugated this way. So let's say what we do is laver, we drop the ER. And for je, we add E. For tu, we add E, but also an S. For il, E, elle, E, and on, E. So basically, to remember it, is all the one person. Je is I'm one person. Tu, one person. He is one person. She, one person. All of those will have an E. Except that we add in for tu, we add in an S. It's kind of weird, so to remember it, it's weird because it's one person and we add in an S. In my opinion, it shouldn't be that way. And then we have on lave. So on lave could mean one in general. So for example, if we say in France, one eats baguettes every day, we would use that on. So on mange des baguettes chaque jour. You can also translate it as they in general, which is the same meaning. One eats baguettes every day, or people eat baguettes every day. So you can use on. We also use on as we. So it's also we, but that is usually when we speak. So we is nous, but when we speak, we tend to use on instead of nous. Now, all of these will have the same endings, s, e. And then for nous, it's going to be ons. And the S is silent, just like the S here for tu is silent. And the E also is silent. So, je lave, we add in an E in writing, but it's not pronounced. Tu laves, we add in an ES, not pronounced. Il lave, add in an E, not pronounced. Same thing for elle lave and on lave. So we add in all of those E's or E, but we do not pronounce them. So basically they all sound the same. Lave, 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 lave. And then for nous, we add in O and S, but the S is silent. And it's pronounced lavons, nous lavons. For vous, we add in E, Z, and the EZ here is pronounced as an A. So anytime in French you have an EZ at the end of a word, it's definitely an A. We don't pronounce the Z. The group of E and Z at the end of a word is an A. And then we go to lave. So this one also we have an E. We added an E, but we added an ENT. So this one here, let's make it, so ENT, but they're all silent. So basically, this one sounds just like the je, tu, il, elle, all of them. So je lave, tu laves, il lave, elle lave, on lave, elle lave, and the same thing for il lave. So nous means we wash, and vous means you, one person formal. If you don't know the person or you have to show respect, then you would use vous. It also means you all. So you plural. And it's not tu. Even though there is an S here, this means you wash if you're talking to one person. So it's kind of, some students get confused because there is an S, they think tu lave means you all, but it's not. Tu is one person. And then elle lave and then il lave, these have the same endings and they are silent and they sound exactly the same as je, tu, il, elle, on. Ça va, c'est bon?
Oui.
Bien. Au lieu du verbe payer qu'on avait fait avant, payer, on va changer ça au verbe envoyer. So, envoyer. Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire envoyer?
To send.
To send, voilà. Alors maintenant, tu conjugues le verbe envoyer au futur simple, s'il te plaît.
Like that?
Nope. So this verb is kind of a little bit tricky. It has an O-Y-E-R. And I'm going to put that in red. It's also an exception where you don't take the whole verb. So normally you would take the whole verb and add the endings. But for this specific ending here, O-Y-E-R, what happens is becomes enverrai. So you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's j'enverrai. So the rule that we said before, we said with exceptions, and this is one of the exceptions.
Okay.
Yeah, tu continues. And that means send. Et on change l'anglais. Send. So, j'enverrai, tu enverras. Alors, tu lis, s'il te plaît.
J'enverrai.
So, ce E, est-ce que c'est un E ou un E? Is it
J'enverrai.
So, is it j'en veux ou j'en vais?
J'en vais. Oui.
Pourquoi? Parce que le E est suivi de deux consonnes. So that's a rule also in pronunciation is the E followed by two consonants is pronounced as an A. With some exceptions, which are like CR, CH, PH, then the E is still pronounced as an E.
Okay.
If you want to pronounce it as an A, you will have to put an accent on it. Par exemple, éléphant. So, éléphant. If I don't put an accent on this E, even though there are two consonants after, it's going to be pronounced E. So that's why in éléphant, we have an accent on the E in order to pronounce it A, éléphant. But in general, E followed by two consonants is an A. Just like here, L. So this is an A, not an E. So we don't say ul, we say L. Okay? Bien, alors tu continues. You continue, please.
Which one was I on?
So just do the pronunciation. J'enverrai, tu enverras, il enverra, etc.
J'enverrai. Tu enverras.
So don't put the stress at the end. J'enverrai.
J'enverrai. Tu enverras.
Tu enverras.
Tu enverras. Il enverra.
So il enverra.
Oh, il enverra.
You put them together. So il enverra, elle enverra.
Il enverra, elle enverra.
No, so il enverra, elle enverra.
Il enverra, elle enverra.
Yeah, so Kyle, you kind of putting the two words separate, but you have to put them together. So il enverra, as if there was written like this. So il enverra, elle enverra.
Il enverra, elle enverra. On enverra.
So on enverra.
On enverra.
Bien.
Nous enverrons.
Nous enverrons.
Nous enverrons. Vous enverrez. Elles enverront. Oh, ils enverront and elles enverront.
Très bien, parfait. Alors ça, c'est le... So now here in this video, we are going to do s'ennuyer, which means to get bored. And s'ennuyer has an S here. Let's make it capital, and even another color. So let's say this color, mauve. Okay, so s'ennuyer, to get bored. And if we take just ennuyer, is to make someone get bored. But s'ennuyer is to do it to oneself or to feel it in oneself. So s'ennuyer means to get bored, to feel bored. Now, if we want to conjugate it, just like what we did with laver, we drop in the ER and we add in the endings, which are, for je, we have E. And then for tu, we have ES, elle, E, il, E, and on, E. Nous, we will drop the ER and add ONS. For vous, easy, EZ, and then elle, pluriel, ENT, and il, ENT. So that's following the rules of the conjugation of verbs that have ER. Now we have other things to deal with. And the first one is this S here. So je m'ennuie means like I feel myself. So the M means myself. Je m'ennuie. Now, if we go to the next one, we have tu te ennuies. So if you look at tu, it ends with an E, and then ennui starts with the vowel. So what are we supposed to do in here? Just like what we did with je m'ennuie, or you did with je m'ennuie, what would you have to do here?
Delete the E and put it in
Exactly. So instead of the E, we drop it and we do apostrophe. And then you can continue with the rest. So fix the rest, please. Bien, très bien. So now s'ennuie, s'ennuie. Voilà, parfait. So we followed the rules that we know about reflexive verbs that have se. For je, it's me, but we drop in the e because the verb itself starts with a vowel, etc. So that is understood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bien. Maintenant, il y a autre chose. There is another thing. In the old French, we kept this Y. But in the modern French, that Y is substituted by an I. So anytime you have a verb that ends with a Y here, then that Y is going to be substituted by an I for je. And then the same thing for, so try to see which ones we will put the I instead of a Y. Guess. Voila. So we are using that Y, we're replacing it with an I when you have what?
When you have, you replace it with a Y when you have, well, wait, you replace it with an, oh, sorry.
With an
you replace
I,
it with
yeah.
an I when you have a Y.
Right, but you didn't replace it here and here. Why?
Oh, because it's like talking about like multiple people.
Okay, so basically there are a few different ways of explaining this, but the common one is that this Y here is followed by a vowel that is pronounced versus the Y that was here is followed by a vowel that is not pronounced. So the E here is not pronounced. And the same thing for tu, il, elle. So anytime you have an E that is silent that comes after the Y, you change that Y into an I. Now here we have an E, but for vous. but is this silent?
No.
No, it's coupled with the Z and making the sound A. So when you have a sound that comes after, then you don't change it to an I.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's how you would remember it. If there is something like an O and A that is pronounced, then you don't change it. But if you have all of these E's, E here, ES, ENT, they're all silent. So when you have those silent letters, then you change the Y into an I. And this applies to all the verbs that have, to most verbs that have a Y. Y-E-R. Ça va?
Oui.
Okay. So keep that in mind. And so, je m'ennuie means I feel bored. And then how about tu t'ennuies?
You feel bored.
You feel bored. So let's fill all of these out. Okay. So that's not she though.
That would be, oh, they still.
They. And then you all. So this is one or all. And then they and they. Ça va?
Oui.
Okay. So maintenant la prononciation, je m'ennuie, so je m'ennuie, tu t'ennuies, elle s'ennuie, il s'ennuie, on s'ennuie. So it's all of them ennui. You just add in the M, the T, the S, etc. For nous nous ennuyons. So ennuyons. And this Y here is pronounced as a Y. Nous nous ennuyons. And then vous vous ennuyez. Elle s'ennuie. Il s'ennuie. So all of these, elle s'ennuie, il s'ennuie, on s'ennuie, elle s'ennuie, il s'ennuie, they all sound the same. Exactly the same. Even though this one has an ENT and this one, but it's still pronounced the same way as the elle singulier and il and on. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to read it just to make sure you're pronouncing them correctly, and then we stop the video.
Okay. Je ennuie.
Ah,
Je m'ennuie.
voilà.
Tu t'ennuies.
Bien.
Elle s'ennuie. Il s'ennuie. On s'ennuie. Nous ennuyons.
Okay, so this one here, because you have the ennuyant starts with a vowel and nous ends with a consonant, with an S. So we put them together. Nous nous ennuyons.
Nous nous ennuyons.
Voilà.
Vous vous ennuyez.
Same thing. Vous vous
Vous vous ennuyez.
Voilà.
Elle s'ennuie. Il s'ennuie.
Très bien, parfait. So here we have what's called liaison obligatoire. So you have to have, we don't say nous nous ennuyons. You can't say it that way. It has to be like a liaison between the two. So
Okay.
Je m'ennuie, tu t'ennuies, elle s'ennuie, il s'ennuie, on s'ennuie, nous nous ennuyons, vous vous ennuyez, elle s'ennuie, il s'ennuie. Parfait. On va faire le verbe acheter au futur simple. Et ça veut dire to buy in the future. So maintenant, quand on fait la conjugaison, quand on conjugue un verbe avec ER à la fin, normalement, on prend tout le verbe et on ajoute les terminaisons. Oui. Mais en français, il y a une règle, but in French there is a rule about spelling. So when you see, if we do it that way, and let's make these a little bit bigger. So, si on voit par exemple, est-ce que tu peux, can you remove your cursor from there? Okay. So, if we take this verb here, we write it according to the conjugation verb, then the conjugation rules, then we will have an E and then another E. So, E, consonant, and then E that is pronounced. So, E pronounced, one consonant, another E pronounced, pronounced as an E, that does not exist in French. You have to add an accent on the first one, and it's an accent that is here as accent grave. In some cases, you double the consonant, but in this case, you put an accent grave, not aigu, an accent grave on the first E. And that's because of the rule that says you can never have in French an E that is pronounced as an E, and then one consonant, and then another E that is pronounced also as an E. Okay? You can't have that. So one of the E's have to change, and we usually either put on the first one an accent grave, or we double the consonant. Do you understand why we add in that accent? Okay, très bien. So, j'achèterai. Otherwise, it's going to be pronounced j'achèterai, which is very difficult to pronounce anyway. And that's why we change in that E to an A sound. J'achèterai. Okay? Alors, tu continues?
It's just going to be the accent, I'll just copy and paste.
Yeah, just copy and paste, and that way we go faster. So it's going to be the same. Tu achèteras. Achèterons. Achèterai. Ça va? Tu continues?
Okay.
So, which means that from this verb here, we are going to make sure that anytime you have a verb in French that you have to conjugate in the future simple, you always have to pay attention to the first E. So you see that I have here the E-T-E-R. So as long as you have an E and then one consonant and then ER, then that first E will definitely have an accent grave, not accent aigu, accent grave. In some other cases, you may have double consonants. So let's go over. So j'achèterai. Prononciation.
J'achèterai.
Okay, so you still do the A at the end, but it's j'achèterai.
J'achèterai. Tu achèteras.
Tu achèteras.
Tu achèteras. Il achètera.
So il achètera. And whenever
Yeah.
you have a verb that starts with a vowel, you blend in the two words together. So, tu achèteras sounds more like a ye. Tu achèteras. Il achètera. Elle achètera. On achètera. Do it again, please.
Yeah, on achètera. Il achètera. Elles achètera.
Il achètera.
Il achètera.
Voilà. You just put the words together because you have a vowel.
Okay.
And then we go to nous.
Nous achèterons.
Nous achèterons.
Nous achèterons.
Nous a.
Nous-
So nous a.
Nous achèterons. Vous achèterons. Achèterez. Ils achèteront. And elles achèteront.
Okay. So we do have to work on the emphasis in these in words in French. So, for example, what we did here, j'achèterai. So where is the emphasis? Where do you hear it louder?
Oh, like the beginning?
The beginning. So, j'achèterai, tu achèteras, il achètera. I'm kind of exaggerating so you can hear where the emphasis is. So it's not j'achèterai, it's j'achèterai.
J'achèterai.
Mhm. Bien, tu comprends?
Mhm.
Okay. So, nous achèterons la même chose. Vous achèterez la même chose. Ils achèteront la même chose. Same thing. Elles achèteront la même chose. So the stress is the emphasis is at the beginning of the word, not at the end.
Mhm.
Okay. Et maintenant, on va parler d'autre chose quand on parle. We're going to talk about something else. When we speak, this E that is in green is actually dropped. So instead of saying j'achèterai, we say j'achèterai.
J'achèterai.
Right. So we drop it.
Mhm.
It's like in English, I am going to versus I'm gonna.
Mhm.
So we do the same thing in French. So j'achèterai, tu achèteras, il achètera, elle achètera, on achètera. So you just hear tra, not tera.
Mhm.
And that's
Ja-
spoken.
Was it j'achèterai? J'achèterai.
So j'achèterai,
Oh, j'achèterai.
tu achèteras.
Tu achèteras.
Bien.
Ils achètera.
Il achètera.
Oh, il achètera. And then on achètera.
Bien. Tu continues. Nous,
Nous on achètera.
nous achèterons. Non, nous achèterons.
Nous achèterons. Vous achetez.
Vous achèterez.
And ils achèteront. And elles achèteront.
Okay. So you put them together. Ils achèteront.
Ils achèteront.
Voilà. Et elles achèteront.
Elles achèteront.
Bien. And let's finish the translation in here. Ça va, c'est bon?
Mhm.
Des questions?
No.
No, ça va. Okay. In this video, we are going to do les pronoms. So, alors, les pronoms. And we are going to see the types of pronouns that we have. So the first thing we are going to do is put a table here, insert a table. And c'est pronom sujet, COD, COD, tu, il, elle. Hop, ok. Tu, il. Très bien. Alors, pour les pronoms, on va commencer par les pronoms sujets. Alors, quels sont les pronoms sujets?
Like the subject pronouns?
Oui, subject pronouns. Quels sont les pronoms sujets?
Like je,
Je. Et puis,
tu,
tu. Alors, tu, le U, on le prononce comme si on veut dire I. And I'll explain it in English so that way you pronounce the U correctly. So basically, the U in French, which doesn't exist in English, you pronounce an I. You try to pronounce an I, but you put your lips together. And that way, it's going to be U. So I, U, U.
u,
Right. So I, and then just like pronouncing that, putting your lips together, it's going to come out as U. U.
u,
Perfect. Parfait. Et après tu, qu'est-ce qu'on a?
il or L,
Yeah, so il, and then elle. Et après?
on,
On. On. Right. So on, you don't really pronounce the N, you don't say on, it's on.
on,
Voilà, it's nasal. And we are going to do these first, and then we will do the plural in the next slide. So those are les pronoms sujets. Ce sont les pronoms sujets. Après, nous avons ce qu'on appelle les pronoms, ou bien on va sur une autre page, et on va parler d'une phrase. Par exemple, je donne la pomme à Michel. Voilà, une phrase, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? What does it mean?
You give an apple to Michelle.
So I give an apple to Michel. Bien. Maintenant, je, c'est quoi? C'est le sujet, c'est le pronom, c'est quoi? C'est le sujet, c'est le CED, c'est quoi?
Sujet.
Sujet. Alors, je, c'est sujet. OK. Et donne, c'est quoi?
Verb.
Le verbe. C'est sujet et puis verbe. C'est le sujet. Je vais mettre les articles. Le sujet, le verbe. Et après, là, c'est quoi?
Sujet pronoun.
Là.
Is it the article, the?
So, là, c'est un article. Un article. Et pomme.
Object.
Et, OK. Object, so objet. C'est un objet. Et a.
Is that like auxiliary verb? Or actually, no, it's just to, right?
Voilà.
Yeah.
To, c'est quoi? Prépo.
A preposition.
Yeah, preposition, préposition. Et puis, on a Michel.
Like a person, like
But in grammar, c'est un objet.
yeah.
Okay. Alors maintenant, on a un objet, la pomme, et un objet, Michel. Quelle est la différence entre la pomme et Michel comme objet? What is the difference between la pomme and Michel? Both of them are objects, but there is a difference.
Like Michelle's a person and the apple is just like an object that's like not alive.
Yeah, but in grammar, we don't look at it that way. We are going to look at it in a way that, so la pomme comes right after the verb. There is no preposition before it, no preposition preceding it. So when a noun comes right after the verb without a preposition, then that is called un objet complément direct. Okay, so it comes directly after the verb. There is no preposition. Now for Michel, it's also an objet complément, but it comes indirectly after the verb, so we will call it indirect. Ça va? Alors, on va colorer tout ça. So, si tu veux, tu peux m'aider. On va colorer je, sujet. Comme ça, tu te rappelleras plus tard sans l'oublier. So, let's color code them. And that way, the brain kind of remembers them better than if we have everything in the same color. So, I am going to do some and you do some so we can go faster. Okay. Le verbe. Okay, and then la pomme, je vais faire A comme préposition en rouge. Préposition rouge. It is two. Try to use colors that are easy to see, I think.
Yeah.
Because those are very bright. And then Michel. Let's do this one. Oops. Et voilà. So we see here that each one, so we just need pomme. Et on peut utiliser le vert. Et apple. Des questions sur ça?
No.
No, okay. Because this is very important to know because we are going to use all of these words.
Okay.
Okay. So, actually, I'm gonna do this. Je vais mettre ça un petit peu. Ok. Alors, c'est petit, mais alors maintenant, si on prend, alors si on prend tout ça, on fait une copie et on va changer un objet complément direct. En général, on dit un COD. Et pour un objet complément indirect, on dit un COI. C'est bon? Ok. Alors maintenant, on va revenir sur la page précédente. On a fait sujet, etc. Alors, on a sujet, on a aussi le COD. Alors, si on a COD, quel est le COD qui correspond à je?
Me.
Me. Et celui qui correspond à tu? Te. Et pour il? Le. Et elle?
La.
Alors maintenant, on, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire on?
Ce.
Non, pardon, pas le pronom qui correspond à on, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire on? Quand est-ce qu'on utilise on?
Oh, is it like in general?
Right, so it's one in general or also they. That's one way. The other way is quand on parle, when we speak, we usually don't use nous, we use on. So basically, on could also mean we. Ça va? Okay, we're going to leave that and then we go to le COI.
Is it me again?
Me, voilà.
And then te.
Te,
Is it Louis?
bien.
Is it also Louis?
Voilà. Très bien. Alors, en général, me et te, c'est la même chose, mais pour le... pardon, ici, c'est là, pas le... Là, so le, là, et lui, lui. Maintenant, il y a aussi les prépositions qui viennent... les pronoms qui viennent après position. Par exemple, si je veux dire it belongs to me, je dis c'est
or
C'est, c'est à moi. So when there is a pronoun that comes after a preposition, then it's another one. So here it's a preposition, it's a pronoun after a preposition. After a preposition. Ça va? Ok. Et on ne va pas faire ça aujourd'hui. Alors on va seulement faire ça. Alors c'est à moi. Alors ça veut dire que moi pour les pronoms après préposition. Alors pour tu, quel est le pronom qui correspond?
Toi.
Toi. Et
Lui.
lui. Et
Lui.
à elle. So, si on prend l'exemple, c'est à moi, c'est à toi, c'est à lui, c'est à elle. Okay? Ou pour moi, pour toi, pour lui, pour elle. Ça va? Alors, il y a lui, pardon. Lui, ici, c'est la même chose. Et on peut mettre ça, même couleur. Et aussi, on a me. Aussi, c'est la même couleur. Mais les autres sont différents. Ça va? C'est bon?
Oui.
Ok. Alors, ce qu'on va faire, premièrement, on va mettre ça au centre. Ok. Et on va faire un duplicata de la page et on passe à la page suivante. Et au lieu de je, tu, il, etc., sur la page suivante, qu'est-ce qu'on a comme sujet?
Nous.
Nous.
Vous.
Vous.
Il.
Il.
Elle.
Elle. Parfait. Et on n'a pas besoin de ça. Maintenant, le COD qui correspond, ou le pronom COD qui correspond à nous. C'est quoi?
Nous.
Nous. Et, pardon? Et pour vous?
Vous.
Vous. Et pour il?
L'air.
Les.
Les.
Et pour elle? Les. Ça va? Et on va faire des exemples. Ça, c'est juste pour quand on fait des exercices, on va revenir à ces tableaux. Alors, nous avons nous, vous, les et les. Et pour le COD?
Nous. For nous.
Oui, alors nous, c'est toujours la même chose, nous. Et vous?
Vous.
Vous. C'est la même chose. Maintenant, pour il, le pronom COI qui correspond à il pluriel.
Leur.
Leur. Et elle.
Leur.
Leur.
Alors.
Leur avec S ou sans S?
No S.
Non, S. Pas de S. Et quand on a leur avec S, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
When is there with an S?
Oui.
Possessive?
C'est quand on a un S, ça veut dire que c'est there.
There.
There. There. So, si le leur avec un S, ça veut dire there. Mais ici, c'est différent. On n'a pas de S.
Ok.
Ça va?
Mhm.
Très bien. Alors maintenant, après préposition, after preposition,
Is it also new?
nous. Et après,
Vous?
vous, oui. Et après,
Les?
eux.
Oh.
So, pour moi, pour toi, pour lui, pour nous, pour vous, pour eux.
Mhm. And then also
Elle.
Oh.
Ok, ça va, c'est bon?
Oui.
Très bien. Alors maintenant, on a les deux tableaux des pronoms et on va continuer à parler de pronoms. On a fait les pronoms, on a fait aussi la structure de la phrase, la structure de la phrase. Et on va continuer sur la page suivante.
Mhm.
Ok. Alors, pour cette vidéo, on va continuer avec les pronoms et on va commencer par faire des phrases avec les pronoms COD. Alors, les pronoms COD.
Mhm.
Alors, Alors, je vais poser des questions et tu vas répondre en utilisant les pronoms COD. Alors, par exemple, la première phrase, est-ce que tu aimes? Est-ce que tu aimes le kiwi? Oh, pardon, est-ce que tu manges? On va commencer par des verbes un peu. Est-ce que tu manges le pain? Le pain sans gluten. Par exemple, est-ce que tu manges le pain sans gluten?
Oui, je mange. Je le mange.
Bien, alors tu tapes. Alors tu dis oui, virgule, je le mange. Et après, non. On va faire les deux, oui et non.
Oui.
Alors tu tapes, you type.
Oh.
Okay. Bien. Alors maintenant pour je, ça ne doit pas être majuscule. Okay. Oui, je le mange. Et le, ça remplace le pain sans gluten. Ça va? Ok. Maintenant, si tu veux dire non, qu'est-ce que tu vas dire? Non. Tu tapes.
Non, je ne le mange pas.
Très bien. Et n'oublie pas que je, c'est minuscule. Ok, parfait. Alors ça, c'est la première phrase. Maintenant, la même chose, on va mettre est-ce que tu manges la confiture de fraises? Est-ce que tu manges la confiture de fraises? Tu tapes la phrase, s'il te plaît. So you type it.
Could you repeat the phrase?
Oui. Est-ce que tu manges la confiture de fraises? Et la même chose, on va répondre par oui et par non. Et pour être un peu plus rapide, on va mettre ça, on va copier parce que c'est presque la même chose, mais on doit changer quelque chose.
Là.
Là. Ok. Alors, c'est la même chose, mais au lieu de le, c'est la. Et on va mettre ça en rose. Alors, ça. Bien. Alors, je la mange, je ne la mange pas. Et des couleurs pour nous rappeler. Pardon, rose et rose. Ça va, des questions sur ça?
Oui.
Tu as des questions? You have questions?
No.
Non. Je n'ai pas de questions, j'ai pas de questions.
Yeah.
Et on va passer à la page suivante, duplicata. Et pour ne pas tout changer ou tout taper encore, est-ce que tu manges les kiwis? La réponse, voilà.
Oh, and then les.
Bien. Ça va, c'est parfait. Alors ça, c'est pour les pronoms COD. Et on va continuer avec ça sur la page suivante. On va supprimer ça, delete this, et copier cela. OK. Alors sur la page suivante, est-ce que tu manges du pain? Oh, pardon. Est-ce que tu manges un morceau de pain chaque jour? Alors, tu réponds à la question.
Like, what does it mean?
Tu réponds oui ou non. Et tu comprends la phrase? You understand the sentence?
Yeah. Do you like eat a piece of bread every day?
Bien.
Is it je le mange?
OK. Alors, est-ce qu'on a dit le morceau? On a dit un morceau. Alors, ça veut... Quelle est la différence entre le et la? Pardon, le et un.
Like le is the, and then un is a.
Right? So, le, c'est un article défini. It's definite, it's specific. But un is not specific. C'est un article indéfini. Okay? So, one is specific, one is not. When we have un, quand on a un, on remplace un par on. Pas par le, mais par... Alors, ça veut dire en et un. OK. Alors, on va mettre ça en bleu. Le bleu, c'est là. Et on a on. Maintenant, on doit changer autre chose. Et qu'est-ce qu'on doit changer dans cette phrase? Dans la première phrase, in the first one.
What do you change?
So there is just something that we need to fix in that sentence. Voilà. Parce que je se termine avec E et on commence par une voyelle, alors apostrophe. Maintenant, si on veut dire non, non, je ne en mange pas. Voilà. So, je n'en mange pas un. So, la réponse à cette phrase, the answer to this question, if we have no, will be two different ones. I can say, je n'en mange pas, I don't eat any. Or, I don't eat one, I eat two. So, je n'en mange pas, c'est la première réponse. Je n'en mange pas. On va remplacer morceau de pain, un morceau de pain par an, c'est tout. Mais on peut aussi dire non, je n'en mange pas un, j'en mange deux. So, si on prend cette phrase-là, je n'en mange pas un, j'en mange deux. J'en mange deux. Ça va, tu comprends la différence entre les deux?
Oui.
Bien. Alors maintenant, si on veut dire est-ce que tu manges une pomme par jour? Parfait. Alors oui, j'en mange une. So, je n'en mange pas une, j'en mange deux. So you will have to have that un or une.
Okay.
And then the number. But
Okay.
if you just want to say, I don't eat any, you don't want to specify that you don't eat one, you eat two, and then qu'est-ce que tu vas dire? Alors, qu'est-ce que tu vas dire?
Je ne mange pas.
Right. Alors, la même chose, je n'en mange pas. Et on change la couleur. Je n'en mange pas. So, for un and une, you use on. And then the number. Maintenant, est-ce que tu manges 2 morceaux de pain chaque jour? Et on va faire un duplicata. Est-ce que tu manges 2 morceaux sur la page suivante? 2 morceaux de pain par jour. Comment est-ce qu'on va remplacer 2 morceaux de pain chaque jour?
Les.
So, est-ce que 2 c'est défini? Is it specific?
Oh, no.
No. So when it's not specific, you use on. So how would you say that?
Je n'en. Oui.
So oui.
Oui, je mange les. Would it be?
2. So
Oh,
basically, whenever you have a number, you are going to use on because it's not specific.
Yeah.
If it's 3
Okay.
pieces of bread, 10 pieces of bread, it's still not specific. It's not the bread, the specific bread. The first one we did was le pain sans gluten, which was like a specific type of bread. But when you say 2 pieces of bread, they're not specific. So if they're not specific, that means we use on. But we want to use also, we want to use the number 2. So, oui, j'en mange 2. Oui, j'en mange 3. Oui, j'en mange 100. Okay? Non, je n'en mange pas. I don't eat any. 0. So, I don't add any number. Non, je n'en mange pas 2. J'en mange 4. Ça va, tu comprends la différence?
Oui.
OK. Et maintenant, on va passer à l'autre partie. Est-ce que tu manges 2 pommes par jour? Voilà, parfait. So, 2, ça fait partie de pommes. OK. Et après, non, je n'en mange pas. Ça reste la même chose. Et non, je n'en mange pas. 2, j'en mange 3. Des questions sur ça?
Non.
Non. OK. Alors, pour un, une, any number, you use on, and then the number after the verb.
Okay.
Ça va? C'est bon? OK. Alors, on va... Ça, c'est pour les pronoms COD indéfini. Fini. Et on va continuer avec les pronoms COD indéfinis sur la page suivante. On a fait un, une et les nombres et on fait un duplicata et on va changer est-ce que tu manges du pain? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire du pain? Some bread. Right?
Yeah.
So, est-ce que c'est défini ou indéfini? Is it specific bread?
The definite? Like it's specific, yeah.
Is it specific?
Actually, wait, no. Some is no.
Yeah, just some bread, like any bread. Alors, la réponse, qu'est-ce qu'on va dire?
Je mange. Could you just say j'en mange deux? Like, would that be okay?
J'en mange deux, as in number two?
Oui.
But it's du pain. J'en mange. Est-ce que tu manges du pain?
So I ate some.
You eat some. So the some is actually not du, is the on. So there is no du, just, no, pardon, pas de on. That on means only they or one or we.
Just like that.
Yes. So when you have du pain, and then we'll see the other ones, some of something, and then you just replace it by on. Oui, j'en mange, and non, je n'en mange pas. Et c'est tout. Ça va? C'est compris? Ok. Alors maintenant, on va changer ça. Est-ce que tu manges de la confiture chaque jour?
So you would like that?
Voilà. Parce que de là, c'est some, jam. OK? Et je n'en mange pas. So du, de là, la même chose. Because the meaning of du pain is some bread and the meaning of de la confiture is some jam. So there is that word some in there. So when it's not definite, we use on. When there is a number, we add the number at the end. C'est bon, tu comprends?
Oui.
Oui, ok. On va ajouter aussi sur la même page. Je vais voir. Sur la même phrase, mais on va changer de la et du. Est-ce que tu manges des... Est-ce que tu manges des bananes chaque jour? So we keep it simple. So, pour remplacer des bananes, qu'est-ce qu'on va dire?
Could you just use on?
Voilà. So du, de, la, des, on. And make sure that you don't put that J here, capital. So, minuscule, pas majuscule. And you can just copy and paste the other ones and change the color if you want. Et voilà. So, pour les pronoms COD définis, on a le, la, les. Pour les pronoms COD indéfinis, then on a on. Et si on a le nombre, on met le nombre après. Les pronoms COD, les pronoms COD en on remplacent un nombre, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100, et on ajoute le nombre, et on remplace aussi du, de, la, des par on. C'est bon?
Oui.
Ok. Alors, on va juste corriger les couleurs ici. Alors, le on, ça remplace des, ça remplace du, etc. a les pronoms COD. Alors ici, pronoms. Les pronoms COD. Et on a dit, quand on a fait sur la page 15, on a dit COD, ça peut être me, te. On a déjà fait le là, avec le pain, la confiture et tout ça. Mais pour me et te. Est-ce que tu peux faire une phrase où il y a un pronom COD, me, et une autre phrase, te? So can you make a sentence that has those pronouns?
Like one for me and one for to, and then one for the and one for la.
For le, we already did that.
Oh, so one
So
for
we did that. So now we're going to go back to me, te, nous, and vous, and that's it. Par exemple, si je veux dire you call me, comment est-ce que je vais dire?
Tu m'appelles.
Tu m'appelles. Okay. Alors, ici, c'est le verbe appeler avec double L, S. Tu m'appelles. Okay. Ou bien, what is the other way of saying you call me? You can also say you phone me. Right?
Téléphoner.
Téléphoner. Alors, qu'est-ce que tu vas dire?
Tu me téléphones.
Tu me téléphones.
Ah.
Ok. Alors, le ES, c'est muet. It's silent. Et on dit tu me téléphones.
Tu me téléphones.
Mais est-ce que le verbe téléphoner prend une préposition ou pas?
Téléphone.
Est-ce qu'on dit téléphoner à quelqu'un ou téléphoner quelqu'un?
Oh, téléphoner à.
Voilà. Et appeler?
Appeler.
Right. So, le me in tu m'appelles, est-ce que c'est un pronom COD ou un pronom COI?
COD.
COD. Et le me in tu me téléphones, est-ce que c'est un COD, pronom COD ou COI?
COI.
Voilà. So they are both of them me. So we are going to add here COI. Et on va mettre des couleurs. Alors, par exemple, on peut mettre ça. Alors, ce me ici, c'est un pronom COD. Mais l'autre, c'est un COD. Ça va, tu comprends? Alors, tu m'appelles, le me, c'est un pronom COD. Et tu me téléphones, c'est un pronom COI. Parce que on dit appeler quelqu'un, mais téléphoner à quelqu'un. Ça va, c'est clair?
Oui.
Okay. Alors, on fait la même chose avec il. He calls you. Alors, tu fais une autre phrase. He calls you.
Il m'appelle.
No, he calls you. The exact sentence.
You.
Yeah. Voilà. Il t'appelle. Et si on veut utiliser téléphoner, et on peut juste faire ça. Ok. So, il te téléphone. Alors, le T in appeler, c'est un COD ou un COI?
COD.
Voilà. Et pour téléphoner?
COI.
COI. Ok. On va faire la même chose parce qu'on a déjà les pronoms COD. COD, on a déjà fait le, la, les. Maintenant, pour les prononcer OI, on n'a pas fait ça. Alors, if we want to say, we called him, qu'est-ce qu'on va dire?
Nous.
Pardon, we call him. Pas le passé composé. Just we call him.
Nous l'appelons.
Oui, alors tu tapes, nous l'appelons. And nous,
le téléphone.
est-ce que si tu reviens au tableau qu'on a déjà fait, alors pour téléphoner, est-ce qu'on utilise un COI ou un COD?
COD.
I ou D?
For which one?
Pour téléphoner.
COE.
COI. Si tu reviens à la table qu'on avait fait, sur la page 15, pour him, qu'est-ce qu'on utilise? Est-ce qu'on utilise le?
C'est lui.
Lui, voilà. Alors, nous l'appelons, mais ne lui téléphonons. Ça va? Tu comprends la différence entre les deux, oui?
Oui.
Bien. Et on va mettre la couleur ici. Parfait. Maintenant, we will call you all. Qu'est-ce qu'on va dire?
We will call. Could you repeat the sentence?
We will call you. And the you meaning one person formal or all of you.
Nous. We will call vous.
Yeah, if you want to do the future, that's fine.
We
will call you. Yeah, that's fine too. So, nous vous appelons. Bien. Et si on veut utiliser téléphoner?
Nous vous téléphonons.
Nous vous téléphonons. Parfait. Maintenant, si on veut dire I call her. So we have done him. We called him.
Elle.
Alors.
Wait. I call her.
Yeah, so I call her.
Là.
So elle, c'est toujours le sujet. So je l'appelle. That is her. Okay? And then, si on veut utiliser téléphoner, il faut revenir au tableau.
Louis.
Téléphone. Voilà. So, je lui téléphone. And we're missing some stuff here. Téléphonons. Et téléphonons. Bien. So, nous lui téléphonons. Nous vous appelons. Nous vous téléphonons. Je l'appelle. Je lui téléphone. Bien. OK. Alors, ce qu'on va faire, on va faire un duplicata de ça et on va mettre la traduction et l'explication un peu plus. Comme ça, tu n'oublies pas. Alors, tu m'appelles. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
You call me.
Tu m'appelles, you call me. So, est-ce que tu peux taper ça? Ici, so you call me. Tu m'appelles.
Mhm.
Maintenant, la deuxième partie, you kind of phone to me, which is not correct in English, but literally that's what it means. It means you phone to me. And that's why, like some foreigners who speak Spanish or French, they tend to say you phone to me instead of you phone me. Okay. And that's because we have that to in there, and we translate it into that. So this is actually you phone me, but we use it word for word when we speak. I mean, if the person doesn't speak English well, they use it. You phone me, and you phone to me. So that is tu me téléphones. And let's do this. Ok. Ça va, tu comprends la différence?
Oui.
Oui, très bien. Alors. And then let's review the one sur la page 23, juste pour s'assurer. Il t'appelle, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
He calls you.
Bien, tu continues.
Uh,
Il t'appelle, pardon.
he calls you.
He calls you, right? And il te téléphone.
He phones to you.
Right. And then nous l'appelons.
We call him.
We call him. And then nous lui téléphonons.
We phone to him.
Right. And then nous vous appelons.
We call you.
Okay. Nous vous téléphonons.
We telephone to you.
And je l'appelle.
I call him.
Je lui téléphone.
I phone to him.
Right. And then how about her? I call her.
Oh, I call her, and then I phone to her.
Yeah, so I call her, je l'appelle, and then I phone to her is the same as to him. Ça va, des questions sur ça?
No.
Non, ça va? Okay. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to play a guessing game. So I'm giving you here a phrase, and I would like you to think about it and see what it means in English. So take a moment and then join us in the next slide to see if you got it right, but I'm sure you will get it right. All right, so here we have the same word, and then between, that's probably a word that you did not know, and then waiter, server, similar, and then customer is client. So now that we know what it means, we are going to see how we can pronounce all of this in French. And again, I'm going to play a guessing game with you, and I'm going to give you a tip on how to pronounce this word, and you will try it on your own. So here we have an O-N. The O-N is pronounced as on, just like what we did in bonjour, bon, on. And then the E here is followed by two consonants, and it would be pronounced as a short A. A. So let's try just up to here. So how would you pronounce all of this? Very good. Convé. Convé. Okay? And then we keep going. After that we have our S, but after the RS we have an A. Now, A in English is pronounced as an A, not A. You have to be careful because this word exists in English and it's very easy to pronounce it the same way as in English. So make sure that you pronounce this A here as an A. Now, let's read all of this up to the A. Right. Conversa. Conversa. Okay? And then the last part is T-I-O-N. So T-I-O-N in French is pronounced sion. Sion. And whenever you see a word that has T-I-O-N at the end, that word is definitely feminine. And again, it's pronounced sion, except when that T is preceded by an S. If you have an S-T-I-O-N, then the T-I-O-N pronounced tion, with the T as in Tom, tion. And as an example, question. So question is written exactly the same way in French, but it's pronounced question. Okay? So that means that we have here sion. Now let's read the whole word. Parfait, perfect. Conversation, conversation. Very good. Now let's go to the next word. So the next word here, which means between, the en pronounced as en, as in honk the horn, en. So how would you pronounce all of this, knowing that the e at the end is silent? Right. Entre, entre. Very good. Now let's go to the next word. So the next word, we already know that E followed by two consonants is a short A. And now we add in EU, is pronounced as a long E. E. So how would you pronounce the whole word? Right. Serveur. 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 Very good. Now let's go to the next word. The next word is an easy one, is ET. And whenever you see ET by itself or at the end of a word, it's pronounced as a short A. And notice that we have a lot of letters and combination letters that are pronounced the same way as A. And then the last word here is, we have also EN, and EN is pronounced as on in honk, so it's on. The T at the end is silent, and the I is pronounced like an E. However, just like in English, the I followed by a vowel is pronounced like a sound Y. So, how would you pronounce the whole thing? Very good. Client. So you hear that there is a Y in it. Client. Client. Very good. Now, let's read the whole thing. And now you're going to pay attention to where I put the emphasis in words. So here, conversation is different than conversation. Conversation. Okay? So, conversation entre serveur et client. Okay, let's do it one more time. Conversation entre serveur et client. Very good. Now we are going to say the whole thing together. So, conversation entre serveur et client. One more time. Conversation entre serveur et client. Very good. So, keep practicing, and I will say au revoir. See you in the next video. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to play another guessing game. I have here a French sentence, and I would like you to take a look at it and see if you know what it means in English. Once you are ready, you can go to the next slide and see if you guessed it right. Ready? So this phrase here means in a French restaurant. And now I will not tell you how to pronounce it first. I will give you tips to learn how to pronounce words on your own. And that way you can learn more vocabulary than what you have in the course. So let's start with the first word here. It has an an. So an is pronounced exactly the same as en. And we saw that en is pronounced like the on in honk, the horn. So it's an on. Okay? And if we are pronouncing just this word on its own, the S will be silence. However, because the word that comes after it starts with the vowel, this S is going to be pronounced as a Z. So, and we already know how to say the number 1, which is un. So un is un. So how would we pronounce the whole thing here? Dans un. And we put them together, and this is called liaison, and it is actually a type of liaison that you have to have. You can't say dans un. It doesn't sound right. So you have to say dans un. Now let's go to the third word here. So the third word has an E here that is followed by 2 consonants. And we have learned that an E followed by 2 consonants is pronounced as, right, as an A. Now, the AU is pronounced as an open O. So, if we read just this part of this word, how would you say it? Resto. Okay? And that's actually how we say restaurant for short, resto. Now, let's finish the word. The T at the end is silent. The AN, as we said, is pronounced en. So, how would you say the whole word? Restaurant. Okay? And then the last word here also has an AN, which is an en. And it has a C with kind of like, it looks like a little 5. It's called CD. And that CD makes the C be pronounced as an S, always. So anytime you see a CD with that little 5, a C with that little 5 that is called CD, then you pronounce it as a S sound. The last S is silent, and the AI is pronounced as an A, as we saw before. So AI is an A. It's another A. Okay? So now let's read the whole phrase here. So remember, dans un, so that's the liaison that we have to make. Dans un restaurant français. Okay? Let's do the whole sentence together. Dans un restaurant français. Very good. Dans un restaurant français. Very good. Now, let's take a look at the sentence here that we were just learning. In a French restaurant, dans un restaurant français. And I color-coded all the words so you know the order of words. So what do you notice in this sentence that is different from English? Right. The adjective actually comes after the noun. So we basically say in a restaurant French. So dans un restaurant français. The adjectives in general come after the noun, but there are few exceptions like the size, beauty, age. Those, they come before. But in general, the adjectives come after the noun. So let's practice this one more time. Dans un restaurant français. Dans un restaurant français. Very good. So keep practicing. Au revoir. Bonsoir. In this video, I am going to give you another French phrase and see if you can guess it. So once you're done, join me in the next slide. So that phrase means ordering some food. Now we're going to go to the next slide to learn how to pronounce every word in that phrase. So let's start with the first one. The C with an O, so English is O, but in French it's a short O. O. So C with an O is a K sound. So how would you pronounce just C-O? Right, ko, ko. And then we have an A-N here, and we have done the pronunciation for A-N, just like E-N. It's pronounced as on, as in the word honk, on. And then ER at the end of verbs is always pronounced as a short A. So be careful not to pronounce it as A, it's just A. Now, let's read the whole word. Commander. Commander. And then the next word here has just one letter and then an E. So the E attached to only one letter or one sound is pronounced E. E. So it's pronounced de, de. And then the next word, it's an L-A, and A in French is pronounced as an A, A. So how would we pronounce this one? La, la. Now the next word is a long word, and be careful because it looks like an English word, but it is not pronounced the same way. So let's break it down. So the OU is pronounced as a long oo, oo. So if we have N-O-U, how would we pronounce that? Right, nu, nu. And then we have an I. The I in French is pronounced as an I, I. So far we have here, try it. Nourrit, nourrit. The I in English in French is never pronounced as an I, so it's always I. Unless there is another vowel next to it, then it will be something else. But here we have consonant E and another consonant that's gonna be pronounced E all the time. And then here we have a U. The U is pronounced by putting your lips together and then trying to pronounce the E sound. So, U, U. You have to keep your lips together. So it's U, U. And be careful with the T here. It's pronounced as a T, not as ch, as in English. So it's tu, not chu, tu. The last E here is silent. So how would we pronounce the whole thing? Right. Nourriture. Nourriture. Very good. So let's read the whole thing. Commander de la nourriture. Commander de la nourriture. One more time. Commander de la nourriture. Very good. Now we are going to just look at the structure of the phrase. So ordering is basically in French, commander means to order. And then some, de. And then la nourriture is the food. So in order to say some food, we say some and then the food. So commander de la nourriture. So keep practicing and I will see you in the next video. À bientôt. See you soon. Bonsoir. You probably noticed that there are so many words in French that are the same as in English. So this phrase here has how many words that are the same in English? So the first one here, table. And then the second one here, person. So let's play a guessing game again and see if you can tell what this phrase means. Once you're done, join me in the next slide to see if you got it right. So this phrase basically means, I would like a table for 2 people. Now, as usual, we need to learn how to pronounce it. And since it's a long phrase, we are going to cut it into 2 pieces. And the first one would be just this. So we have the J-E. And remember, E, that when it's attached to only one letter or one sound, it's pronounced as an E. So the first word here would be pronounced, try it, je, je. And then the next word we have OU, and we have learned that the OU is pronounced as a long U, just like when we did bonjour, ou. And then the AI is pronounced as a short A. And you notice that we have a lot of letters and combination letters that are pronounced as a short A. The S at the end, we usually forget to pronounce it. The E also, when it's attached to more than one letter, then we also forget to pronounce it here and here. So now let's try to read the first 2 words. Je, right? And then second one, voudrais, voudrais. And be careful not to say voudrais. Don't drag the A at the end. It's just short. Voudrais. Then the next word here is, it has a U, and the U is an U, U. And that's by bringing your lips together and trying to pronounce an E sound, you will get the U. So, une. And the E is silent. Then we go to the next word. Be careful with this one because you have it also in English. And in English is table, but not in French because the A is pronounced as an A sound. So instead of T, it's ta. Table. Table. Okay? Let's do the whole sentence. Je voudrais une table. Je voudrais une table. Je voudrais une table. Very good. And let's see the rest of that phrase. Now the OU, we already know it's an U because we have done it in bonjour. Now we have an EU, so that's OU. This is an EU. The EU is pronounced like an I in dirt. It's just a little bit longer. So here we have de. It's like we want to say dirt, but we stop and we make it longer. De. De. And the X is silent. Just like the S, the X's at the end of words are silent in general. And then the next word here, remember an E preceding 2 consonants is pronounced as an A. A. So it's not P as in English, person. It's actually P. Père. Père. And the S is pronounced as an S here. So personne. 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 And also the O is an open O. O. Personne. Let's do the whole thing. Pour 2 personnes. Also, make sure to pay attention to where the emphasis is. So, pour 2 personnes. Very good. And now we are going to have the whole phrase together. So, je voudrais une table pour 2 personnes. And then the whole sentence. Je voudrais une table pour 2 personnes. Very good. Now, I want you to pay attention to the verb here, would like, and I color-coded the words. So, je voudrais is one word, but in English it's would like. And basically what gives us the would in this word here is the R-A-I-S. So when you see an R-A-I-S, it means would when we're talking about I or you. And then the rest is the same. So une table, exactly the same order. So je voudrais une table pour 2 personnes. And one more time, je voudrais une table pour 2 personnes. Very good. So keep practicing, and then I will see you in the next video for more French. Au revoir. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to learn another line in the dialogue between a waiter and a customer. So the line is, do you have a reservation? And now I am not going to give you the question in French. I am going to help you build that question on your own. I don't want to give you just phrases that you will repeat as a perroquet, but help you know how to read on your own and also how to build phrases or sentences or questions on your own. So for this question here, we have the verb you have. So the verb you have is basically the verb to have, and then we have the word a reservation. So we have already done the word a reservation before, and we still need to learn how to say you have. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is we are going to learn the verb to have. First, let's compare these two verbs. So here in English, the verb is not conjugated because it has to, right? So you have to have, and you have 2 words. Now in French, how many words do we use? Just 1. However, even though it's just 1, but we have an indication that this verb is not conjugated, and that's what you see here as an OIR. It's usually at the end. So OIR is the equivalent of to, and that's the indication, as I said, that the verb is not conjugated. So now that we know that, look also at the verb to have and the verb avoir. They have something in common, and what is that? Right, so avait. So now that we know the verb to have is what we see here, we are going to learn how to pronounce it. From the word bonsoir that we have done before, you know that the OI is pronounced as wa. So how would you pronounce the verb then? Right, avoir. Avoir. Okay, and make sure that you don't say avoir. It's avoir. So the stress is on the wa. It's longer and louder. Avoir. Okay? And we have done that with au revoir, bonsoir. So whenever you have that OIR at the end, then most likely the stress is there. So avoir. Now we are going to conjugate that verb in the present tense. So to have in the present tense, in French is avoir. AU is pronounced as an O. So O. And then here the E with an accent is an A. So O, près. And remember the EN is pronounced as an en. So présent, présent. And the T is silent. One more thing is that one S between 2 vowels is always pronounced as a Z. Otherwise, it's pronounced as an S. If we have double S, if we have one S between a consonant and a vowel. But here we have one S between 2 vowels is a Z. So, avoir au présent. Okay? And before we do the conjugation, we are going to review the pronouns. So the pronouns we have done when we did the verb parler. However, I am giving you more information, and that is how we say them in français familier, meaning like in everyday life. When we are at home, we're talking to friends or family, we don't really use exactly the same as in français formel. So let's see the first one. Since we have done them, just read the first one and then I will read it after you, and that way you will see if you remember or not. If you don't remember, you will have to go back and review them. So the first one, je, tu, il, elle, on. Very good. Now, français familier, that je becomes just je, meaning that we drop that I here and we just say je. Okay? And then tu, we drop the U, the U, and we have just t. For il, we drop the L and we only have I. So for we say, read it, right, nous, don't pronounce the S. And then, vous, same thing, il, elle. Parfait, perfect. Now, in français familier, we rarely use the word nous, we use on. And then for vous, if we're talking to one person, we just use the t. But if we're talking to a group, we use vous. As for il, we drop the L, so it's I. Okay? Now we are going to conjugate the verb avoir au présent. Ready? So we have here the pronoun je, and then we have an AI that is pronounced as an A. So, je and A. However, even in français formel, when we have a verb that starts with a vowel, we drop that I. And we put an apostrophe. So, how would you read this? J'ai. Okay? And that means I have in both français familier and français formel. And then to say you have, when you're talking to one person informal, you have the tu, remember that's u, tu. And then for the verb, it's just a and s. So the s is silent, and we have an a. And we would read it, try it, tu as. So we don't say tu as, we put them together and we say tu as. Try it. Very good. In français familier, we don't pronounce the U, so what we do is just T and then the A, or T-A. So it will be ta. Okay? For he has, can you try it? And don't forget there is a liaison here. And this is the, when I do it in pink, that means you have to have it there. So how would you pronounce it? Il a. Very good. Il a. And how about this one? Français familier. Il a. Okay? Now she has is elle a. Again, the liaison between the L and the A. Elle a. And then this one. On a. Okay, now we are going to go to we have. So in order to read this one, we have to remember that the OU are pronounced OU, just like bonjour. And then the ON here also pronounced as on, as in bonjour. So how do you read the whole thing? Okay, so S here at the end of nous, and then there is a vowel starting this word here. we will put them together and the S would be pronounced as Z. So we would say nous avons. Nous avons. Okay? And be careful not to say nous avons. Don't drag the end of the verb here. It's nous avons. So it's short at the end. On. Okay? And then in français familier, we, like I said, we rarely use nous. So we would use on a. On a. And then you have vous, just like nous, vous. And how would you read the rest, knowing that easy is pronounced as a short A? Right. Vous avez. Vous avez. And again, don't say vous avez. Vous avez. Okay? So there is a liaison between the two words here, but also the stress is around here. So vous avez. Not vous avez, vous avez. Okay? Vous avez. Now for they have, same thing, we have an S, we have a vowel here. The T is silent, so try to read the whole thing. Ils ont. Ils ont. Okay? And in français familier, how would you read it? Ils ont. So it's similar without the L. Ils ont. And of course the T is silent. And then for they have, all women. Elles ont. Elles ont. Parfait. So now you know how to conjugate the verb avoir. You know how to say a reservation. You have some homework to do. Devoir, and there's another voir here. Devoir, homework. You are going to write and record yourself saying the following in French. And that's the question. Do you have a reservation? So do it and then join us in the next video to find out if you got it right. So, à bientôt. See you soon. Bonjour! In the previous video, I gave you some homework, and that was to write and to record the question, do you have a reservation in French? So, have you done your homework? Great. Now, before I give you the answer, I have another question. In English, you can say, do you have a reservation? But what is the other way of saying it? Right. You can say, do you have a reservation? So you put do first, and that will make it a question. But you can also just use it like a statement, but make the intonation of a question. So you would say, you have a reservation? Now, let's take this one and see how we say it in French. So, you have a reservation would be, vous avez une réservation. Vous avez une réservation. And remember that we have here a liaison. So we have to read these two words together. Now I will say it a little bit quicker and you can repeat it after me. Vous avez une réservation? One more time. Vous avez une réservation? Perfect. So in English, we saw that there are two ways of asking the question, you have a reservation or do you have a reservation? In French, we have three. So let's see the second one. So you can say, vous avez une réservation, and you're making it a question just by the intonation, or you can add est-ce que at the beginning of the question. So the est-ce que actually translates to A is, and then it, that. Is it that? If you translate it word for word, is it that you have a reservation? In English, you don't say that way. However, just so you understand the words here. Now, pronunciation-wise, just to remind you, the E, S, T, C, E, 5 letters are pronounced just like one letter S. So all of this is just pronounced S. And then this one here, the U is silent, so you would pronounce it que. So, est-ce que, est-ce que. Est-ce que vous avez une réservation? One more time. Est-ce que vous avez une réservation? Very good. Now we have the third one. And the third one, take a look at it. What do you notice? Right, it's the same. It just, we put in the verb first and the subject second. So instead of vous avez, we are saying avez-vous? Avez-vous une réservation? One more time. Avez-vous une réservation? Very good. Now we are going to put all of them on one page. So the first one here that looks like a statement, and we have to make it a question just by the intonation, is basically what's called français familier. And français familier is just the French that we use in everyday life. So let's say if I'm talking to my son and my husband, I would say, vous avez fait une réservation? So usually the vous is used for more than one. One is français familier. And then français standard is basically a little bit formal. So we use the est-ce que. Est-ce que vous avez une réservation? And français soutenu is a little bit more formal. And that's avez-vous une réservation? So now you are going to practice again and again until you get it right. So I will see you in the next video, and that is à la prochaine. See you next time. À la prochaine. Bonjour! In this video, I am going to give you a phrase in French, and I want you to guess what it means. Once you do, join us in the next slide to see if you got it right. So this phrase here means, yes, I called. And again, as usual, I'm trying to train you to read French on your own, so I won't tell you how to pronounce it. I will give you tips, and you will pronounce it first, and then I will say it after that. Ready? So, first thing is that the O-U-I, which is in French O-U-I, and U-I, both of them are pronounced oui. The A-I, A-I, and the E with an accent, E with an accent, both of them are pronounced as a short A. So it's not A, just A. Okay? Knowing these two here, how would you pronounce the phrase? Try it. Très bien. Very good. So it is oui, j'ai, t'es, les, faux, né. Okay? Now the whole word, téléphoné. Okay? Now the whole sentence. Oui, j'ai téléphoné. One more time. Oui, j'ai téléphoné. Okay? Now normal speed. Oui, j'ai téléphoné. One more time. Oui, j'ai téléphoné. Now, let's compare the two phrases here, the French and the English. What do you notice when it comes to the verb? Right, in English there is only one word, and in French we have two of them. And now we are going to take a look at this here. What does j'ai mean? What does it mean? Right, it means I have. So in order to explain why we have one word when we have yes, I called, versus two words in French, oui, j'ai téléphoné, I would like to give you homework to do. And the homework would be to review the verb to have in the present tense. So once you're done with that, you can go to the next video to find out why we have two words in French and one in English. And I would say à la prochaine. See you next time. Okay, so here we have je m'appelle, and again, when you have an E followed by two consonants, in general, it's pronounced as an A. So here, je m'appelle, but also when you have an A at the end of a word, A and then one sound after, because this E here is silent. So this E is silent. And we have an E followed by L, that's L. So, je m'appelle. And the stress or the emphasis is on the L. So, je m'appelle.
Je m'appelle.
Okay, et tu continues. You continue.
Je m'appelle Laila.
Okay, so je m'appelle Laila.
Je m'appelle Laila.
Mm-hmm.
J'ai presque 17 ans.
Okay, so this one also, j'ai presque. So the stress is where I have the yellow here. Presque 17 ans. Again, the stress is on this E followed by a consonant. So j'ai presque 17 ans.
J'ai presque 17 ans.
And we're not pronouncing the P. So the P is silent. So j'ai presque 17 ans.
J'ai presque 17 ans.
Okay, you're not pronouncing the P, right?
No.
No, perfect. And then we go to the next sentence.
Ma couleur préférée.
Okay, so ma couleur, and again the stress is on the er. When you have an EU followed by a consonant at the end of a word, then the stress is there. Versus the next word, it ends with an A. So usually when a word ends with an A sound, then the stress is definitely not at the end. So préféré, préféré, préféré. So you go up and then down. Préféré. Ma couleur préférée.
Ma couleur préférée.
Mm-hmm. Tu continues.
Et le violet.
Bien. So ET at the end is an A sound all the time. We never pronounce that T if you have ET. And also the I followed by a vowel becomes a Y sound. So le violet. Violet. Ok? Bien, très bien. On continue.
Je jouais.
Okay? And when you have the OO and then again another sound that is a vowel, so je jouais. So basically that here is kind of like you have a W. So jouais, jouais.
Jouais.
Right? So je jouais au volleyball.
Au volleyball.
Bien. Et on continue.
Mon série
Okay.
préférée.
Okay. So let's talk about this word first. So the E at the end here is silent. So basically the E in French at the end of words is silent except for when we have one sound like me, it's pronounced E. De, pronounced E. So it's not silent. When you have only one sound or one consonant, then it's pronounced E. And also for QUE, that's que. And the exception is quelque. So here, we pronounce the E. And then as we saw also, presque.
Mm-hmm.
So you notice that when you have QUE at the end, in some words, not all of them, then you will have to pronounce that E. So quelque, presque, de, me, que. But for sure, 100% sure, that whenever you have only one letter, one consonant, followed by the E, then that E is definitely pronounced. So we have me, de, le, ce, te, always pronouncing the E. That's the correct pronunciation. We'll talk about the spoken fast French later, but for now we are doing the formal French. You will have to pronounce that E. Versus when you have words that don't have what we just talked about, then the E at the end is silent. So for this word here, we have ma, se, because the E with an accent is an A, ma, se, ri. And the E at the end is silent. So, ma série. And again, we have the word préféré. So, préféré, you go up and down. Ma série préférée. And you go ahead.
Ma série.
Ma série. So, it's more like it's an E sound. Ma série.
Ma série préférée.
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 Yeah, so let's do it again. Ma série préférée. So ma série préférée. You go up and down. Ma série préférée.
Ma série préférée.
Parfait.
A Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
Cette année.
So this E here is silent, of course, but this E with an accent is an A. So how do you pronounce it? One more time.
Cette année.
Cette année. Très bien.
Je serai.
Je serai. Remember, when we have an A at the end, it's short and the stress is not there. So, je serai. So it's serai.
Je serai.
Bien.
Onzième. Année.
Année. So, je serai.
Je serai.
Au 11e année.
Au 11e année. J'ai deux chats.
Okay, so remember the T at the end is most of the time. There are just few exceptions where we pronounce the T. This T here is silent. And also we have de. So what would we have at the end of chat?
E.
In here. So what would we have at the end of chat?
Oh, S.
S.
Yeah.
So the S is for plural and it's not pronounced. So we're not pronouncing the T, we're not pronouncing the S. So j'ai deux chats. And chat, if it's masculine, are they masculine or feminine?
Feminine.
Ah, okay. So in that case, we will have to do chat.
Yes.
Yeah, so we will have an extra E in there. Chat for feminine. So this E here is for feminine, and of course the double T, the second T. So j'ai deux chats. And then the dog, is it masculine? Is it a male or female?
Male.
Okay, so perfect. So j'ai deux chats et un chien.
J'ai deux chats et un chien.
Très bien.
J'habite.
Okay, so let's work on this word also. So we have the H in French is silent. So it acts as if there is no H there. So how do you pronounce just the J and A?
J'habite.
So just the J, the first two letters. Ja, right? And then we have BI. How do you pronounce any consonant followed by an I or an E in French?
A.
E.
Oh, E.
Right. So it's pronounced exactly the same way as in the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So the I in English is tricky because sometimes it's pronounced as an E, sometimes as an I. But in French, it's always as an E if it's next to a consonant. So this is going to be B.
Okay.
Okay, and you can type whatever, let's say, if you want, we can do E preceded. Or I'll let you type so you can remember. It helps more for you to remember. So I preceded by a consonant is pronounced as an E, as in like B, to B.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. So I preceded by a consonant is pronounced as an E sound in to be. As in
a B.
like the to be or not to be. Yeah.
Okay.
To be, like the in English.
Oh, to be.
Yeah, just the to be. Yeah. So it's like this E here.
Oh.
So it's always like that. So we don't have the same as in English. Like in English, the I could be pronounced as an E, like in fit. It's an E, right?
Mm.
But if I am writing this, then it's I, it's mice. So the I in English has two different pronunciations. In French, it's only one when it is preceded by a consonant. So, so this I is pronounced just like in fit, if you want to do that. So it's an E sound, it's not an I, it's never an I.
Okay.
Ça va? Okay. So now, j'habite, and then how about the rest, the TE?
J'habite.
Right. So if it was just TE on its own, then it's two. But because we have more letters in that word, then this E here is silent. So we'll put it in gray. J'habite.
J'habite à Kirkland.
Mm-hmm.
Et aller,
Okay, so aller, that's the verb. You have here the present tense. You also have to conjugate this verb in the present tense. So how would you conjugate aller for je in the present tense? Je.
Just like that? Or with like the thing?
So it's je vais,
Oh, je vais.
right? And we'll do the aller in the present tense. Et je vais. And you will have to repeat. So usually in English you don't, but in French we do. So j'habite à Kirkland et je vais. You can't say j'habite à Kirkland and vais. It doesn't work the same as in English. You'll have to repeat I live and I go, not I live and go.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So it's different from English. Très bien, parfait. Des questions?
Nope.
No? Ça va? Okay. So in this video, we are going to learn how to say, did you see a doctor? And we have already learned the verb to see in the past. So in order to say, did you see? It's kind of like you saw a doctor. In English, you will have that did, and then you change saw to see. But in French, it's a little bit different. So in order to ask a question, in the français académique and parler, you are going to use est-ce que. And let's color it. So est-ce que. Est-ce que does not translate to anything. I mean, if you want, you can translate it, but it wouldn't make sense. Is it that? So a is, and the ce is that. It So is it that? And the que is that. But you don't say it that way in English. You say, did you see or you saw a doctor? So here, est-ce que, just question coming up. And then you have the verb vous avez vu, which means you saw. Est-ce que, question coming up. Vous avez vu, you saw. And then un médecin is a doctor. And I should change this color here. Okay. So, vous avez vu, the whole thing, as we explained before, means you saw. So it's two verbs in one. In English, you will say you saw, but in French, it's going to be you and the verb to have in the present tense and then the past participle. And that makes it just you saw. So, est-ce que vous avez vu un médecin? And I put this E here in gray because that E is usually dropped when we speak. So you say un médecin instead of un médecin. It's supposed to be un médecin, but in spoken, it's just un médecin. So, est-ce que vous avez vu un médecin? That is what's called français académique, meaning like it's formal. You can write it. It's a good way to speak French. And you can use it in spoken and in writing, both. And then the next way of saying it, the next way of saying this is vous avez vu un médecin, and that is français parlé, and that is only spoken, which means that you will have to rely on the intonation of your voice in order to say that is a question. Because if you say just vous avez vu un médecin, that means you saw a doctor. So that's only spoken. And then the third one, which is academic, like the very formal, fancy way of saying it, is avez-vous vu un médecin? So the way to make a question here is basically to put the verb avoir first, and then the subject, and then the past participle. Avez-vous vu un médecin? You notice that vous avez is switched around. Instead of vous avez, it's avez-vous. So the subject comes after the verb. And that means, did you see a doctor? And it's three different ways of saying it. So in this video, we are going to do, yes, he gave me some medication. And that is the answer to the question that we had before, which was, did he give you some medication? And for did he give you some medication, we have done, est-ce qu'il vous a donné des médicaments? And that is français parlé et académique, meaning that you can say it, you can speak it, or write it. So it's both. The second version here, il vous a donné des médicaments. And this one is like a statement, but in order to make it a question, you have to do the intonation. So it's il vous a donné des médicaments. That is a statement. If you want to make it a question, it's going to be il vous a donné des médicaments. So it's just by the intonation you make it a question. Versus the first one, it's the words or the expression est-ce que that makes it a question. Now for français académique, for formal French, the way you do that as a question is you have to put the verb first, then the subject second. But in this case, we have the verb to donner, to give, but in French it's made out of two verbs. The verb avoir in the present tense, and then what's called the past participle. So the verb has two parts. And since it has two parts, the subject comes after the first part. So the first part of the verb is just the a. And that's why we have a, and then il, and then donner. Now, you will see, or you see here that there is an extra T. That T there is just to make the pronunciation easy. And the reason for that is because a is a vowel, and the il starts with a vowel. So when you have that, you introduce or you insert a T between the two vowels. So, a-t-il donné des médicaments? We have also the word vous, and vous here means you, gave you. But in French, it's like you, he gave medications. So it's kind of like to you, he gave medication. So you use it at the beginning of the sentence, versus in English, you use it after the verb. So, vous a-t-il donné des médicaments? And that is français académique. You won't hear it as much. It's more formal, written French. So that is the question. Est-ce qu'il vous a donné des médicaments? Il vous a donné des médicaments? Vous a-t-il donné des médicaments? And we are going to do the answer. And the answer is yes. He gave me some medication. So if we do this one here, according to what we have learned, we have yes as we, and then he, il, and then to me. So the me here comes after the verb, but here it comes before, just like what we saw with vous. So vous comes before the verb, because in French it's kind of like he to you gave. So that is the same here. So he to me gave. So that's the structure of the French language, is the subject first, then the one that the action is done to, and then the verb. So he to me gave. So il m'a donné, and then some medication, as we saw before, is des médicaments. And of course the TS at the end are both silent. Now that is one way of saying this. We can also say just yes, he gave me some. And we're gonna look at how we say that. So yes, he gave me some without medication. Now, in order to do that, we have the same sentence here. And to add the some to it, it's a little bit tricky, but the some is replaced by on with like en. So, il m'en a donné m'en a donné. Oui, il m'en a donné. So here the on is some. So you see that when it's when it's something, it's followed by a noun, it's des. But when he gave me some without having a noun after it, then that some becomes on. So oui, elle m'en a donné. And that means yes, he gave me some. But the structure of the sentence again is he to me some gave. So the structure is kind of different from French. Oui, elle m'en a donné. And pronunciation, oui, il m'en. So these two here, the M and the on, are pronounced mon, mon. And we need to make the liaison between the A and the N here. So I'm going to color that to remind you that there is a liaison between the mon and the A, which means that you would pronounce it il m'en a donné. Il m'en a donné. And this means he gave me some. It doesn't matter if you're talking about medication or anything else. It's just if you say il m'en a donné, that means he gave me some apples, some medications, some oranges. Doesn't matter. That is always replaced by on. So yes, he gave me some medication. Oui, il m'a donné des médicaments. And that is yes, he gave me some. Now, pronunciation wise, Oui, il m'en a donné. Oui, il m'en a donné. And donné, make sure that you don't pronounce the A longer. It's just short A. Il m'en a donné. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to learn how to make hotel reservations. So to say hotel reservations conversation, in French, we say conversation de réservation d'hôtel. So I'm going to repeat each word and you repeat after me. Conversation de réservation d'hôtel. Now we are going to do the whole sentence. Conversation de réservation d'hôtel. One more time. Conversation de réservation d'hôtel. Très bien. Now, la réceptionniste. La réceptionniste. Réceptionniste. One more time. La réceptionniste. And there is no sh sound, just s. Réceptionniste. Réceptionniste. Parfait. Perfect. Allô? Bonjour. Hôtel. Remember the H is silent. Hôtel. Tour Eiffel. Let's do it again. Allô? Bonjour. Hôtel. Tour Eiffel. And that means hello, Eiffel Tower Hotel. Let's do the whole sentence. Allô, bonjour. Hôtel Tour Eiffel. One more time. Allô, bonjour. Hôtel Tour Eiffel. Parfait. One more time. Allô, bonjour. Hôtel Tour Eiffel. Parfait. Le client. The client. Le client. And he would say, bonjour, madame. Bonjour, madame. And that means hello, miss, or hello, ma'am. And then la réceptionniste says, bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour, monsieur. Even though here we have an on, but we pronounce it as an e, it's an exception. Usually we pronounce it as mon, but in this word here we pronounce it as me. So, monsieur, and the R at the end is silent. Bonjour, monsieur. One more time. Bonjour, monsieur. Parfait. And that means hello, sir. Comment? We're not pronouncing the T, and you can repeat after me word for word. Comment? Now the EST, it's an A, and the CE is an S sound. So the whole thing, ESTCE, is just S. So it's like the letter S. 5 letters for one. So S, and then here it's not Q, it's Q, because the U is silent, and that's why I underlined it. So S, Q, Q. Je, again here the E is pronounced as an E like in the alphabet, because it's attached to only one sound. Je, so que and je. Comment est-ce que je peux? X is silent, et U it's an E. Je peux vous aider. And that's what we call liaison. So you have to pronounce the two words together. And the S is pronounced as a Z because the next word starts with the vowel. Vous aidez. So vous aidez. One more time, word for word. Comment est-ce que je peux vous aider? Now you repeat after me. Comment est-ce que je peux vous aider? Bien. Now the whole sentence. Comment est-ce que je peux vous aider? One more time. Comment est-ce que je peux vous aider? Parfait. And that means, how may I help you? And est-ce que, it just means that it's a question, so it doesn't really translate, and that's why you don't see any equivalent for it. Le client, the client, je voudrais, S is silent, faire, the E at the end is silent, une, again E is silent, réservation, T-I-O-N at the end is sion, réservation, pour, deux, and the X is silent, so deux personnes, ES at the end, silent. And it's not personne, it's personne. Okay, so let's do word for word. Je, you repeat after me. Je voudrais faire une réservation pour deux personnes. Okay, let's do the whole sentence. Je voudrais faire une réservation pour deux personnes. One more time, the whole sentence. Je voudrais faire une réservation pour deux personnes. Je voudrais faire une réservation pour deux personnes. And that means I would like to make a reservation for two people. I would like to make a reservation for two people. Je voudrais faire une réservation pour deux personnes. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. And that means please. S'il vous plaît, please. So one more time. S'il vous plaît. Yeah. Now here, it just we take in word for word the phrase s'il vous plaît. It means if it you pleases. If it pleases you. And that's word for word. But the whole thing is please. And then la réceptionniste says, volontiers, gladly, volontiers, volontiers, gladly. Une, so one double room, okay. Une chambre double, d'accord. Une chambre double, d'accord. So let's do it word for word. Une chambre double. D'accord. Yeah. Notice I underlined all the E's at the end and the D because they are not pronounced. So, une chambre double. D'accord. Une chambre double. D'accord. And that means one double room. Okay. For how many nights? Pour combien de nuits? Pour combien de nuits? Pour combien de nuits? For how many nights? One more time. Pour combien de nuits? Bien. 2 nights. 2 nuits. 2 nuits. 2 nuits. And the TS, both of them are not pronounced. 2 nuits, 2 nights. Quelle date? What dates? Which dates? Quelle date? Quelle date? ES at the end are silent. So, quelle date? Which dates? Quelle date? Bien. Okay, now we have the numbers. Le 21. So, le 20, et and 1. So, which means the 21st. Le 21. Le 21. Et, that's and. The 22, 22nd. Juillet, July. So, le 21 et le 22 juillet. Juillet. And that's July. So, the 21st and the 22nd of July. And we don't do the of, as you see that we have here of in black and underlined, and we don't have it in French. And in French, we actually say the 21 and the 22 July. So that's word for word. So le 21 et le 22 juillet. The 21st and the 22nd of July. One more time. Le 21 et le 22 juillet. Parfait. Okay, now we have a long sentence. Est-ce, so you already know that one. Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger notre séjour une nuit, T is silent, nuit, si on le décide. And that means, are we able to extend our stay for one more night if we decide to? So, are we able to extend our stay for one more night if we decide to? So, en français, in French, est-ce qu'on peut prolonger notre séjour une nuit si on le décide? Now, let's go again and do word for word and the whole sentence. Or piece by piece and then the whole sentence. So, est-ce qu'on, est, and then qu'on. Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger notre séjour une nuit, si on le décide. Bien. Maintenant, now we're going to do the whole sentence, or we're going to do a bigger piece. So let's do, est-ce qu'on peut prolonger? Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger? One more time. Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger? And that means, are we able to extend? Notre séjour. Notre séjour. That means our stay. Une nuit. Une nuit. One night. Si on le décide. Si on le décide. If we decided to. Now the whole sentence. Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger notre séjour une nuit si on le décide? Est-ce qu'on peut prolonger notre séjour une nuit si on le décide? Parfait. On passe à la page suivante. Let's go to the next page. No problem. We have availability for the whole week. En français, pas de problème. Pas de problème. Pas de problème. On a de la disponibilité. On a de la disponibilité pour toute la semaine. Okay. Again, pas de problème. On a de la disponibilité pour toute la semaine. Encore. Again. Pas de problème. On a de la disponibilité pour toute la semaine. Parfait. Okay, is the rate different on weekends? D'accord. D'accord just means agreement, agree, okay. D'accord. Est-ce que le tarif est différent le week-end? Okay, one more time. D'accord. Est-ce que le tarif est différent le week-end? Bien. Now we're going to do the whole sentence. D'accord. Est-ce que le tarif est différent le week-end? One more time. D'accord. Est-ce que le tarif est différent le week-end? Bien. On passe à la page suivante. Let's go to the next page. So, in this page, I just explain the structure of this sentence in French. So, in French, we say okay, and then est-ce que, which just means question coming up. And then we say the rate is different the weekend. So, word for word, the rate is different the weekend. Oui, ça varie un peu. Yes, it varies a little. So, oui, ça varie un peu. Okay, the whole sentence. Oui, ça varie un peu. One more time. Oui, ça varie un peu. Okay. En général, on est plus occupé durant le week-end. That means, in general, we tend to be busier during the weekend. The weekends. So, in general, we tend to be busier during the weekends. In French, en général, on est plus occupé durant le week-end. Okay. En général, on est plus occupé. So notice that we are doing the liaison between these two words and the S is pronounced as a Z. So on est plus occupé durant le week-end. En général, on est plus occupé durant le week-end. Again, en général, on est plus occupé durant le week-end. One more time. En général, on est plus occupé durant le week-end. And that means, in general, we tend to be busier during the weekends. However, word for word, it means, in general, we are more busy during the weekend. So you see here the color coding. Plus means more. D'accord, c'est bon. D'accord, c'est bon. It is good or that's good. So, okay, that's good. D'accord, c'est bon. One more time. D'accord, c'est bon. So, okay, so a double room for 2 nights. D'accord, donc une chambre double pour 2 nuits. Okay, word for word. D'accord. Donc, so pronounce the C. Donc, une chambre double pour 2 nuits. Okay. D'accord, donc une chambre double pour 2 nuits. D'accord, donc une chambre double pour 2 nuits. And that means, okay, so a double room for 2 nights. Okay, now the next one. Est-ce que je pourrais vous demander votre passeport et une carte de crédit, s'il vous plaît? So that means, may I see your passport and credit card, please? Okay, now let's practice. Est-ce que je pourrais, so je pourrais vous demander votre passeport, and don't pronounce the T in passeport, votre passeport et une carte de crédit. And again, the T is silent. So A, une carte de crédit. S'il vous plaît. Okay, so may I see your passport and credit card, please? Est-ce que je pourrais vous demander votre passeport et une carte de crédit, s'il vous plaît? Bien, encore, again. Est-ce que je pourrais vous demander votre passeport et une carte de crédit, s'il vous plaît? One more time. Est-ce que je pourrais vous demander votre passeport et une carte de crédit, s'il vous plaît? Parfait. Now here it's the same sentence, but I am translating it word for word. So SQ does not have a translation, just means question coming up. And then could I, so and the translation word for word is, could I ask you for your passport and a credit card, please? Je peux payer en argent liquide? Can I pay in cash? Je peux payer en argent liquide. So, je peux payer en argent. So, we're making the liaison, putting the two words together. En argent liquide. Liquide. Je peux payer en argent liquide. And argent means money, and liquide, kind of liquid. Liquid money. Je peux payer en argent liquide. Can I pay in cash? One more time. Je peux payer en argent liquide? Oui, bien sûr. Yes, of course. Oui, bien sûr. Super. Awesome. Super. Super. I still need to authorize a credit card for the reservation. Je dois quand même autoriser une carte de crédit pour la réservation. So let's take it word per word. Je dois quand, and we're not pronouncing the D, quand même autoriser une carte de crédit pour la réservation. Je dois quand même autoriser une carte de crédit pour la réservation. I still need to authorize a credit card for the reservation. So let's do it again. Je dois quand même autoriser une carte de crédit pour la réservation. Bien. Okay. Now, je dois quand même autoriser. Je dois quand même autoriser. Une carte de crédit. Pour la réservation. Yeah. Now we do the whole sentence. Je dois quand même autoriser une carte de crédit pour la réservation. So in this video we are going to do the sentences. I am going to record them. Je ne m'ennuie jamais à l'école. Je ne m'ennuie jamais à l'école. I never get bored at school. Hier, je me suis ennuyée en classe. You can also pronounce it hier, je me suis ennuyée en classe. And that means yesterday I got bored in class. Il y a longtemps, j'aimais jouer au football. Il y a longtemps, j'aimais jouer au football. A long time ago, I used to like to play soccer. Il y a longtemps, j'aimais jouer au football. Je suis grande par rapport à mon ami. Je suis grande par rapport à mon ami. I am taller compared to my friend. Quotidiennement, je bois de l'eau. Ou bien, je bois de l'eau quotidiennement. I drink water every day. Quotidiennement. Quotidiennement. So, je bois de l'eau quotidiennement. J'ai des angoisses avant les examens de français. J'ai des angoisses avant les examens de français. I have anxiety before French exams. Bonjour. Aujourd'hui, je présente le cannelé. Bonjour. Aujourd'hui, je présente le cannelé. Les ingrédients sont. Les ingrédients sont. Les ingrédients sont une tasse de farine, une tasse de farine, une tasse de sucre, une tasse de sucre, 4 jaunes d'œufs, 4 jaunes d'œufs, 1 quart de tasse de rhum, 1 quart de tasse de rhum, une cuillère à café de vanille, une cuillère à café de vanille, une cuillère à café de vanille, 1 quart de cuillère à café de sel, 1 quart de cuillère à café de sel, 2 tasses de lait. And don't pronounce the T. 2 tasses de lait. 2 tasses de lait. 2 cuillères à soupe de beurre. Beurre. 2 cuillères à soupe de beurre. 2 cuillères à soupe de beurre. Une cuillère à café de beurre. Une cuillère à café de beurre. Graisseur. 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 2 cuillères à soupe de beurre. 2 cuillères à soupe de beurre. 2 cuillères à soupe de cire d'abeille. 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 2 cuillères à soupe d'abeille. Pardon. 2 cuillères à soupe de cire d'abeille. 2 cuillères à soupe de cire d'abeille. D'abeille. Recette. 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 Mettre la farine, le sucre, les jaunes d'œufs, le rhum, la vanille et le sel dans le bol à mélanger. Mélanger avec une spatule. Mettre la farine, le sucre, les jaunes d'œufs, le rhum, la vanille et le sel dans le bol à mélanger. Mélanger avec une spatule. Mettre le lait et le beurre dans la casserole sur un feu moyen. Feu moyen. Et porter à ébullition. Ébullition. À ébullition. Mettre le lait et le beurre dans la casserole sur un feu moyen et porter à ébullition. Ajouter la moitié du lait. Ajouter la moitié du lait. Fouetter jusqu'à ce qu'il est mélangé. Fouetter jusqu'à ce qu'il est mélangé. Ensuite, verser le reste de lait et répéter. Verser le reste de lait et répéter. Ajouter la moitié du lait, fouetter jusqu'à ce qu'il est mélangé, ensuite verser le reste de lait et répéter. Préchauffer le four à 450 degrés. Préchauffer le four à 450 degrés. Préchauffer le four à 450 degrés. Faire fondre 2 cuillères à soupe. Faire fondre 2 cuillères à soupe et 1 cuillère à café de beurre dans un. You have to put the liaison between dans and un, so it becomes dans un. Poêlon, poêlon, poêlon. Sur un feu, feu. Moyen, moyen. Faire fondre 2 cuillères à soupe et 1 cuillère à café de beurre dans un poêlon sur un feu moyen. Loucher la pâte dans la tasse de mu-fin. So the IN here is pronounced un. Mu-fin. Faire cuire pendant 10 minutes. Don't pronounce the X as an S because it's followed by a noun, so 10 minutes. So loucher la pâte dans la tasse de mu-fin, faire cuire pendant 10 minutes. So loucher loucher la pâte dans la tasse de mu-fin, faire cuire pendant 10 minutes. Réduire la chaleur à 375 degrés. Réduire. So remember the UI here is pronounced as a oui and the last E is silent. So réduire. Réduire la chaleur à 375 degrés. Faire cuire pendant 50 minutes. refroidir, refroidir pendant 5 minutes. Refroidir pendant 5 minutes. Ensuite, utiliser une lame pour, so OU is an OU, pour découper les cannelés. Refroidir pendant 5 minutes. Ensuite, utiliser une lame pour découper les cannelés. Laisser, so AI is an A and ER at the end of a verb is an A. So it's laisser, laisser. Refroidir à température ambiante, ambiante. Laisser refroidir à température ambiante. Et voilà, c'est fini. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to cover some vocabulary for the 4th of July in French. And we will start with United States. So here we have the noun for it, but I will try to give you tips so you can learn how to pronounce it on your own. So let's start with ES attached to only one letter. In French, is always pronounced as an A. So how would you pronounce LES? Right, les, les. Okay, and then the next word here starts with an E, and that E has an accent, and that's also pronounced as an A. So ES attached to only one letter is an A, and the E with an accent is also an A. Then the next one here is TA. The A in French is an A, A. And the T here and the S are usually silent. So we are pronouncing just this word here on its own. So this is an A and this is an A. Everything else here is silent. How would you pronounce it? Right. Eta. A and ta. Eta. Now let's go back here. We have LES. And LES or le ends with a consonant with an S, and then eta starts with a vowel. In that case, what we do is what is called liaison, and we put the two words together, and this S here is going to be pronounced like a Z sound. Z as in zebra. So how would you read the whole thing here, the two words together? Very good. Les États. Remember? So this is a kind of, it's going to be pronounced like a Z. So les États. Les États. Okay? And then we said this T is silent, and the S we will see what we're going to do with it. Let's go to the third word here. The U is pronounced as an U. U. Okay? And the I is pronounced like an I. E. So if this is an U and this is an E, how would you pronounce this? And of course the S is silent. Whenever I underline a letter, that means it's not going to be pronounced. So that's a U and that's an E. So how would you pronounce it? Uni. Uni. Okay? So remember the U, which is an U, is pronounced by bringing the lips together and trying to pronounce an E sound. So it becomes U. U. Okay? Now we are going to read these two words. And again, the same thing. We have an S at the end of eta. And we have the word uni starting with the vowel, which means that we're going to have, right, another liaison, meaning we will put the two words together. So far we had les États, and then now, right, unis, unis. So let's do the whole thing. Les États-Unis. One more time. Les États-Unis. Very good. So that's the first video. I will see you in the next video for more vocab. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to continue to learn some more vocabulary about Independence Day in the US. So here, I have a phrase for you and I would like you to try to guess it. And I do this exercise because there are so many words in French that are similar to the words in English or sometimes in Spanish or Italian, if you know those languages. Now, try to guess it, and then once you're done, join us in the next video to see if you were right. Okay, did you get it right? All right, so this phrase here just means map of United States. And now, as usual, we are going to train ourselves to read French since the pronunciation in French is very consistent. So, for example, A is always pronounced as an A. So the A in English, in the French alphabet is an A, and it's pronounced in words as an A. So, how would you read an L-A? La. La. Perfect. Now, the next word here, we have an R. The R is pronounced as a gargling sound. R, R. However, in South France and in some other countries, Francophone countries in Africa, the R is pronounced very similar to English, so it's pronounced as R, R. Okay? And if you speak Arabic or Spanish, it's very similar to the Spanish and Arabic R. Okay? So let's read this word here, knowing what we know about the tips of pronunciation. Carte. Carte. Okay, so let's read the two words here. La carte. La carte. Okay, notice that I highlighted this one here in yellow, and that means that's where the stress is. So, la carte. Okay, la carte. And then we go to the next word. The next word has an ES after a consonant. And every time you have ES attached to only one letter, it's pronounced as a short A. So what I mean by that is like if you have a word that has only 3 letters, one consonant and then ES. So the ES would be pronounced as a short A, and it's not A, it's just A. So how would you pronounce the ES? Right, de, de. Now let's go to the next word here. The next word here has an E with an accent, and that's also pronounced as a short A. Okay, so A and A. Now the next to the word we have an A, and the T is silent. The S is usually silent, but in this case it's not. But for now we're reading just these two words. We would not pronounce the S. So let's try to read these two words. So we have de and then eta. Okay, now if you look at the de, it ends with a consonant, and eta starts with a vowel. And in that case, what we usually do, especially when you have one consonant and ES, and then a word that starts with a vowel, we do what's called liaison, and all that means is that we put the two words together. And the second thing is that the S is going to be pronounced like a Z, Z as in zebra. So how would you pronounce the whole thing, the two words? Very good. So deseta, deseta, deseta. Very good. Now let's go to the next word. So the next word starts with the U, and the U in English is pronounced in French as U, U. And to make that sound, what we do is basically we bring our lips together. It's kind of like we close them, and we try to pronounce I. And it will come out as U. U. The I is pronounced as an I, similar to the I in lip. Okay, so now that you know that this is U and this one is an I, how would you pronounce the last word? Of course, the S is silent. Anytime I underline a letter, that means it is not pronounced. So let's go for it. Uni. Uni. Okay, now let's put these two words together. And remember, the S here at the end is going to be pronounced as a Z. And that's because we have a liaison between the two words. So how would you pronounce just these two words? États-Unis. États-Unis. Now let's add the day to it. Des États-Unis. Very good. And let's do the whole phrase. So, la carte des États-Unis. Again, la carte des États-Unis. Again, la carte des États-Unis. Very good. So, la carte des États-Unis means map of United States. And notice that here we have des and here we have of. So basically it's just the DE that means of, and the S is used here because United States is plural. So, la carte des États-Unis. One more time. La carte des États-Unis. Very good. Keep practicing and join me in the next video so you'll learn more vocabulary about Independence Day. Au revoir. Bonjour. In this video, we are going to continue to learn more vocab about Independence Day. And here we are going to learn firework. Now, let's see how we pronounce it. And again, the E here, the L-E, the E is pronounced like an I in flirt. So it's an E. So how would you read the L-E? Le. Le. The next word has an EU, and the EU pronounced similar to just an E, like an I in flirt, but a little bit longer in duration. So the first one, and the second one, Okay, and let's read these two words. Le feu. Le feu. Le feu. Very good. And then the next word again has an A, and then E, and an E. So remember, I in English is E in French, and it's actually pronounced as an E. So how would you read this word here, knowing that this is A, and this is E, and this is E, and the last E is silent? Try it. Right. D'artifice. D'artifice. Okay, now if we want to read the whole thing, try it. Le feu d'artifice. Le feu d'artifice. Okay, very good. And now let's make it plural. So notice that the first one was just firework, as in one. This one here is plural. So what did we do, or what did we add to le feu d'artifice? Okay, take a look at it and then look at the plural. Right, so we just added an S here and we added an X here. And now let's read it. So LES Remember we said that ES attached to only one consonant, pronounced A, and it's a short A. So how would we pronounce LES? Right, le. Now for the word feu, we actually going to pronounce it the same way as the singular form, even though we have an X at the end, because that X is silent anyway. So les feux. Okay? And then the next word is the same as what we did before, which is d'artifice. Now we see here that feu is in orange and fire is in orange. So feu means fire. If it's les feux, that means fires. Okay? And again, in French, you don't, in English, the is not there. You can just say fireworks. Versus French, we do have to have the article les. So basically, we say the fireworks. Okay? So let's practice it one more time. Les feux d'artifice. Okay? So keep practicing and I will see you in the next video for more vocab. If you have any questions, please post them in the messages. Au revoir. Bonjour. As I told you before, there are so many words that are similar between French and English. And they have the same meaning. Sometimes they have different meanings. But this example here is actually the same meaning. So this word means independence. Independence. Notice that the letters are the same except that this E has an accent and then this E here is an A or an A in French. Otherwise, all the other letters are the same. However, they are not pronounced exactly the same. So let's take a look at the pronunciation. So for example, an IN in French followed by a consonant is pronounced un. Versus in English, it's pronounced in. So un, and then the E with an accent is pronounced as a short A. Then the EN and AN are pronounced exactly the same and they are pronounced like an ON in honk. So it's an on. Okay, let's go over this word from the beginning. So we said that this is un and this is an A, so un, de. And then EN is an on, pan. And then AN is another on, so it's don. And then this and the E is silent. So the whole word, try to pronounce it. Right. Indépendance. Indépendance. One more time. Indépendance. Okay, so that's the pronunciation. I want to add another tip. Is that the words that end with an A and CE in French are usually feminine. So I color code the last few letters in pink because usually we say that pink is for girls. So that way you remember that this word here is feminine. So this word, indépendance, is independence. And in the next slide, we are going to talk more about independence and about Independence Day. So see you in the next video. Au revoir. Bonjour. In the last video, we have learned the word indépendance, which means independence. Now, I want you to take a look at this phrase and try to figure out what it means. Once you're done, join us in the next slide to see if you got it right. So this phrase here means the day of the independence. And I translated here word for word. So the day of the independence, which means Independence Day. So now let's read it. So we have here L-E or L-E. And remember that an E attached to only one consonant is pronounced E, and which means that this will be, right, le. And then the next word, try and read it on your own. Right, jour. And we have covered this word here when we did bonjour, meaning good day. And then the next word here, which is similar to LE, so we have DE or DE, and that is pronounced also de, de. Now the next word we have covered in the last slide, which is l'indépendance. Let's do the whole phrase. Le jour de l'indépendance. Very good. One more time. Le jour de l'indépendance. Very well. Now, le jour de l'indépendance is actually Independence Day. And then I am going to give you one tip here, and that is when we speak, we tend to drop the E's that I usually pronounce in formal French as an E. So basically we say le jour, and we don't really make it le jour as in school. We just say jour. And then also for the DE, we don't pronounce the E, so it becomes like de. So if we want to say this in everyday life, French of everyday life, we say jour de l'indépendance. Jour de l'indépendance. So now you don't have to say it that way, but I explained to you how we usually speak. That way you can understand French speakers, and also you can understand movies and shows, etc. Because they won't be saying le jour de l'indépendance. They would be going fast and they would say jour de l'indépendance. Jour de l'indépendance. So try it. Jour de l'indépendance. Very good. Now, again, the formal good French is le jour de l'indépendance. Okay, very good. Now, try to practice and join me in the next video for more vocab of the 4th of July or Independence Day in the US. Bonjour! In this video, we are going to continue with the vocab for Independence Day, and this time we have the word the flag. So let's take a look at the French word here. We have LE or LE, and we already know how to pronounce that, le. Now the A is pronounced as an A, so we know how to pronounce all of this. And then we add in an EAU or EAU, and this one is pronounced as an open O. O. Also the AU is pronounced open O. So both of them, whether it's an EAU or just AU, it's an open O. And by the way, the word EAU that is pronounced O means water. So now let's pronounce the word here. Try it. Okay, together. Le drap, not dre, drap, because the A is an A, drap, and then peau, peau, drapeau. Le drapeau. One more time. Le drapeau. Very good. So, le drapeau means the flag, and I will see you in the next video for more vocab. And this was a short video. Au revoir. Bonsoir. Here is another word that is the same in French and in English. So by reading this, you would know what it means. And that is Declaration of Independence. Now, let's take a look at these two words here because we already compared indépendance and independence. And we said that there is a difference in the E with an accent and an A here versus an E here. Now for declaration, it's exactly the same except for the E has an accent. So now let's take a look at how we pronounce the word declaration in French. So one tip is that every time you have a word that is similar in English and in French, or in your own language and in French, try to break it down. Don't just look at it and pronounce it all together. So let's start with this one. We already know LA is la. Now we go to the word itself. We have here E with an accent, E avec accent, with an accent, and that is pronounced A. So we would pronounce de, de. We go to the next piece here, and we're going to try to pronounce C-L-A or C-L-A. How would you pronounce that? Cla, cla. Make sure you don't say clé for English speakers. It's cla. The same thing for the next piece here. The R-A or R-A is pronounced ra, ra. So let's just work on these. So déclara, déclara. Okay, let's try it. Déclara. Very good. Now, T-I-O-N at the end of a word in French is pronounced sion, sion. With one exception, if we have an S before the T, then it's going to be pronounced tion with the T, as in like Tom, tion. But if there is no S here, it's going to always be pronounced sion. And please make sure to pronounce it as an S, like in snake, not sh. There is no sh sound in it. So, sion, sion. And you're not pronouncing the N. It's kind of like the N is silent, so it's sion, sion. Now, let's do the whole thing. Déclaration. Try it. Very good. Now we're going to do the whole thing. La déclaration. La déclaration. And of course, we already know d'indépendance. So let's do the whole thing. La déclaration d'indépendance. Very good. I'm going to give you one tip. And that is all the words ending in T-I-O-N are feminine. So any word that is in English that ends with T-I-O-N and you suspect that it's the same as in French, of course you're going to pay attention to the pronunciation, then that word is definitely feminine. So la déclaration d'indépendance. Again, I always recommend that you learn the words with the article so you don't have to worry about it later. All that said, do not let the feminine and masculine stuff intimidate you and not let you speak. Just say it. As long as you're pronouncing it correctly, they will understand you. So if you say le déclaration, they're going to understand what you mean. They know that you made a mistake, but at least they will understand you. So the most important thing is pronunciation. Pronunciation. Okay, so keep practicing and try to pronounce things correctly, and then I will see you in the next video. Au revoir. Bonjour French students. In this video we are going to learn how to say Happy New Year in French. So in French we would say bonne et heureuse année. Bonne et heureuse année. Now, the New Year is celebrated in France and also in many Francophone countries who can be even not Christian. So let's see how we say or how we pronounce Happy New Year in French. First of all, Happy New Year in French is bonne et heureuse année. You can just say bonne année, or you can say bonne et heureuse année. So if you choose to say bonne et heureuse année, that's gonna be as in you're saying good and happy year. So you can just say good year or good and happy year. So we don't really use the word new. Notice here we have bonne, good, et, and, heureuse, happy, and then année, year. Now let's take a look at the word bonne. So the word bonne meaning good, when it's describing masculine singular noun, it is going to be a little bit different, meaning that we don't pronounce the N, so we pronounce it bon, bon. As in, for example, when we want to say hello or good day, it's bonjour, bonjour. The word jour is masculine, so bon is an adjective describing jour that is masculine singular. We pronounce it bon. And we're not pronouncing N, we're not saying bonne, we're saying bon, bon. Okay? And then when the word or the noun that we're describing is feminine singular, for example, année, meaning year, is feminine, we use bonne, bonne. Notice that we took bon, we added an E for feminine, and we added an extra N. So when we have an adjective that ends with an ON, we don't just add the E for feminine, we also add an extra N. And that's how we got bonne année, bonne année. And we put them together, it becomes bonne année, bonne année. Now, when we are describing something that is masculine plural, then we would just add an S that we don't pronounce, which means that we are going to pronounce it the exact same way as masculine singular. So this one here is also bon, bon. So for example, we have ces fruits sont bons. Ces fruits sont bons. Notice that fruit, the UI is pronounced as a oui. The TS at the end are not pronounced. So, ces fruits sont bons. Bon. These fruits are good. Now, when we are describing something that is feminine plural, we are going to add, of course, the E, that is for feminine, the extra N because we have an ON before, and then we have the S for plural. However, we are not pronouncing the E and we're not pronouncing the S, so we basically pronouncing it exactly the same way as the feminine singular. So that's why we're saying bonne, bonne. So whether it's feminine singular or feminine plural, they are pronounced exactly the same way. It just one has an extra S for plural. As an example here, we have these bananas are good. So bananas in French are feminine. So since they are feminine, we're going to use an adjective that is feminine. Ces bananes sont bonnes. Ces bananes sont bonnes. So that is for the word good. Now, if we go to the next slide, in the next slide, we have the word happy. So remember we saying good and happy year in French. So the word happy in French, when it's masculine singular, it's heureux. Notice I'm not pronouncing the H and I'm not pronouncing the X either. So heureux, heureux. If you have a problem pronouncing the R, then you can always pronounce it as an R, because there are some countries, in Francophone countries, where the R is pronounced as an R, especially in Africa. So you may hear someone say heureux instead of heureux. And even in South France, the region that is near Spain, they pronounce the R as an R. So if you do, it's not a big deal. You can say heureux. However, I recommend that you learn how to pronounce that R, and I have a video about it. So for masculine singular, we have heureux, heureux, and as an example, he is happy, Il est heureux. Il est heureux. Notice I'm not pronouncing the S nor the T if I break them down. However, when we pronounce in these two words, we put them together and it becomes il est heureux. Il est heureux. So this T is linked to the next word and it's pronounced. So this is what we call liaison. Il est heureux. Now the word heureux, masculine singular, in the feminine version, the X becomes an S and then we add an E for feminine. So heureuse. Z. So the S here, because we have only one S between two vowels, it is pronounced as a Z. So that's why we're saying elle est heureuse. And you can repeat after me every time I say something to practice. Elle est heureuse. You can also say elle est heureuse. Elle est heureuse. Now for masculine plural, since we have an X here for the masculine singular, in the masculine plural, we don't do anything. So the masculine singular is exactly the same as the masculine plural. So for example, ces garçons sont heureux. Ces garçons sont heureux. Again, the S of garçon not pronounced, the T at the end of sont not pronounced unless you put a liaison here, and the X not pronounced. So this means these boys are happy. Ces garçons sont heureux. And this C here, the ES attached to only one consonant is pronounced A. So ces garçons sont heureux. Now, when we are describing something that is feminine plural, then we take the feminine and we add an S for plural. However, the pronunciation will be exactly the same as the feminine singular. So here we have these girls are happy. Ces filles, again this S not pronounced, sont heureuses. Ces filles sont heureuses. So let's do one more time, just practice. Heureux, heureuse, heureux, heureuse. So that is for the word heureux, happy, or heureuse for heureuse année. Now we are going to go to the word year. So year in French, we have two words, année and an. Année and an. So when do we use année and when do we use an? So we use the word an when we want to express a single objective point in time. For example, when we count in the years, 20 years, 40 years, or when we are stating a date. And here are some examples. He is 10 years old. So we count in the years. So in that case, we say il a 10 ans. Il a 10 ans. Now, I spent 2 years in Belgium. Also, we are counting the years. So, j'ai passé 2 ans en Belgique. J'ai passé 2 ans en Belgique. Now, here we are stating a date. En l'an 2020, j'ai eu ma licence en biologie. En l'an 2020, j'ai eu ma licence en biologie. I received my bachelor's degree in 2020. And just to know that we don't really say 2020, we say 2020, 2020. En l'an 2020, j'ai eu ma licence en biologie. So that's for the word en. Now for the word année, we use it in a subjective way to describe a particular year or to focus on the elapsed time and events that happened in a particular year or years. So you have to read these again and again in order for you to understand it a little bit more. but I will give you some examples to help you. So, for example, depuis combien d'années est-ce que tu apprends le français? How long have you been learning French? So the learning of French has been happening. So that's why we use in the word année. Depuis combien d'années est-ce que tu apprends le français? How long have you been learning French? Now, j'ai passé toute l'année 2023 à apprendre le français. I spent the whole year of 2023 learning French, so I'm referring to the whole year. So in that case, I use the word année. J'ai passé toute l'année 2023 à apprendre le français. Now, the other example, j'ai commencé à faire du yoga il y a quelques années. So this one is very similar to the second one. So I'm talking about the years that I have been doing yoga. So I hope you understand all the vocabulary behind bonne et heureuse année. And I would say bonne et heureuse année 2024 et à l'année prochaine. If you would like more of vocab for the new year, then there is a PDF that I will link in the description. À l'année prochaine. Au revoir. We are going to start answering the question that we had before, which is, what did you do? And here we have today, but the what did you do today? And then the answer is going to be on the next page. So what did you do today? Qu'avez-vous fait aujourd'hui? Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait aujourd'hui? Vous avez fait quoi aujourd'hui? And of course, the qu'avez-vous fait aujourd'hui is français académique, as we said before. So we're just gonna put FA to save time. And then the second one is both français académique and also spoken French, français parlé. So français parlé. And the last one is only spoken. And you see that the que becomes quoi. So that was the question. Now we are going to see how we answer that question if we want to say we visited a family. And this will bring us to the conjugation of the verb visiter. So once we do the conjugation and give you the vocab, then you can make your own sentence. And let's start by doing the verb visiter on the next page, sur la page suivante. Suivante meaning next. And then page, of course, page. So in English you say next page, and in French is page next. So la page suivante. So sur la page suivante, on the next page, we are going to do the verb visiter au présent. We will start with the present tense. So visiter au présent. And we are also going to talk about the difference between visiter a place and to visit someone, because there are two different ways of saying that in French. So let's start with visiter as just to visit a place. So visiter au présent, to visit a place. And I'm gonna put that in parentheses. So visiter, you cannot use it with people. Like in English you say, we visited a family, we visited friends, we visit anything, it's just visited. But in French, there are two different ways to say that. So visiter, on its own, you cannot use it with people. But let's first learn how to conjugate this verb in the present tense. So in the present. So this verb here, or verbs in French, there are three categories. One is called the first group, and those are all the verbs that have er at the end, except for one verb, which is aller, meaning to go. And then there is second verb, the verbs that have ir. And then the third group is irregular verbs. They have different endings. Now let's just focus on the first group. And most of the verbs in French are actually first group. So if you learn how to do the visiter, then you will be able to conjugate most of the verbs in French. So we are going to introduce here a table, un tableau, pardon, a table. So un, je, tu, il, elle, on, and voila. So the first thing we are going to do, I visit, and then you visit, he visits, and then she visits, and then we visit, you all, or you one person formal visit, and then they visit, and that is for masculine, plural. Of course it's plural, so it's masculine. And then they visit, but for female. So this one here is female, feminine. And then there is an extra one here for French. So
we. Okay, we is already there.
Pardon?
Yeah, we have already we.
Right. So let's do the conjugation. So first we're gonna write the I is je, and then tu, and then il is he, and then elle is she, and then in French there is an on, which doesn't exist in English, and the translation for it is one, like in general, or they. Like in France, they eat a lot of bread, so you can use the on. And that's in Français, in French anyway, whether it's school French or spoken French, you can use that way. However, in the spoken French specifically, the on is used instead of the nous to mean we. So the on also means we. So this is visit, and so visit, and of course one visits. And then of course these we and you, and then they and they. Now we are going to go to the first one. So in order to conjugate any verb that has er at the end, except for aller, meaning to go, you take the root visit, and then you place it here. And I'm gonna make it smaller and the V small. See, like so, and small v. Okay, small. And we can make them same size, even bigger. So we are going to take that root, and let's say we take that root, make it blue, so you can see that here we want blue. Okay, so blue and the small v. So je visit, and I'm gonna copy this, and if you look here, I'm just gonna add it in all of them, because that's the root of the verb in the present tense. And then for nous, and we can make this 24. Okay, so we add in all of that. Here, the you, whether it's one person formal or to a group. And then we have il. So il is similar to this, but add in an s to make it plural. And the same thing for this one here. Add in it here, but add in an s to make it plural. So now that we have the root, we also have to replace this er with something else. So for the je, we will have an I. So that's I here, and that I is actually silent. The same thing for tu. It's going to be the same thing, e, but we add in an s. However, both of them are silent, which means that je and tu, even though one doesn't have the s and one has the s, they sound exactly the same. Now the je is going to be the same as il and as elle and as on. So all of them actually sound the same. Je visite, tu visites, il visite, elle visite, on visite. Because whatever comes after the T is silent, whether it's an E, just an E, or an ES, both of them are silent, which means that they are going to be pronounced the same way. And I'm going to jump to the il pluriel. So il pluriel also has an E here, but we add in an NT that also is silent. So all these that we added here are actually silent, which means that all of the ones that we saw here sound exactly the same. See if we can make this bigger. No? Okay. So they all sound the same. So all of these sound exactly the same. So I'm going to highlight them in some color. Let's see. Okay, and then these also. Okay, so the ones that you see in green, even though they have kind of slightly different endings, like tu has an extra s and the il pluriel and elle pluriel have an nt extra, but they sound exactly the same. And then we go to nous. Nous, we add an ons. So this one, let's see if I can make them. Okay. Right. So this one here, we add in an ons, but the s is silent. So the s in general in French at the end of a word is silent. In general, there are a few exceptions, but in general it's silent. And then for vous, we have the EZ. And the EZ at the end of words in French is always pronounced as an A. So these two are kind of different. They have different pronunciation. So I won't highlight them in green. They're not the same pronunciation. So here, nous visitons. So it's an on, S silent. And then vous visitez, the EZ pronounced as an A. And it's pronounced exactly the same as the infinitive. So when you have an ER at the end of a word or an EZ at the end of a word, both of them are pronounced A. So visiter and visiter sound the same. Now, what is the meaning of je visite? It's the present tense, right?
Mhm.
However, let's see if we can make it. Okay, that's better. So it's the present tense. So you think it just means I visit, but it actually has I visit or I am visiting, or I have been visiting. The last one sounds a little bit weird, but that's the meaning. So you could say, je visite Paris chaque année, means I visit Paris every year. Je visite Paris. Qu'est-ce que vous faites maintenant? What are you doing now? Where are you now? Je visite Paris. And that's I'm visiting Paris. And then je visite Paris, ça fait 10 ans. I have been visiting Paris for the last 10 years, for example. So, je visite, just one conjugation has 3 meanings in English. So, je visite is I visit, I'm visiting, and I have been visiting. And of course, for tu visites, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be you visit, you are visiting, you have been visiting. And then il visite, he visits, he is visiting, and he has been visiting. So you can use them for all of them. Now remember that visiter is only for a place. We don't really use it for a person. You don't say je visite ma famille. It's a different one. So we will stop here for this one. So this is the verb visiter. Aujourd'hui, on va répondre à la question « Est-ce que tu peux me décrire ta journée ?» Donc,
Oui.
tu commences par parler et après, tu tapes.
Ok. Aujourd'hui, je me suis levée.
Ok. Alors, premièrement, je me suis levée. Pas levé, levé.
Je me suis levée à 5h50.
So, je me suis levée à 5h50.
À 5h50. Et puis, je me suis brossé les dents.
Ok. Alors, je me suis brossé les dents. On ne prononce pas le T. Okay.
Je me suis brossé les dents et j'ai enlevé les comment dit-on contact lenses?
Les contacts.
Les contacts.
Ou les lentilles.
Les lentilles. Et puis, j'ai étudié pour l'examen de la biologie quand j'étais comment dit-on getting ready?
Quand j'étais en train de me préparer.
Quand j'étais en train de me préparer.
Préparer. Alors maintenant, tu tapes ce que tu as dit. Tu tapes. Je vais mettre en rouge les petites fautes.
5 heures.
Voilà. 5 heures avec S parce que c'est 5.
Oui. Et En train de préparer.
De me préparer.
De me préparer.
Pour l'école.
Pour l'école. Par exemple, pendant j'étais manger le petit déjeuner.
Ok, tu tapes et on va corriger après. Bien, alors on va commencer par la prononciation et aussi la correction des fautes. Alors tu commences à lire.
Oui. Aujourd'hui, je me suis levée à 5h50 et puis je me suis brossé les dents.
So, je me suis brossé.
Je me suis brossé.
So, toujours quand on a un « et » à la fin, when there is an « a » sound at the end of a word, then the emphasis is not there and it's not a long « a ». So, lever, brosser.
Brossé.
Brosser. So, et puis, je me suis brossé les dents.
Et puis, je me suis brossé les dents. Et j'ai enlevé les lentilles de mes yeux.
Bien. Ok. Alors, pourquoi est-ce qu'on a ajouté un E à lever?
Parce que c'est je me suis.
C'est parce que c'est un
Like,
participe passé.
participe passé.
Et le participe passé, quand on a l'auxiliaire être, ça s'accorde avec le sujet. So
Oui.
the past participle agrees with the subject when we have auxiliaire être.
Oui.
Okay? So, aujourd'hui, je me suis levée à 5h50.
Oui.
Après?
Et puis, je me suis brossé les dents et j'ai enlevé les lentilles de mes yeux.
Or mes lentilles.
Mes lentilles.
So, et puis, je me suis brossée. Je, c'est féminin. Pourquoi on n'a pas ajouté un E ici pour le féminin? Why didn't we add an extra E here since je is feminine and we have the verb, l'auxiliaire to be, être?
Parce que je me suis brossé les dents instead of like myself.
Voilà. So when you have the COD, the direct object, coming after, then the brosser, the past participle, will not agree with je. Because the action is actually done to les dents, it's not done to me, all of me.
Oui.
Bien,
Oui.
très bien. So, je me suis brossé les dents et j'ai enlevé mes lentilles.
Mes lentilles. J'ai étudié pendant j'étais entraînée de me préparer pour l'école.
Ok. Alors, j'ai étudié pendant.
Oui.
So, alors, quand on a pendant, il y a pendant que. Maintenant, ici, nous avons je et ici, nous avons je. C'est le même sujet. Est-ce qu'on dit j'ai étudié pendant j'étais?
Oui.
Pendant, on a pendant et pendant que. So, pendant plus un nom. Et quand on a un verbe, c'est pendant que plus un verbe.
Okay. Pendant je. Okay.
So, j'ai étudié pendant que, parce que j'étais en train, on va parler de ça. J'étais en train, de me préparer, c'est un verbe.
Okay.
Alors, ça veut dire que, qu'est-ce qu'on doit dire ici?
S'il vous plaît, répétez.
Yeah. So, what do we have to say here? Do we say pendant? Do we have a noun after it?
Pendant. Well, what does je, like j'étais, what does je from j'étais count as noun?
C'est un pronom, c'est pas un nom.
Okay.
It's a pronoun, it's not a noun.
Okay. Okay.
So, par exemple, je dors pendant la nuit. La nuit, c'est un nom.
Okay.
Mais quand on a un verbe, bien sûr, il y a le sujet. Et le sujet, ça peut être un pronom ou un nom. Par exemple, pendant que Michel était en train de se préparer.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a verbal sentence, then you will have to use pendant que.
Okay.
But if it is just a noun, then just pendant.
Okay.
Ça va, c'est bon?
Oui. C'est bon.
Bien. Ok. Alors, on va corriger ça. J'ai étudié pendant. And then en train. So, être en train de. On va passer à la page suivante pour parler de ça. So, être en train de. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
To be on, to be in
The process
the process. Oh, to be in the process
of doing something.
Yeah.
Okay? So, si c'est par exemple, je suis en train de manger, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
I'm on the way to go eat. To eat.
No. I'm in the process of eating.
Oh, I'm in the process of eating. I'm in the process.
Yeah, so which means just like I'm eating at the moment.
Okay.
So je suis en train de manger means that I am eating now.
Okay.
Okay? And then si par exemple j'étais en train de manger, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? So, je suis en train de manger, ça veut dire I am eating.
I am eating. This one was like I was eating.
Bien. So I was eating. Ça va? So basically when you have en train, it just means that the action is going on at the time of the verb. So if it's the present, if it's je suis, present tense, then you're doing the action now. If it's imparfait, then the action was done in the past.
Okay.
Ça va?
Ça va.
Okay, and to make these videos short, we are going to close it here. Avec est-ce que tu peux me décrire ta journée? On a déjà dit sur la page, la première page, aujourd'hui je me suis levée à 5h50 et puis je me suis brossé les dents et j'ai enlevé les lentilles de mes yeux ou j'ai enlevé mes lentilles. Maintenant, quand on prononce par exemple enlever, si c'est le français académique, on dit j'ai enlevé. Quand on parle en général, on dit j'ai enlevé. Ça veut dire que le E va être muet. So when we speak, we tend to drop those E's. So instead of saying enlever, we say enlever.
Enlever.
Right, enlever. J'ai enlevé mes lentilles.
Okay.
Bien. Maintenant, j'ai étudié pendant que j'étais et tu vas changer en train de. So, pas entraîné, c'est en train de, comme on a fait sur la page suivante.
J'ai étudié en train.
Ah non, non, pendant que.
Pendant.
So, pendant que, c'est bon.
Okay, pendant que j'étais. Pendant que j'étais en train de
Yeah, tu as déjà préparé. Tu as déjà pour l'école, alors on n'a pas besoin de tout ça. So, j'étais en train de me préparer pour l'école. Non, on a déjà ça. We already have that.
Oh. Pour l'école.
Voilà.
Par exemple, pendant que j'étais manger mon petit déjeuner.
Par exemple, quand je mange mon petit déjeuner. So, j'étais mangé, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? J'étais mangé.
Like, I was eating.
So that I was eating is different from this one. J'étais mangé, ça veut dire I was eaten. Not eating.
Eaten.
Yeah, I was eaten by something.
Okay. That's okay.
So that's plus que parfait.
Okay.
Kind of.
Okay.
So it's not j'étais mangé, it's while I was doing something, while I was in the process of doing something. So you would use exactly the same as en train de. So the expression of être en train de is to be in the process of, and you just conjugate the verb to be.
Okay.
So, alors tu vas corriger ça. Et on peut changer pendant à, so we don't have the same word twice. We're going to use a synonym of it. And we can say alors. Because pendant que and alors que mean the same thing. They both mean while, followed by a verbal sentence.
Okay.
So, par exemple, alors que j'étais mangé. So you have to correct this one. See how the expression is j'étais en train de. I was in the process of eating.
Que j'étais de manger.
Et manger, ça va être à l'infinitif. It has to be in the infinitive. Par exemple, alors que j'étais en train de manger mon petit déjeuner. So, the sentence is not complete. So, par exemple, j'ai étudié alors que j'étais en train de manger mon petit déjeuner. So, j'ai étudié pendant que j'étais en train de me préparer pour l'école.
Pendant j'ai, par exemple,
So, par exemple, tu n'as pas besoin de mettre j'ai, tout ça. Par exemple, durant mon petit déjeuner ou quand je prenais mon petit déjeuner. So, all of this, you can just say quand je prenais, par exemple, quand je prenais mon petit déjeuner. When I was eating my breakfast.
So,
Quand je prenais.
Je prenais.
Yeah, so prendre le petit déjeuner. To have breakfast.
Wouldn't it be pendant? I mean, for example, quand j'ai pris.
So, because you're saying that I was, like, I studied while I was doing something. So, I was doing has to be imparfait.
So, for example, que je prenais mon petit déjeuner.
So, prenez. So, this E here, if you double the consonant that comes after it, it's going to become pré. So, you only have one consonant, so it's prenez. Par exemple, quand je prenais mon petit déjeuner. Like I was studying while I was eating my breakfast.
Oui.
Okay. So, quand je prenais mon petit déjeuner.
Oui.
Ça va, c'est bon?
C'est bon.
Très bien. Des questions sur ça?
Pas de questions.
Bien. Alors, pendant, c'est toujours plus un nom. Un nom, point. And that's it. Just a noun. During lunch, during something. But pendant que is when pendant, so that means while someone was doing something or while someone is doing something.
Okay.
So it's like a verbal sentence that comes after.
Okay.
So this one here, you're going to take out. So pendant que plus sujet plus verbe. Just like what we did here, pendant que j'étais en train de me préparer pour l'école.
Okay.
Ça va, tu comprends la différence pendant
Ça
et
va.
pendant que?
Oui.
Très bien. Bien, alors on va continuer avec la question est-ce que tu peux me décrire ta journée? Et maintenant, tu as déjà écrit, you already wrote this. Now, let's read it so we can correct your pronunciation pour corriger la prononciation et aussi corriger s'il y a des fautes de conjugaison et de grammaire.
Okay.
Ok. Alors, tu commences par la première phrase.
J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50.
Ok. Alors, ici, c'est le verbe conduire et le participe passé du verbe conduire, c'est conduit avec T.
Oh. J'ai conduit.
Voilà. J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h.
50.
À 6h50. Ok. J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50. Tu répètes, s'il te plaît?
J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50.
Okay. So, in general, we usually say je suis allé à l'école à 6h50 par voiture. But
Okay.
you can leave that one.
Okay, oui.
Ok, bien.
Um,
Alors, une autre fois, tu peux répéter, s'il te plaît? Can you repeat one more time?
oui. J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50.
50.
50.
Bien.
Après ça, j'ai pris l'examen de la biologie qui était très difficile.
Ok. So, premièrement, après ça, on utilise quand on parle. Quand on écrit, il vaut mieux, it's better, to use, utiliser ensuite.
Ensuite,
Right. So, instead of après ça, use ensuite.
ensuite,
Voilà.
euh,
Bien. Alors maintenant, j'ai mis ça en rouge parce que en français, on ne dit pas prendre un examen, on dit passer un examen. It's a confusing one parce que because passer in English means to pass, like to pass the exam, to succeed, but passer in French just means to take. So
Take,
passer an examen does not mean the person succeeds, it's just to take.
okay, oui.
Take an exam. So ensuite, j'ai passé l'examen. So was it an examen? So because l'examen for us is what you have at the end of the year or at the end of the semester. So it's like the big exam. But if it is the like every week quizzes and tests, then it is interrogation. So j'ai passé une interrogation.
Je passe en interrogation.
Interrogation. Ok. Maintenant, sion. En français, tous les mots qui se terminent avec T-I-O-N sont féminins. So this is like a trick that any word that has T-I-O-N at the end is definitely feminine and there are no exceptions.
Okay.
So since it's feminine, what would we add here?
Avec un E.
Voilà. So on va ajouter un E. So le E pour le féminin.
Oui.
Okay. So j'ai passé une. Et pourquoi passer avec un E ici? Pourquoi est-ce que... Voilà. Il n'y a pas de E parce que c'est le participe passé, mais on a le verbe avoir et il n'y a pas de COD, pronom COD avant. So there is no... If it was je l'ai passé, comment est-ce qu'on va l'écrire? So if you want to say I took it, je l'ai passé. What would we have at the end?
Un autre E parce que le COD.
Oui, parce que le L, c'est là, c'est un COD, c'est un pronom COD.
Okay.
So,
Oui.
il y a un pronom COD féminin.
Oui.
Bien, ok, très bien. Alors, j'ai passé une interrogation de biologie.
Oui.
Interrogation de biologie
Oui.
qui était très difficile. Ok, alors tu répètes la phrase. Ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile. Vas-y.
Oui. Et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs.
Pardon. So you're going to repeat this sentence just to make sure you're pronouncing everything correctly.
Ok. Ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation de la biologie.
De biologie.
Biologie. Qui était très difficile.
Ok. So ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation de biologie. Pas de la biologie, de biologie. So, une interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile.
Oui.
Ok, tu répètes?
Une interrogation de biologie.
So, pas interrogation, it's une interrogation. So when you have, so when you have sion, that's another one where the emphasis is not on the sion.
Une interrogation.
Une interrogation. Interrogation. So the stress or the emphasis is in here.
Une interrogation.
Voilà.
Une interrogation de biologie qui est très difficile.
Très difficile.
Très difficile.
So when you have an il at the end, then the stress is there or the emphasis is there. So the yellow just shows you where to put the emphasis. So ensuite, so ensuite, so the emphasis is on en. J'ai passé. So you see when you have an E with an accent at the end, then the emphasis is definitely not there. It's before. So ensuite, j'ai passé.
Ensuite, j'ai passé
Une interrogation.
Une interrogation
De biologie.
De biologie.
Qui était
Très
difficile.
Très difficile.
Voilà. Toute la phrase. Ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile.
Ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation.
You did the sion.
Interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile.
Qui était très
difficile.
Voilà. Tu continues.
Et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours, comme les paquets de maths.
De maths.
De maths.
Okay. So, et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs.
Et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs.
Yeah. So now when you have an OI R at the end, then the stress is definitely there. Devoir. Okay. Pour les autres cours.
Pour les autres cours.
So this one, the OU is an OU. You have to put your lips together and make it long. Because if you say corps means body. So it's just like pronunciation will change the meaning.
Oui. Cours.
Okay, let me see how you're doing it. Cours. Can you? So. Cours. So so it's like if you wanna siffler, blow air. You really put your lips together. Ooh. Cours. Yeah, and don't until the end. You put your lips together till the end. Cours. Voilà. Bien, très bien. Ok.
Oui.
So, et puis j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours.
Et puis j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours. Et puis j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours.
You still do co, but it's cool. If you like, your lips have to go forward. Ooh. Cool.
Pour les autres cours.
Voilà.
Pour les autres cours. Pour les autres cours.
Yep. So it's just the lips have to be really together till the end.
Oui.
You don't open them. OK. Les autres cours, comme les paquets de maths.
Oui.
OK. Tu continues avec comme les paquets de maths.
Comme les paquets de maths.
Très bien.
Comme les
Parfait.
paquets de maths.
Yeah. Alors, on fait tout le paragraphe. J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50. Ensuite, j'ai passé une interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile. Et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours, comme par exemple les paquets de maths.
Oui.
Ok? Alors, tu répètes tout le paragraphe.
J'ai conduit à l'école à 6h50. Ensuite, j'ai passé une
So,
interrogation.
you have to say it all together. Une interrogation.
J'ai passé une interrogation.
No, not une un, just une an. Une interrogation.
Une interrogation.
Voilà.
Une interrogation.
De biologie. Yeah, c'est
Une
bon.
interrogation de biologie qui était très difficile. Et puis, j'ai fait les devoirs pour les autres cours.
Oui.
Comme les paquets de maths.
Très bien. Parfait. On va continuer avec la réponse de est-ce que tu peux me décrire ta journée? Et c'est la partie numéro 3. Alors,
Oui.
partie numéro 3. Alors, tu as dit, pendant le déjeuner, mon ami nous a conduits à un magasin de bagels. Alors, nous a conduit. Alors, conduit, c'est quoi?
Drive.
Oui, mais c'est quoi comme pour, par exemple, mon ami, c'est le sujet. Nous, c'est quoi?
Like le
Pronom.
like le pronom.
Quel pronom? COD ou COI?
COD.
Bien. Alors, si nous avons un pronom COD et nous avons un participe passé après, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? What happens?
Like conduit doit, like it has to agree with
Yeah,
it.
s'accorde. So, le participe passé s'accorde avec le pronom COD.
Oui.
Okay? Alors, le pronom COD, nous ici, est-ce que c'est féminin ou masculin?
Féminin.
Féminin. Toutes des filles.
Oui.
So, all girls. OK?
Oui.
Ça veut dire qu'est-ce qu'on doit ajouter à la fin de conduire, de conduit?
Un E.
Un voilà. Alors, tu ajoutes un E. Et puis, nous, voilà. Et nous, c'est pluriel. Alors, on doit ajouter un S.
Oui.
OK? Maintenant, un magasin de bagels. En général, en français, on ne dit pas un magasin de bagels. On dit une boulangerie.
Oh, oui.
So anything that has to do with bread, it's boulangerie.
Okay.
And it's une.
Une boulangerie.
Oui, une boulangerie.
Une boulangerie.
Pardon. So, une boulangerie. Bien. So, pendant le déjeuner, mon ami nous a conduites à une boulangerie.
Oui.
Alors, tu répètes?
Pendant le déjeuner, mon ami nous a conduits à une boulangerie.
Bien.
Et nous les avons mangés.
So, nous a conduites à une boulangerie et nous avons mangé quoi?
Et nous les avons mangés. Oh, et nous, oupsies.
Nous avons mangé des bagels.
Nous avons mangé les bagels.
Pourquoi est-ce qu'on doit dire les ou des? So we ate the bagels?
Oui.
So
No. No.
we ate bagels, some bagels.
Des bagels. Oui. Des
Alors,
bagels.
ça veut dire des bagels.
Oui.
Bien. Après,
Ensuite, je suis allée à cours de français.
ok. Alors, cours de français. Maintenant, je suis allée à. I went to what?
Je suis allée à
Yeah, to what?
like
Le
French
cours de.
class.
Yeah, French class is le cours de français. So, if it's à le, then au cours.
Au cours de français.
De français. Au cours de français.
De français. Où nous avons entendu une chanson française.
Ok. So, il y a une différence entre entendre. So, entendre quelque chose. Et écouter. So, une chanson. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire entendre?
To hear.
To hear. Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire écouter?
Listen.
To listen. So, est-ce qu'on va dire nous avons entendu?
Avons écouté.
Écouter. Et est-ce qu'on a une préposition après écouter? So in English you say listen to, but in French you just écouter.
Écouter.
So basically écouter already has to listen to. So we don't have a preposition after écouter.
Oui.
Okay? So nous avons écouté une chanson française.
Oui.
Très bien.
Oui.
Okay. So remember, entendre does not take a preposition, écouter does not.
Oui.
So you can't really translate prepositions from one language to another. It doesn't work. You have to know how to use the verb. So to listen to, all of it is écouter.
Oui.
Très bien. Alors, one more time. Pendant le déjeuner, mon ami nous a conduites à une boulangerie. Again, this E here could be dropped. Boulangerie or boulangerie. Et nous avons mangé des bagels. Ensuite, je suis allée au cours de français où nous avons écouté une chanson française.
Pendant le déjeuner, mon ami nous a conduites à une boulangerie et nous avons mangé des bagels.
Et nous avons. Pas nous avons, nous avons.
Nous avons mangé des bagels. Ensuite, je suis allée au
So, ensuite, je suis allée.
Ensuite, je suis allée au cours de français où nous avons écouté
Où nous avons.
Où nous avons écouté une chanson.
So remember we said that when you have an E with an accent at the end, then the emphasis is not there. It's at the beginning. Écouter.
Écouter une chanson française.
Très bien, parfait. Okay, so in this video we are going to learn the song, parole de la chanson, Je t'aime trop tôt par Vendredi sur Mer. So let's do the pronunciation so we can learn how to pronounce all the words in French, because French is actually very consistent compared to English. So let's go to the first word here, and you go ahead.
Parole.
Okay, so we are going to break that word into pieces, and we go to the first part. Let's say just the PA. So that's P and A. So
Pay.
comment prononcer PA? How do you pronounce PA? Pardon?
Pay.
No. So the
Pa.
pa, right. So the A in English is an A. So when we do in the alphabet is A, B, C, D, etc. So that's an A. And it's always pronounced as an A, except when it's followed by an I or by a U. Then if it's pronounced, it's followed by an I, let's say if we have AI, that is pronounced as an A. So just like the A with an accent, so it's an A sound.
Mm-hmm.
A. And then if it is followed by a U, then it is pronounced as an O. Not O, but O. Okay? So
Okay.
let's say, for example, you would say au marché, at the market. Au marché. So that's an O. The first one is like the word but, mais. So mais, this AI is an A sound. Ça va?
Oui.
Bien. On continue. Alors, pas. Et then après, nous avons RO. Comment est-ce qu'on prononce RO?
R-O.
Ro. Right? So, pas, ro.
Paro.
Bien. Et puis, LES.
Le.
Okay. If it is by itself, it's le. But if it is part of a word, there are other letters, and then the ES, both of them are silent. So gray. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, comment est-ce qu'on va prononcer tout le mot? How do we pronounce the whole word?
Paro.
Parole.
Paro.
Right. And the stress is on this O here. So most of the time when you have a word that ends with an E that is silent, and there is a consonant, an L, and then there is a vowel before, then the stress is on this part. Parole. Parole.
Parole
Mhm.
de la chanson.
Bien. So, parole de la chanson.
Parole de la chanson.
Bien. And stress on chant. Chanson. Chanson. Parole de la chanson.
Parole de la chanson.
Très bien.
Je t'aime trop trop.
OK. So, qu'est-ce qu'on a dit à propos de T? So, the T at the end, what did we say? That is usually
Silent.
silent. So, je t'aime trop. The P aussi muet, silent, muet, like mute, muet. Je t'aime trop tôt.
Je t'aime trop tôt.
Mhm.
Vendrai sa mère.
Okay, so let's talk about the EN. So the EN in the French, and most Francophone countries, it's pronounced as an on. Except for some regions like in South France and in Canada, they pronounce it in. But in the French, it's vent, on. So vent, and then the
Vent.
rest. Mm-hmm.
Vendredi.
Vendredi, because if you break it down, this is an RE, so re and di. Vendredi. Vendredi.
Vendredi.
Bien. So like in Marseille, which is part of France, the South France, they would pronounce it vendredi. I had a teacher from Marseille, and she pronounced everything with an EN as an N. Vendredi. That's how she used to speak. And then, but the French that you are going to hear most of the time is vendredi.
Okay.
Okay.
Vendredi.
And of course, in Africa, it's vendredi. That's a different accent. But the French that we are working on for the AP exam is en vendredi.
Okay. Vendredi.
Mhm.
Sommer.
Sur mer.
Sur mer.
Bien. Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Say it again.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? What does this mean?
Oh, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Say the song I Like You a Lot.
Non, pardon. Parole de la chanson.
Oh, say the song.
So lyrics. So lyrics or
Oh.
words.
Oh.
Okay, so that's parole. Je parle français. I speak French. It's the same root. So parole is words or lyrics. De.
Oh.
De, ça veut dire
De.
of. And then la chanson,
The song.
the song. So the of is here.
Okay.
Yeah. And then parole and chanson. Song. Bien, on continue.
Okay. Je t'aime trop tôt.
Trop tôt. Remember the T silent.
Trop tôt.
So, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire je t'aime trop tôt?
Like what does it mean?
What does it mean? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? What does it mean?
I like you like too much or a lot?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, so the verb aimer could mean to like or to love. So that's a confusing one in French. So j'aime. So if you say elle aime, let's say Richard, it depends on the context, meaning she likes him or she loves him. So it's kind of confusing in French. Bien. And then par vendredi sur mer. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire vendredi?
By her.
So vendredi, Friday. So vendredi, the word vendredi means Friday.
Oh.
Yep. Did you do the days of the week?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay. So we will have to do those later. So vendredi means Friday, and then sur.
On,
and mer, la mer.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so la mer means the sea, but we use it also for the beach. So going to the sea is going to the beach. Je vais à la mer. Je vais à la plage. So we do have a word la plage, meaning the beach, but we also say mer as in the beach. Of course, it's the ocean or the sea.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's write that in English. Je t'aime trop. And tôt means early, by the way. So je t'aime trop, a lot. I like you or I love you. So in this case is romantic, so it's I love you. And then a lot, early. Sorry, I should move this. Et you type?
Okay.
I And trop on its own is too much, and trop tôt means too early. So trop always means like a lot. And if it's followed by an adjective, it means too much. Par, by. Yeah, that was good. Sorry. So trop, yeah. So in this case, it means too early.
Okay.
And then by.
Friday.
On the sea.
Let me see.
On the sea, which means also on the beach. Okay, and then we go to the next line. Let's make this. Let's color code these just so you can remember what is what. So vendredi, la mer. Can do that blue. And then trop. Okay, and then the rest you can tell. Okay.
All right.
And then la première partie, the first part.
Après le cinéma.
Okay, so let's work on the pronunciation. Remember that we said that when there is an A at the end, then the stress is not there, which is like with an American accent, usually the students drag the A at the end, après, but it's après. So the stress is at the beginning of the word, après, not après or après, it's après.
Après.
Mm-hmm. And then après, and then after.
Après le cinéma.
Après le cinéma. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? What does it mean? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
After the cinema.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. J'ai conduit ta moto.
Bien. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? J'ai conduit ta moto.
Like on your, I don't know.
So conduire means, the verb conduire means to drive.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
So this one is after the cinema. And then this one is I drove your moto is motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Et on va faire le verbe conduire après.
J'ai conduit ta moto.
Mm-hmm. Bien.
Adieu sur ta Vespa.
Mm-hmm.
Should I like say what it means?
Bien, oui. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like us two on your Vespa.
Oui.
Okay.
Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire Vespa?
Oh, like motorcycle kind of?
It's a type of motorcycle.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think, yeah, so I did rode your motorbike, two of us on your Vespa. We do have the translation at the end here. Maybe we can go with that one, and that will save us time. So if you go down.
Tanakri don mondos.
Okay, so first I added Vespa because Vespa is the type of Italian motorcycle, but at the same time, it also means a wasp. in Italian, not in French.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it means a wasp, or in French it's une guêpe.
Mm.
That is that, okay?
All right.
Okay, so remember we said that the QUE at the end of a word, except for quelque, presque, this E, the U and the E are silent.
Oh.
Okay, so, and the U is pronounced in French U.
Oh,
Not E, but U. So it's kind of like pronouncing an E, but putting your lips together. So ta nuque. Ta nuque.
Tanuk.
Bien, continue.
Dans mon dos.
Très bien.
On est allé chez moi.
Okay, so on est allé. On est allé. So there is a liaison between on and a, and then there is also a liaison between the T and the A. So on est allé.
On est allé.
Yeah. So on est allé. Not allé, allé. So the A at the end is always short. On est allé.
On est allé
Mm-hmm.
chez moi.
Chez moi.
Chez moi.
Mm-hmm.
J'ai fermé.
So, sorry. So chez moi, it's to my place, or my place. And if you translate it word for word, is at me.
Oh.
Because the chez, let's say if you say chez le pharmacien, that means at the pharmacist place, which is the pharmacy.
Okay.
Chez le médecin is at the doctor's place, basically. And it's always when you have that chez, that whatever comes after it, it's kind of someone's place.
Okay.
Okay.
J'ai fermé les personnes.
Okay. So let's talk about the pronunciation here. So j'ai, that was correct. Now this word here, can you repeat it? Tu répètes?
Fermé.
So is it feu? The first part. Let's break it down. So FE, comment est-ce qu'on prononce FE? How do we pronounce FE?
Fait.
If it's on its own, it's feu.
Oh,
Because
feu.
when you have one consonant with E, then you pronounce the E, you say feu. Right? Now, because that E is followed by two consonants that are not CR, CH, then CP, etc., then that E is pronounced like an A sound. So instead of feu, now it's becoming fait.
Oh.
It's just because it's followed by two consonants. Let me put those in green. So if you have two consonants after the E, most of the time, except for a few exceptions, then the E becomes an A sound. So it's ferme. So ferme. Now, let's pronounce the whole thing. Can you do the whole thing? All of that, the one I highlighted.
J'ai fermé.
Okay, so j'ai fermé. And remember, when we have the E with an accent at the end, that means we are going to put the stress before that, not on it. So it's short and the stress is not there. So kind of like fermé. So you hear the fer and then me. You go down. J'ai fermé.
J'ai fermé.
Voilà. And then we go to the next word. The LES is
Les.
les. So ES attached to one consonant is an A. So les. And we go to the next word. So let's break it down. How would we pronounce this? Just the two first letters.
Pe.
Is it pe or pe?
Oh, pe.
Pe, because it's one consonant and an e. We are just thinking if it's just p and then an e. Pe is pe. Now, if we look after that, we have two consonants. So, which means that this e is going to be, or this e is going to be pronounced how? So, e followed by two consonants.
Pe.
Pe, exactly. So now we have these guys here. So if this is a word, then would we pronounce the S?
No.
No, because it's at the end, we don't pronounce it. So, père, but it's not the end. So we are going to pronounce the S. Now the S, is it pronounced as an S or as a Z?
Z.
As a Z?
Yeah.
No, actually the S one it is, so the S is always pronounced as an S, the S sound, except when you have an S between two vowels, or if there is a liaison. So example, maison. So maison meaning house. You see that the S has an I, which is a vowel, before it, and an O, which is a vowel after it. In this case, we pronounce it as Z. If we also, so these are the exceptions. And then if we have liaison, then we pronounce that S as a Z. So in these two cases, we pronounce the S as Z. In all the other cases, you pronounce the S as an S.
Okay.
Okay? So which means that how would we pronounce this S? S or Z?
S.
S, because it's preceded by a consonant and followed by a vowel. So perce. So we're gonna go with perce.
Perce.
Okay? And then let's go to these two guys here. The ES at the end, are they pronounced?
No.
No. So we're not pronouncing those. Now we have the I, E, and double N. Now this E here, is that an E? Is it pronounced as an E?
No.
No. Why? Two consonants after it.
Okay.
Then it's pronounced just like what we did with fermé. Actually, I should write them the same way, color them the same way. So you see fermé, we have an E, but we're pronouncing it as an A because it's followed by two consonants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here, do we have two consonants after the E?
Yeah.
Yes. So which means that this E here becomes an A sound.
Okay.
Right? So you see that French really has rules. If you know those rules, you can learn words on your own and pronounce them correctly. Versus English, it's kind of tough. Because when I was learning English, the GH, I found it very weird because GH could be F, laugh, could be G in ghost, could be not pronounced in though. But in French, there are rules. We have some exceptions and confusing things, but not as much. So if you know the rules, how to pronounce words, then you can pronounce French correctly on your own. So the only problem is they are not, they don't teach that in school. I don't know any teacher who does. And also there are no videos talking about all of this. So maybe I should make more of these to help students. So here we have, and then we have an I followed by a vowel. So I followed by a vowel, we said before that just like when we did, what was the word? The I followed by a vowel becomes like a Y.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you pronounce the whole thing?
Person, like,
So this is pers. We agree on that, but we have to have a y. So pers, we know that one we got down, and then we have the I becoming a y sound, and even put in an e before it. E, yen.
okay.
So persi,
Persi,
persienne.
Persian.
Right. So this here, let's do, is basically just the I.
Yeah.
Okay, so persi, yen, and of course you're gonna kind of make it separate. Persi, and then yen.
Persian.
Right, and then you put them together, becomes persienne.
Persian.
And remember the E here is an A. Persienne.
Persian.
Yeah. And the stress is going to be on that E here. So persienne.
Persian.
Persienne. It's longer and louder. Persienne.
Persian.
Perfect. Parfait. We are going to make a French girl out of you.
Hopefully.
No, you're getting it. So you don't have a problem hearing the sounds, which is great. It's like number one thing to be able to speak another language correctly. Because some people have a hard time. We all have problems with certain things. Some people have a problem with hearing different sounds. So you're lucky. You don't have that problem.
Yay.
Yay. And that means, so j'ai fermé les persiennes.
I closed the shutters.
Right. Bien.
Okay. Après ces quelques mois.
Mm-hmm. Good pronunciation. Après ces quelques mois.
Okay. Je pensais entretenir.
Okay. So je, and then you have an A at the end, the A sound, whether it's an E with an accent or an AI, then that A is short, especially if it's an E with an accent, is short, the shortest one. With an AI is a little bit long, but the stress is not there. So je pensais.
Je pensais.
Mm-hmm. And then the next word?
Être.
Être.
Tenir.
So this is the same story as persienne. You have the yen at the end.
Oh.
So instead of persienne, it's tien.
Tien.
Right. And that's because of the I. Remember, the I followed by a vowel is pronounced like an E. So tien, and the E here followed by two consonants is an A. So tien, tien.
Tien.
Bien, très bien. So, on va s'arrêter ici. We'll stop here and then we'll continue next time.
Okay.
Très bien.